The first sentence in the ugly black and white dialog box was obviously automatically generated by the software. Can I help you? In order to deal with this transaction, Tang Qing devoted himself to gnawing financial professional English vocabulary a few days ago and watched some financial foreign news. Otherwise, the subsequent communication may become a problem, so he can't open it. Translator translate it. That would be too shameful. Tang Qing also typed in English. I need some anonymous bank accounts in US and German banks, so I can remit money to each other without restrictions. I have a lot of US dollars to exchange for euros. This kind of thing naturally needs to be explained clearly. Otherwise, there are many types of bank accounts, and there are even many types of accounts that are not known to the outside world. If there are restrictions on remittances and exits, restrictions on the number of exchanges, or restrictions on the types of exchanges, they should hide them. When you tuck it, you can only pit yourself, and there is no need to hide it. People know that you are doing this kind of thing. Tang Qing asked about the system's Euro account before, and the system told him that as long as it is a national bank account in the Eurozone, it can be bound. As for why Germany was chosen, it is because Frankfurt in Germany is one of the world's major free foreign exchange markets. Regardless of the size and strength of the bank, it is relatively good, and it is not so sensitive to the throughput of the US dollar. Hello. What do you mean is that you have a huge amount of US dollars in the United States that needs to be exchanged for German euros. The operation method is direct cross-border remittance, and you do not want to have quantity, currency, and entry and exit restrictions, right? The other party typed. Tang Qing read it twice and saw that the other party understood correctly and typed, yes. No problem. Then do you choose appear or a different line? A line of words appeared in the dialog box for a moment. Different banks, but the strength of the two banks must be strong. I don't want the other party to have the money to settle my remittance. Tang Qing thought about typing for a while, and he still hoped that different banks would do well. He seems to be more likely to be investigated. Before, he considered using peer transfers, such as Citibank. There must be branches overseas, especially in European countries. Then he will deposit the money into the Citibank US account, and then transfer the money to the account of the German branch. Obviously nothing wrong. The system also recognizes that the German branch of Citibank belongs to the Euro area bank, because in the Euro area Citibank is definitely mainly engaged in Euro savings and loans. It is not an exaggeration to classify it as a Euro area bank, but once its own transaction volume, if it is too big, it will attract attention. It is absolutely correct to check it. At least there are some barriers in different lines. You can rest assured that the reputation guarantee of this site will not let you have no money to exchange. This kind of account is a special trading account. Major banks will jointly underwrite the advance payment. It will arrive at the account within half an hour at the latest. We will provide 24-hour service throughout the year. In the end, each account is priced at 10,000 US dollars, and the account life is 3 years. After 3 years, the account will be automatically canceled. Please transfer the funds in the account in advance. If the loss caused by the failure to transfer in time, we in the bank will not be responsible. A single transfer in and out of such accounts shall not be less than 1 million US dollars. For each single remittance transaction, the banks of both parties will each draw a 0.5% handling fee as exchange rate risk compensation, and the handling fee will be directly charged from the remittance. How many two-country accounts do you need? Tang Qing looked at it twice again and nodded. In general, this fee is not high. It only costs 0.1% of the cost of an arbitrage, which is a bit lower than the cost he calculated before. This type of account, obviously, it is a real special account, and transfers of less than 1 million US dollars are unreasonable. I really didn't know the existence of this thing in my previous life. Generally speaking, he was very satisfied. But now I don't have enough money. I gave Jolie $4.5 million, and I have more than $700,000 left. Even the 100,000 US dollars can't be collected. Although you can borrow money, you can't get a loan if you don't. The principle of lending, ask first before talking, so Tang Qing said again. In this way, you will prepare 100 accounts for each of the two countries in different banks, and the bank will have 5 to 10 on each side. I can pay a deposit of 50,000 US dollars in advance, and you will pay them all at once at this time on February 2nd. Me. How about making the remaining payment? But within 20 seconds, the other party returned a message. Yes, sir, this is our Citibank account. When will you pay? Seeing that the other party agreed with Tang Qing, he was also relieved. If the other party had to pay the money first, he would have to wait. So he typed, now, wait a few minutes. After hitting enter, Tang Qing directly asked the system to transfer $50,000 to the account. Naturally, it is impossible for Tang Qing to use a domestic account because it is impossible to transfer out at all, and it is impossible to transfer funds directly by the system. Whenever he thinks that the system can obviously do it, but the non-task customers do not provide direct transfer services like the uncle, Tang Qing is speechless. I have asked why many times, but the system has no comment. It's really beeping. So he could only choose a stupid way. The account problem is actually easy to solve. There are always some bank account information in the world that has been disclosed for various reasons. Anyway, as long as the account and password are available, the system can be bound. Tang Qing just searched it 2 days ago and found many American locations on the side of the account. It took 7 or 8 attempts to bind one successfully. But think about it. You can't allow you to change your password after opening it. $50,000 has been transferred. You can check it out. Tang Qing typed after the transfer. He doesn't think that the other party's account will be as delayed as in China, and the other party's account must be received in real time. Otherwise, the face will be ashamed. Sure enough, the other party responded within half a minute, which is estimated to have deducted the typing time. Okay, $50,000 have been received. We will prepare the account information as soon as possible. This is your order number. Please keep it in mind or keep it. Then please enter the number on the interface, and we will process the order. After that, the other party sent a number formed by scrambling 6 letters and 6 numbers, and Tang Qing only swept it 3 times and remembered it firmly. Seeing that there was nothing wrong, Tang Qing was about to retreat during the New Year's greetings. Talking to this kind of person really made him feel dangerous. These talents are big fish hidden in the world, and there is no simple one who can play money in the world. I'm off, trading at this time on the 2nd. Tang Qing typed. Understood, thank you for your support. After closing the browser, Tang Qing saw that there was more than an hour of remaining time. He didn't want to stay too much, so after restarting the machine, he gave it to a middle school student on the side, who made him the nearest to him. He could see the pupils around him. A moment of envy. After leaving the internet cafe, Tang Qing strolled back to school and went to school. Although school was boring, it seemed to him that it was a good place to sit and feel at ease. Cherish the present. At least there will be a lot to remember in the future. The place. He has lost the eagerness to escape from here in his previous life. He just wants to take his time, wishing that time flies slowly. Life is so short, why rush to death? Africa. 20 kilometers south of the capital of a certain country, there is a huge estate covering hundreds of acres. It was late at night here, but the lights illuminated the entire manor. The manor came and went with bodyguards patrolling with guns, both blacks and whites, and patrols with hounds passing through from time to time. The guards were extremely tight, obviously protecting important things. The outside of the manor is also surrounded by barbed wire. Hundreds of cameras inside and outside are monitoring everything around it without blind spots. No one thought that there was a huge underground space under the manor. Although the sky above is not bright yet, dozens of people are already busy in it. Looking at the remaining hundreds of vacancies, it is obviously a working mode of several shifts. Everyone has a computer with extremely high configuration in front of them. Some people keep calling or inquiring about something from time to time. The white customer service, who received Tang Qing, saw that Tang Qing had cut off contact and turned his head to ask the data clerk beside him. Did you check the other party's information? The white data officer next to him took off his headset and frowned and said, No, the transfer account comes from Mellon Bank. It belongs to an ordinary person named Cruz in Texas. He is 21 years old and has a high school degree. He currently works in a bakery and his assets are not in good condition. The search shows that this account it has appeared on 63 web pages. It is a public account. The reason for the publicity is unknown. The account has just transferred $50,000. A standard tracking team of the fund tracking system has not found the specific source, and the person transfers the money very quickly basically. The stay time is in the millisecond level. Obviously, a special transfer software is used. At the same time, this person uses the open-source anonymous browser. The user's address cannot be found in a short time, unless you apply to the browser's design the person who buys the address of the other party. Otherwise, we cannot locate the group leader, whether to apply for a second query. The team leader is not a big official within them, or is not an official, because the partner is next to this person, a person in charge of business, a person in charge of technology. Obviously, the importance of business is a little bit higher. At this time, the customer service is psychologically curious. A standard tracking group of funds is the permission granted to them by the major cooperative banks, allowing them to conduct 15-chain tracking of any funds entered into their accounts. That is, as long as the number of fund transfers is less than 15 times, they can share information and real-time inquiries free of charge. If they exceed it, they need to report and pay a small, but not large amount of money to allow them to use a standard tracking again. Group. However, the vast majority of customers can be found in a tracking group, and only a very small part cannot be found. Obviously, this is an extremely cautious person. Although curious in his heart, the customer service is not interested in continuing to check. He, the team leader, does not have the authority to directly order, and the top supervisor here has the right to apply, and this is only a routine information backup, and it is not necessary to check the address of the other party. Forget it. It's a routine business. There is no need to go into it. Place an order for the boys. Understand? Naturally, Tang Qing, who had left the internet cafe, didn't know that people in other countries would track his source of funds, but even if he knew it, he had no other way. This kind of money-picking business could not be done. In addition, it is not a formal path, so you can't expect others to obey the rules honestly. That's brain damage. In the next few days, Tang Qing still went to school step by step, looking at extracurricular books, and from time to time in a daze. The teachers had completely ignored Tang Qing. As long as they did not break the classroom discipline, even the math class would look at the language and clerical teacher with a face. With kind eyebrows and good eyes, he asked him if he wanted a cup of tea. In order to keep up with Tang Qing's footsteps, Wang Yin and Li Kai studied desperately one by one. On fun day, Tang Qing went to Lin Jiaxue's place to sit. This time the two cousins didn't bother to go, because both of them were on vacation. There were a lot of winter homework to do. Aunt's elementary school had an earlier vacation, so she carried it every day. With two cousins doing homework, in order to have fun during the Chinese New Year, the two younger sisters also worked hard, preparing to finish all the homework before the year. Fortunately, neither of the two sisters went, otherwise he would not be able to play kiss games with Lin Jiaxue. For this reason, under Tang Qing's strong request, the two of them gave a half-hour-long wet kiss of Zhu Li without any hands. In the end, Lin Jiaxue's mouth was a little swollen before she pushed Tang Qing away. Tang Qing, the iron mouth, is nothing wrong with it. Looking at Lin Jiaxue's red lips after the wet kiss, Tang Qing also felt a little pain, and then, hearing that the saliva can reduce the swelling, I kissed again decisively. The two stayed at Lin Jiaxue's house for a day, and watched Gu Tianla's version of The Legend of Condor Heroes for a day. This is the local channel's weekend broadcast. 10 episodes are broadcast, and the classics are classics. This version of The Legend of Condor Heroes, Tang Qing has watched it several times before, and now I can still see it again. The acting skills of this group of professional actors are nothing to say. Compared with the little fresh meat of later generations, it is more than 10 streets. Of course, Tang Qing didn't think anything about little fresh meat, but felt that those little fresh meats shouldn't be mixed in the film and television industry, because the shots couldn't bear to look directly at them. So he couldn't cry and laughed, but his laughter was very fascinating. The posing is a professional household. The emotional drama is directly paralyzed, and if you get hurt, you will die. Although not all Shaoxian meat is like this, the later generations of Shaoxian's transformation do mess up the entertainment industry. It's the film of Secretary Da Kong that looks good. Thinking that the investment in the name of the people was not enough for a small fresh meat, Tang Qing felt that the domestic entertainment industry in later generations was ruined by those entertainment companies, because of course these rewards could not be unilaterally determined by Shao Fresh Meat. Yes, that is the price set by the agent and the entertainment company. Shao Xianro is just taking advantage of the situation. Damn, unscrupulous businessmen know how to make money. When Lao Tzu gets rich, he will invest heavily in movies that require acting skills. No actors who have no acting skills should not be allowed to destroy the entire social atmosphere by the businessmen. In this way, after Tang Qing's unremitting efforts to relieve the swelling, Lin Jiashua's mouth, it became more swollen, but she didn't say much. Even if it hurts, she was used to Tang Qing. This is a habit developed since childhood. As long as it is not a non-discriminatory requirement or a matter of principle, Lin Jiashua has always been a bai to Tang Qing. Bai Shun. When Father Lin saw his daughter's lips after coming back at night, Mother Lin saw her daughter's lips. She started to think that she was getting angry with spicy food, but after a while she realized what was going on. She secretly smiled in her heart. The mysterious smile made Tang Qing and Lin Jiashua laugh. Knowing that it was seen, Lin Jiashua blushed and buried her head during the dinner, while Tang Qing smirked and kept picking her vegetables. February 1st. On Tuesday, Tang Qing has also been on holiday. Last night he was filled with 2 bottles of white by the unscrupulous Do Jiao at the dinner of Tianyan Company. He hadn't found that Do Jiao turned out to be a hero in the middle school. He had a white bottle, no trouble, and walked smoothly. Speak clearly. Of course, Tang Qing didn't have anything to do. As soon as the tens of degrees liquor entered Tang Qing's stomach, his stomach acid was broken down into water and carbon dioxide by the source gas before he could perform. Even though he drank more alcohol, it's okay. But Tang Qing still couldn't stand the taste of liquor. It's not as good as cola. At that time, Do Jiao made a booze. It was the first time that she officially met an employee as a boss. He was a big man and naturally could not recognize it. In order to shock Xiao Xiao, Tang Qing directly picked up a bottle of Matai and blew it to the other side. The people who ate melons were all dumbfounded, but within half a minute, Tang Qing blew out a bottle of Matai and hiccuped by the way. Seeing that Tang Qing's face didn't change his face, it was obvious that he hadn't reached the limit at all, and everyone wasn't booing either. Others blew a bottle of Matai directly. Sincerely, there was nothing to say, and it would be a bit too much to booze again. After that, Do Jiao was unwilling to show weakness and wanted to challenge Tang Qing, but he couldn't stand it after half a bottle was dry, and the remaining half could only be drunk slowly. After dinner, I naturally had to go for entertainment. Do Jiao arranged for him to find a KTV and roared. Finally, it was over 10 o'clock in the evening. Tang Qing got up early this morning and was always very excited, because today is the day when Lu Qian makes money. It was impossible to urge Lu gone, so after breakfast, Tang Qing lay on his bed and looked at the ceiling in a daze. He didn't know where his thoughts were floating. It's 10:10. Tang Qing was prompted by the system to come back to reality. He hurriedly sat up and took a look. When he received 300 million yuan, Tang Qing suddenly smiled, and then sent Lu Qian a collection text message. He then got up and went to the mirror in the closet, took a deep breath, and chuckled slightly. Set sail. Set sail. Tang Qing hurriedly changed his clothes and went out, still wearing the same attire last time, wearing a mask, but he changed to an internet cafe. After all, it is always right to be cautious. When I came to the internet cafe, I asked for a machine surrounded by bare kids. After another anonymous visit to the browser, some settings were changed, and Tang Qing boarded the website again. Enter account classification. Click to open the customer service dialog. Another black and white dialog box like the command line popped up. Tang Qing felt very uncomfortable the last time he watched it, but the second time he watched it, he felt much better. He doesn't think that the interface made by the other party is ugly, but that the other party's strength is not good. This is the real low-key, just burying himself in the soil. The first sentence is still automatically generated by the software. Can I help you? Tang Qing decisively entered the order number the other party gave him last time. Obviously, this dialog box has a language recognition system. Tang Qing entered the order number and pressed enter, and a sentence popped up. Please wait. Okay, just wait. 1 minute later, the other party went online manually. Hello. Your order is ready to be completed. After you have paid all the money, we will tell you how to obtain the account. Minus the last time deposit of 50,000 US dollars, 200 accounts. You need to pay 1.95 million US dollars. The account number for this transaction is XXX. Do you want to pay now? This account is not the same account as last time. But think about it. Cunning Rabbit Senku. Plus these customers are originally anonymous. In order to avoid confusion, It is not unusual to change an account every time. Tang Qing typed, "Well, wait for 2 minutes." Immediately, Tang Qing asked the system to transfer $1.95 million to this account. After that, he typed, "The transfer is complete. You can take a look over there." Within half a minute, the other party sent a message. "Okay, the money has arrived, and it is confirmed that it is correct. This is the website where the account exists. Please record it now. When you are done, let us know. We will delete the web content." "Well, let me write it down first," Tang Qing replied. Although he was curious why the other party didn't send an email or send him directly in the dialog box, he even had a foreign mailbox ready. But he didn't ask much, since the other party chose this way. And it was the only way, obviously for good reasons. Tang Qing logged on to that website. The entire website has only black and white, a white background, black fonts, and a long table inside. I saw that all the densely packed accounts in the form from top to bottom were the account number, bank, account, password, electronic key, transfer URL, consultation telephone, and other information. However, Tang Qing only needs an account and a password. With the system, he does not need to log into the bank's webpage to transfer funds, and he does not need to find any consultants. Tang Qing quickly copied them and put them in a TXT file on the desktop. It's really expensive, 80,000 renminbi each, but Tang Qing thinks it's worth the money considering its functions. "Okay, I'll record it." Copying and pasting is naturally fast. It is a right-click thing. This is why he can be so relieved if the content of the web page can be copied. If the other party asks him to download an Excel or Word file, he still not dare I downloaded it. After all, these files may contain some code that he doesn't understand. If they are tracked, it will not be fun. "Okay, thank you for your patronage. Please contact us if you need it again." But within a second, the other party replies again. Obviously, the person on the other side has already copied and pasted it, just waiting for him to confirm. "Well, goodbye," Tang Qing typed. After closing the dialog box, Tang Qing closed the browser again. As for the account information, Tang Qing put it in the system. As a banking system, it naturally has the function of storing account information. It is another matter whether to bind or not, otherwise it is called something. In the banking system, he knew that the system had this function a long time ago. Then Tang Qing turned off the computer just in case. Leaning on the chair of the internet cafe, Tang Qing was about to try. The previously bound American account is definitely not usable, which means that he can only bind 2 US bank accounts and 3 German bank accounts. So Tang Qing ordered the system to bind a Citibank account in the United States and a Commerzbank account in Germany. "Here we go." Tang Qing was a little excited. Immediately, Tang Qing transferred $1.375 million to Citi's account equivalent to 11 million renminbi in the system. He is going to calculate his profit margin based on the value of the currency finally recovered. The critical moment has arrived. Tang Qing took a deep breath and ordered the system to remit all the money in the Citibank account to the German Commerzbank account. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Tang Qing did not receive the receipt notice. But Tang Qing was not in a hurry. Cross-border huge transfers are still different, and it is obviously unrealistic to want to receive the account in real time. And before that person said that it was the slowest half an hour. The time to witness the miracle has arrived. 4 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. Just when Tang Qing thought he would have to wait for more than 10 minutes, the system suddenly sounded a wonderful receipt notice, so he hurriedly checked how much money was in the German Commerzbank account. 10 seconds later, looking at the balance on the Euro account, Tang Qing couldn't help but laugh. If it weren't for the people around him, he would have laughed crazy. But this is what scared the children around. After all, a guy wearing a hat and a mask was smirking with his eyes closed. If Tang Qing didn't do anything else, he would probably call the webmaster. Why is Tang Qing so excited? Because the balance shown on the German Commerzbank account is 1,004,603 euros. What is this concept? Ignore the 3 yuan for the time being, which is equivalent to saying that I made a net profit of 4,600 euros in this transaction. One transaction of 11 million renminbi can earn 4,600 euros. That means that if you spend 110 million renminbi, you can earn 46,000 euros in one transaction. What is the rate of return divided by 46 million by 10 million? 0.46%. If you multiply it by the volume of 10 transactions, one day is 4.6% of the profit. This is a huge profit. Now he has 288.44 million yuan in his own funds, and a day-to-day trading in a full position would be more than 13 million yuan in profits. Nima. It's much more profitable than loan sharks, and it's stable. It's equivalent to one costume in the Tang dynasty that comes out a day. Damn, Tang Qing is messed up as soon as he counts here. Although he had already prepared, he went directly from being worth tens of millions to earning more than 10 million a day. This is the difference between heaven and earth. Even without compound interest calculations, I can earn nearly 400 million yuan a month. Nima is crazy. It took 3 minutes for Tang Qing to suppress the excitement in his heart. He had planned to limit a single transaction to 20 million euros, but after leaving Lu Gan's villa that day, he realized how stupid he was at the time, or was stunned by Lu Gan's 300 million yuan. I have lost my mind and ignored the limit on the number of exchanges. If the upper limit is 20 million euros in a single time, the money he borrowed will be more than 60 million yuan. Tang Qing obviously can't let this happen. This is also the last time he was overexcited. Later, Tang Qing couldn't think about it. The 20 million euros were too low. He revised it and set it at 30 million euros. After all, he couldn't really let 60 million stay idle in his account. That would be too stupid. And I don't have any other investment channels. Xingtang's capital injection plan was not a year ago. Even if the capital is injected into the Shengtang now, it will not be spent until the end of the new year. If you set it at 30 million euros, then your monthly income is basically fixed, and the account is very easy to calculate. The daily fixed rate of return of 4.6% multiplied by 3,000 is 130 per day, 180,000 euros. How about a month? Excluding a little exchange rate fluctuation, rounded up to 40 million euros, which is equivalent to more than 400 million yuan. Although it is not a small difference from the previous billions of YY, this is also the largest amount he dares to trade at present. If the upper limit is higher, he will really be worried all day long. Or now he is a little worried, but he can still hold it. No matter how high it is, he will not be able to live this day. Now Tang Qing wants more profits. In addition to being more courageous, he can only hope that after the upgrade, the system can open more currencies, have greater arbitrage profits, or have huge fluctuations in the international exchange rate. Tang Qing has calculated it. If the euro is against the RMB this year, if the exchange rate drops below 10.5, then the current profit may be overturned. It is equivalent to saying that the upper limit of 30 million euros can create more than 800 million profits in 1 month. So Tang Qing began to struggle again. He calculated it and waited until the end of this month to deduct more than 300 million funds for foreign exchange arbitrage. Even if Lu Qian's money was paid back in advance at the end of the month, and then 30 million was injected into Xingtang, he still had more than 1 billion in funds. Office flower. And by the end of next month, I have more than 500 million funds to spend. More than 5 billion. He couldn't even think about it in his previous life. Tang Qing didn't know what he would do if he had so much money next month. It was obviously inappropriate to let such a large amount of money lie in his account. He was not Scrooge, but he will not donate out to support those guamimi. As for the acquisition of companies, he does not know what to buy, and internet companies do not understand. The Villa Sports car does not cost a lot of money at all, the most critical. Yes, he really didn't dare to spend such a large sum of money in the country carelessly. Especially if you don't spend it next month and wait another month. You will have nearly 1 billion in your account. How do you spend it? Damn it. For the first time, Tang Qing experienced the troubles of too much money, or the troubles of a banker. That is, there is nowhere to use more money. Even if there is a place to use it, it is only a small amount compared to total assets. Large sums of money are piled in the account. Worry. Tang Qing was not pretending to be forced, but really worried. After 10 minutes of unsuccessful thinking, Tang Qing gritted his teeth and thought to forget it, and wait for the money to be discussed later. The big deal is to let the eyes of the sky investigate, and rely on the profit to only invest. People are really weird. If you have less worry, you can also worry if you have it. Tang Qing doesn't know if this is a mental illness. Tang Qing, who was no longer worried, got up and left the internet cafe. The The smile on Tang Qing's face couldn't be concealed when he returned home. It was a profit of more than 400 million yuan in a month. It completely beats almost all internet companies nowadays. It is still very fast in finance. Of course, this is only limited to those who have cheated. Those who don't have the means to cheat should not go in. They will die miserably. When he returned to the room, Tang Qing made another transaction. This time, both sides changed a bank, and more than 200 million yuan was remitted in a full warehouse. I don't know if there is a difference between the banks. This time it took only more than 2 minutes to reach the account, and finally made more than 1 million yuan. Half an hour later, Tang Qing was in full again. In this way, adding compound interest today, after deducting the little money he made the first time, Tang Qing earned more than 12 million yuan. This day, Tang Qing felt so exciting. It's like a prosperous Tang dynasty when you go out. Of course, Tang Qing will not forget that today is still the system's monthly assessment day. It's 11 o'clock in the evening. The uncle's family has already fallen asleep. Tang Qing, who had been excited all day, lay on the bed and looked at his message. Host name, Tang Qing. Level 3. Experience, 160 out of 400. Loan amount this month, 2/2 million. Personal quota this month, 400,000/400,000. Withdrawable assets, 29.86 million. Spirit, 140. Physique, 150. Genesis value, 0. Convertible foreign currencies, US dollars and euros. Tang Qing calculated that after completing the various loan tasks last month, he added a total of 80 points of experience. Zhou repaid 600,000 yuan and added 60 points of experience. However, although Yin Guangting repaid the loan early, the contract did not expire and the system did not give experience. For the 40 points of experience, he could only wait 2 more days. Later, when fighting with Han Long, in order to improve his physique, he borrowed another 400,000 loan, completed achievement task 3, and gained 20 points of experience. Counting down, my experience is exactly 106. What made Tang Qing most happy was the deposit of nearly 300 million yuan. TSK, let's make it break 300 million tomorrow. Although it was borrowed, it was the cornerstone of his start. Soon Tang Qing began to worry about how to spend money next month. Now he realized that it was difficult to earn money, and it was not easy to spend money. After 12/1, December assessment result passed. The system sounded. Tang Qing, whose thoughts strayed away, was called back by the system and hurriedly checked his information. Host name, Tang Qing. Level 3. Experience, 210 out of 400. Loan amount this month, 0/2 million. Personal quota this month, 0/400,000. Withdrawable assets, 29.96 million. Spirit, 140. Physique, 150. Genesis value, 10. Convertible foreign currencies, US dollars and euros. The change was not that big, except that he completed the task of having his own assets of 5 million yuan, added 10 points of source energy, and still had 50 points of experience. Then Tang Qing checked the task list again. 1. Complete the loan task recommended by the system this month. For details, please refer to the task introduction. Reward content, experience value plus 20, completion degree 0/1. 2. Complete 1 non-system recommended customer loan business this month. The amount is not less than 400,000. Reward content, experience plus 20, completion degree 0/1. 3. Complete all foreign loan quotas this month. Reward content, experience value plus 20, completion degree 0/200. 4. Complete all personal loan quotas this month. Reward content, experience value plus 20, completion degree 0/40. 5. Achievement task 1. The total amount of external loans of the system has reached 3 million. Reward content, source value plus 10, experience value plus 30. Completion degree 4/5 million. 6. Achievement task 2. The system's total external loan principal recovery reaches 3 million. Reward content, source value plus 10, experience value plus 30. Completion degree 2/5 million. 7. Achievement task 3. The total amount of personal loans in the system has reached 2 million. Reward content, source power value plus 10, experience value plus 30, completion degree 70 halves million. 8. Achievement task 4. The host's own assets reach 50 million. Personal loans and rewards of the system are not counted. Reward content, source power value plus 20, experience value plus 100. Tang Qing checked the task list because he wanted to know if he could upgrade this month. In the end, Tang Qing wanted to say one thing. I'm beeping the dog. The first 4 tasks add up to 80 experience, and Yin Guangding's contract expires with 40 points. Achieving tasks 1 and 3 means 60 points of experience. It adds up to 180 plus the current 210, 309. Damn, it's 10 o'clock. But these 10 points of experience he couldn't get through this month, life and death. How long will it take to upgrade next month? Number 1. It will be upgraded automatically at that time, because on the first there is a referral client who has borrowed more than 1 million expires. Okay, Tang Qing is not tangled anymore. Next month will be next month. Tang Qing, who was no longer struggling, exchanged US dollars again. 3 minutes later, looking at the system's receipt notification, Tang Qing fell asleep in satisfaction. 3 hours later, that is to say, Tang Qing was already full after 4 o'clock in the morning, but his mind was very clear when he opened his eyes, and he didn't feel the dazed feeling of a person who had just gotten up. At this time, he was still in the excited period, and he closed his eyes and ordered the system to come for an arbitrage transaction. 5 minutes later, the system's arrival notice came. At this time, Tang Qing also explored a set of rules, and Citibank asked Germany to do business. The bank transfer takes about 5 minutes, which is the longest, and the transfer time to the other 2 German bank accounts is almost 4 minutes or more. And the time for another American bank, Bank of America, which he bound to switch to a German bank, is generally shorter. The shortest is the transfer of Bank of America to North Deutsche Bank, which only takes 2 minutes. Naturally, Tang Qing was going to come for a 3 to 7 opening. He used Citibank's account 3 times and Bank of America 7 times. Although he could get the account, Tang Qing didn't like the feeling of waiting for the account. In this way, Tang Qing lay on the bed and completed all the arbitrage transactions today at a trading frequency of once every 10 minutes before dawn. Earning a little more than yesterday, more than 13 million yuan fell into the pocket, and the account funds directly broke through the 300 million mark, becoming 3,110.9 million. Tang Qing calculated it. If at this rate, he set the upper limit of 30 million euros. It only takes 2 days to reach it by yourself, and after that, the daily profit of more than 13 million yuan can only be deposited in the account, and then more and more. This gave Tang Qing the impulse to increase the trading limit. But this impulse was finally suppressed by him, and the money deposited in the account should be used as insurance funds. Now Tang Qing doesn't fully believe in the security of these accounts. Yesterday's full warehouse operation actually has a little gambling element. What if the bank transfers the money away? Although my own funds are completely legal, they can't stand the bank and don't recognize it. It is estimated that in the eyes of the bank, my accounts are basically illegal money. It would be miserable if I became greedy. He doesn't worry about the people who open the account, but the banks, because the account bound by the system is not likely to be stolen. Without his permission, no one should want to transfer the penny inside, even that bank. The same goes for shots, and Tang Qing also has no doubt that the system has this ability to ensure the safety of funds in the bound account. But in the outside world, what is transferred from one bank account to another account is not the system's encrypted channel, such as transferring from Citibank to Commerzbank. Obviously, the channel between these 2 accounts is not directly opened up. Yes, it must go through the internal clearing system of the respective bank, and Tang Qing knows nothing about the internal structure of the clearing system and how many clearing systems there are. In other words, the funds only need to be out of the account bound to the system. He was completely out of Tang Qing's control and could only passively expect the other party to keep his promises. So when Tang Qing thought of the uncertainty of this arbitrage channel, he resolutely dispelled the idea of raising the upper limit. The landlord's family still had some surplus food, and he slowly saved some foundation to avoid any accidents in this fund. I still have the capital to make a comeback. After I have enough capital and have a few billions of funds, I can use 1 or 2 billion to risk at that time, and now I still want to put together the 300 million that Lugan did. Let's talk about it again. At this moment, Tang Qing suddenly remembered that his source vigor was useless, so he called up his personal information. Host name, Tang Qing. Level 3. Experience, 210 out of 400. Loan amount this month, 0/2 million. Personal quota this month, 0/400,000. Withdrawable assets, 10.9 million. Spirit, 140. Physique, 150. Origin value, 10. Convertible foreign currencies, US dollars and euros. Tang Qing thought about it for a while and put it all on his mind. Anyway, he basically abused ordinary people. He also added it casually. He wanted to try the situation after unlocking the secondary gene lock, but it was obviously a short time. It's impossible inside. At this time, the mental attribute has become 160. Even if he has completed both of the achievement tasks of this month, he has just filled up his spirit, and his physique is still 50 or 25 points of source vigor. What? Tang Qing suddenly discovered that if the system was upgraded at the beginning of next month, he would be able to unlock the secondary gene lock immediately. At that time, he would have a 40-point source value reward, which is equivalent to an 80-point attribute, so he thought of this. Tang Qing was excited again. Well, although his heart is itchy, he can only wait for the double happiness on the first day of next month. In other words, if you count the 400 million yuan that you will earn, you can also say that the three are very happy. The more Tang Qing thought about it, the more he expected it. Of course, Tang Qing will not always stare at the account balance boringly. Instead, he took out some weapons from the warehouse and started playing. After various purchases some time ago, there are now more than 200 guns in his warehouse. Yes, each weapon ranges from 1 to 5. The most is the pistol. First, it's cheap, only 300 yuan per one, and 30,000 is 100. It doesn't hurt to buy it at all. Second, it's relatively small, not in the movie. Are you all playing dual-handed guns? After so long of practice, although he has not yet reached the point where he can dismantle the gun in a few seconds, he has studied the internal structure in depth and even damaged a few of them. The destroyed firearms can only be left in the warehouse. Although there is no limit to the number of weapons stored in the mall, the large red damaged seals in the game look uncomfortable. At that time, Tang Qing also asked what to do with the damaged weapons in the system. The system came directly to a first-level mall that did not provide weapons destruction services, and then there was no more information. As for when to provide the system, there is no comment. Obviously, it can be provided from the wording of the system. Tang Qing really wants to ask the person who created the system if it can't be designed to be more humane. At that level of civilization, artificial intelligence should be very popular. Why not installed on the system? Facing the system that always talks halfway through and asks 3 questions after angering people to death, Tang Qing is no longer able to complain. What else can he do? He can only accept it, and there is no place to appeal. Tang Qing stroked the cold, gray Bartle in his arms. This is the name he gave to this gun. It is 1.5 meters long and full of masculinity and murderousness. It is indeed designed for war. It is powerful when you look at it. Every time he touches this cold and special material, Tang Qing feels like he wants to try it. When he returns to the village next week, he must go to the back mountain for fun. OSHD. I swear not to stop until I finish hitting 100,000 bullets. The back mountain of their village is a mountain that stretches for tens of kilometers, and there are no people at all. I drilled into it, and suddenly. In this way, Tang Qing lay on the bedside holding Batel with a smirk. After a while, Tang Qing heard the sound of her uncle and aunt getting up to cook, and Qin Shiyu. As for the lazy Qin Shichi, she was still lying in bed. It must have been sealed in the blanket again in the winter. Finally, under Qin Shiyu and aunt's 3 visits to the thatched cottage, Qin Shichi came out to eat leisurely. Her face was getting up and her hair was messy. Seeing this, Tang Qing didn't dare to make fun of her at all, lest it was another exercise. It's best not to mess with a woman who just got up, otherwise there is no good scene, but he has a lesson. During dinner in the morning, my aunt said, Tang, it's best to buy the tickets for the return trip in the past 2 days. Although it's not far away and there are many shuttle buses, I'm afraid that I won't be able to buy tickets when the year is closed. and it is not safe to take a black car. Tang Qing knew that his uncle's family had a ride with a ride, so naturally there was no need to buy a ticket, and his mother's hometown and his hometown were completely in two directions, and it was not easy. Father Lin and Mother Lin also had fellow villagers who could take a ride, but Tang Qing would naturally have to buy a ticket if he wanted to go back early. But now it's different. Tang Qing has no interest in squeezing those shuttle buses after he has a special car. With the shadow of his past life, he has an inexplicable resistance to shuttle buses and heavy trucks, which will always make him resound the misery of his previous life. A miserable life. No, I have a friend who has a car, and he will drop in. He will send us back, Tang Qing said with a smile. What kind of friend is it? Qin Yugong frowned. Now Tang Qing is different from the past. The people he knows are all different, especially the mysterious big man behind Tang Qing. So now he is very sensitive to Tang Qing's friends. This friend with a car is obviously not an ordinary person, and his nephew has made so many social friends. How could he not worry about? Haha, don't worry, uncle. This person is Uncle Han's comrade in arms. I met him when I went to Uncle Han's to exercise. The relationship is very good. His family is in Chuanwu County below us, and it happened to send Joshua and me back. Go to the county, Tang Qing said truthfully. Well, since I'm Han Lung's comrade in arms, I can rest assured. But will it be too troublesome for others? Qin Yugong nodded. As long as it is not those social people. He was born as a soldier instinctively full of trust in the word comrade in arms, and did not believe that the other party was a bad person. Although this kind of feelings is stupid and naive, it is real. No, his car is a car, and his mother is the only one traveling with him. Tang Qing explained. After Sun Chao's mother was discharged from the hospital on the 30th of last month, she moved to a residential building near Shengtang Company. It was only 10 minutes walk to the company, which was quite close. At that time, Tang Qing was invited to have a meal. To express his gratitude, Tang Qing did not pretend to accept the 80,000 yuan left in the hospital. Now he and Sun Chao agreed that the salary is 5,000 a month, but he only pays 2,500 living expenses per month, and the rest are treated as such. It was the repayment. Tang Qing finally talked about it. At that time, he really felt that sending money was also a hassle. Sun Chao didn't plan to go back to the village during the Chinese New Year. He only planned to send Tang Qing back. After all, there were no relatives there. Later, although his mother didn't say anything, he could see that his mother missed his old house very much. Naturally, he proposed to go home for the year and clean up the house by the way. After all, the two still have a sense of belonging to the village. Well, that's fine. Get things ready in advance. Don't let people wait for you, but also buy something for them. Don't lose courtesy. Qin Yugong warned. And yes. Tang Qing agreed. After breakfast, Tang Qing sent the recommended customer information for this month to Do Jiao. After Do Jiao and the others finished it, she sent a text message and transferred the money by herself. The contract signed by Tang Qing was already ready. For the company, although the amount column is empty, he explained the loan upper limit and term range. In line with the principle of being able to borrow more, Tang Qing repeatedly urged Do Jiao to let her try to fudge the recommended customers of the month and the maximum limit for lending him, but not exceeding, that is, monthly foreign loans. 70% of the amount. This month is 1.4 million. As for the other party, it doesn't matter if he still can afford it. Anyway, if it doesn't exceed 70%, it won't affect the validity of the contract and monthly assessment. At the same time, he also told Do Jiao to call all his previous clients except Yin Guangding and Li Jianguo to send warm years before, to see if they or their reliable friends have any borrowing needs. After all, the remaining at least 600,000 have not yet been settled. Regarding this kind of pimping task, Do Jiao said that she must enter him next time we meet. Tang Qing, with thick skin, expressed no pressure on this. Others are busy making money, but I am worried about how to send money and spend money. Why not send or go out? And there is no place to spend. Tang Qing always wants to cry, but not tears when he thinks of this place. Feel what a mess this is. After hanging up Do Jiao's phone, Tang Qing went to Lin Jiashua's house and planned to accompany her to buy some gifts to bring home. There were a lot of things at the end of the year. Fortunately, Do Jiao shared the loan business. Otherwise, she would be messed up again. After half an hour, Tang Qing took Lin Jiashue's little hand and walked on the busy street. At this time, the street was already filled with a festive atmosphere, with banners for discounts and promotions by merchants, and groups of pedestrians buying New Year's goods. Looking at the discount information of those merchants, Tang Qing suddenly moved. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Jiashue, who was familiar with him, said, Tang, you are not allowed to buy anything for me today. Tang Qing smiled bitterly and said, I haven't said anything yet. I don't know you yet. There are no middle-aged men's clothes sold here. Your eyes are shining. Lin Jiashue said with a white look. Hee, I really know my wife, but those clothes are really cheap and they are discounted. Tang Qing continued to tempt. He knew that Lin Jiashue was very sensitive to discounts, and she liked to go to wholesalers when she didn't have much money. They buy cheap clothes there, and they are pretty good at bargaining, which is a model of a good wife and a good mother. You are not allowed to buy. I have enough clothes. You bought my clothes and hair accessories for a few years before. You are not allowed to buy me clothes for the new year, and you are not allowed to waste money. Lin Jiashue said firmly, before Tang Qing bought her for her. There are a lot of things in. Even if he is very interested in the word discount, he will not allow Tang Qing to spend any more money. Okay, then let's buy the head office next year. Tang Qing laughed. Now the daily arbitrage income of tens of millions of yuan makes him really have no idea about money. Later generations heard those rich men say money is just a number and feels compelling, but now he really knows it firsthand. But other people wake up every day thinking about how to repay the bank's tens of millions of principal and interest, while he is thinking about how to spend the money. Lin Jiashue nodded. So Tang Qing spent the morning shopping with Lin Jiashue. Lin Jiashue used her pocket money to buy something not expensive for Tang Qing's parents and her grandparents. Naturally, Tang Qing would not pretend to be an uncle at this time. I have to buy tens of thousands of gifts for each person, but I just bought some slightly more expensive ones. As for the afternoon, Tang Qing shamefully played a kiss game with Lin Jiashue, watching Dragon Ba Bu. February 4th, 2005. Friday. Today is the last meeting of Shengtang Apparel this year, and the luxurious meeting room on the third floor was set up yesterday. 10 o'clock in the morning. Sun Chao took Tang Qing to the company. At this time, the long conference table is full of people, more than last time, because the two departments of marketing and design have added a deputy manager. Naturally, as the director of the garment factory and several deputy directors, I also attended this meeting. Fortunately, the conference table is big enough, and you can sit down if you squeeze it. Standing at the door of the conference room, Tang Qing did not open the door directly, but frowned, because he suddenly felt that something was missing, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Looking at the closed door in front of me. 10 seconds later, Tang Qing finally remembered. He lacks a secretary who opens the door. Tang Qing felt amused when he thought of this. It seemed that he had seen too many silly jokes in his previous life. Everywhere the overbearing president went, someone would open the door. He was really a wicked capitalist and an evil inertia. Tang Qing shook his head and shook off these boring thoughts, opened the door, and walked in. Inside, the joking stopped suddenly, and everyone sat up in danger. Only Qi Yin and the former beautiful deputy manager smiled at Tang Qing, the new deputy manager. She is also a beautiful woman, but she is not familiar with Tang Qing. Her face is serious, and her beautiful eyes are looking at the young and excessive chairman curiously. Tang Qing sat down calmly and glanced at the main seat, and said to Yang Kai beside him, Manager Yang, are everyone here? Miss Tang, all are here. Yang Kai nodded and said, Well, today is the last meeting of this year, and tomorrow will be a holiday. First of all, I wish you a good year. Although there is no business this year, the profit of e-commerce is not good, but this cannot obliterate your efforts, Mr. Yang. Today, after all the salaries are paid, how much money is left in the company's account? Tang Qing turned around and asked. There are still 1.3 million. Yang Kai didn't want to blurt it out, obviously because he knew the company's accounts very well. Tang Qing nodded as soon as he heard it, and thought for a while and said, So, I haven't talked about year-end awards before, and you haven't made a plan. I know you are embarrassed because there is no business this year, but I can't care less. So, Mr. Yang, your year-end bonus will be set at 50,000. The deputy general level and director Lu's year-end bonus are 20,000. The company manager and deputy director are both 10,000, and the company's deputy manager and the head of the department of the factory are each 6,000. I will not evaluate the other employees of Shengtang who do more and less. That's something you need to consider at the end of next year. This time, they will be treated equally and each will give out 3,000 year-end awards so that everyone will have a good year. Mr. Tang, the company's account may not be less than 500,000 in this calculation. Yang Kai frowned. Tang Qing said before that he would inject capital, but he did not specify the number. The next year, 500,000 would obviously not be enough to operate. The department managers and deputy managers below were all in high spirits, but as the general manager of the company, he was half the helm. I don't want any problems with the Shengtang ship. Questioning Yang Kai, Tang Qing was very pleased. This is the difference between workers and managers. Managers will care about whether the boat will capsize or not. Those who work will only care about their swimming laps and kayaks. From the manager of each department below, with Yang Kai and Shi Yin, the managers at the general manager level can tell the clues about who really considers the company. However, Tang Qing didn't think what other people were doing. CC under heaven often did it for a good word, and there was nothing wrong with it. Haha, don't worry, Mr. Yang. I'm ready for 30 million yuan. I can give it to the company at any time after the year. I will give you a bottom line. I will inject another 30 million to 100 million yuan in the middle of next year. The amount of capital injection depends on whether you can make reasonable use of the 30 million yuan. Tang Qing said with a smile, and then released a large satellite. Now there is too much money, and deposit funds have already been generated in the account this morning. It will increase by more than 10 million per day, and he has to speed up and increase the capital injection limit of the Tang dynasty. But it will not be too much, otherwise the Tang dynasty may be crushed to death. Ms. Tang, is it true? There is really 100 million. Yang Kai on the side said in shock. Tang Qing just invested 30 million. A few months later, he can invest up to hundreds of millions of dollars. This is a rich second generation. And at the same time full of expectations for the future, there is such a good money owner. Why can't you be a brand? The others also looked at Tang Qing with bright eyes, waiting for his answer. Especially Do Jiao. Don't forget that she still has 5% of the company's non-dilutable shares within 3 years. The capital injection of 30 million this time means that the net worth is directly over 2 million. Then another 100 million capital injection will be her share. In an instant, it exceeded 6 million, which was more valuable than the factory before her family. When she thought of this, Qi Yin also looked at Tang Qing with excitement. She was really right. With the expression below, Tang Qing enjoyed the pleasure of acting with satisfaction and laughed. What do you cheat? If you are not afraid that you will not be able to control it, the company still needs to run in and inject 100 million yuan after the year. It's not a problem either. So, I hope you can show me your ability to spend money, and I don't want the hidden dangers behind the crazy expansion. If I am satisfied with the first phase of funds, there is even more than one upper limit for the second phase. Billion. If the second phase is satisfactory to me, the third phase may be more than you think. The people below were immediately ignited by Tang Qing's bold words. What did they hear? First, it now appears that my boss has at least 100 million or more funds in his account. Second, Tang Qing was satisfied with the 30 million spent, and even more than 100 million was invested in the second phase. The most important thing is that there is no upper limit for the third phase of funds. What is the concept? 200 million, 300 million. Still more. They couldn't imagine it for a while, but one thing was certain. The first 30 million yuan must be spent beautifully and spent to make Tang Qing satisfied. The company will not be short of money in the future. When the company becomes bigger and stronger, their income will rise. Seeing that the people below were suppressed, Tang Qing smiled again. Well, everyone, what I said just now is true. As long as you can show me the value of the money, money is not a problem. But Mr. Yang, why are you frowning? Shouldn't you be happy? Yang Kai smiled bitterly when he heard this. Mr. Tang, as soon as this news comes out, who can have a good year? I guess everyone is thinking about work during the new year. Don't talk about the manager below. He is already in my mind. I planned how these hundreds of millions of funds were spent, and I couldn't stop it at all. I couldn't drive them away. 1 billion really knocked them out. Haha. What to worry about? As long as you follow the company's previous plan, it is not difficult to complete the goal. Tang Qing laughed. Of course, the company's year-end summary meeting cannot be done by Tang Qing alone. He just threw a stuffed pie to everyone, with the purpose of stimulating their enthusiasm for work in the coming year and giving themselves money. Find a place to spend. From then on, from the general manager Yang Kai, he slowly summarized his work last year, and then elaborated on his future work. Tang Qing would also ask some questions from time to time, although these things are in their weekly report. There are many in the monthly reports, many of which are full of tens of thousands of words. Various index statements also seem to be very scientific and rigorous, but Tang Qing needs to know whether these people really know what they are writing, not those dry words. So this year-end summary meeting lasted for more than 2 hours. In the end, due to the change in the scale of Tang Qing's capital injection, everyone made minor changes and discussions on some plans, but there were no major changes. After all, there will be only 30 million funds after the year. The original plan was also done according to this. Tang Qing left at noon because of another meal, and the exciting news that Tang Qing threw out just now spread throughout the company after he left, causing a huge sensation, and the enthusiasm for each job was unprecedentedly high, and he wanted to work overtime to finish the year. Of course, the above is only for Tang Qing, who is willing to work overtime during the new year unless he gets his brains or he is the boss. At dusk, in addition to the summary meeting today, Shengtang has another important thing, and that is the company's annual meeting. Due to Tang Qing's order, Shengtang Company had booked the location as early as half a month ago. It is a super large banquet hall. It was originally used for luxurious wedding banquets, so the area is quite large, accommodating the company's 300 people. There is no problem with the caller, and naturally, the cost is also high. Jingyuan Hotel is a 3-star hotel in Qingyan City. It is 15 stories high. It is naturally incomparable to Lugan's hotel, but this wedding hall is definitely the largest in Qingyan City. There is no one. Of course, it's open air. Except, as the boss, Tang Qing didn't need to go so early, but it's okay anyway. It's okay to go to chat. 6 p.m. Tang Qing and Sun Chao came to Jingyuan Hotel. Hello, Mr. Tang. Hello, Mr. Tang. Well, hello. No one in the company knows Tang Qing yet. When he sees Tang Qing, he greets them one by one. Tang Qing naturally goes back one by one. Tang Qing is also very helpless. He really expects employees to ignore him. It is not arrogant, because according to his character, you respect me and I respect you. He has to smile back to others one by one. The more times he gets tired, he just got off the car from outside the hotel and encountered groups of employees. He said hello one by one, and even deliberately slowed down to let Tang Qing go first. Tang Qing's vanity was not satisfied at all, and he always felt that he was getting farther and farther away from the people. After Tang Qing left, President Tang is really too young. That is, I am young and rich. I really don't know which girl is so lucky. It would be nice if I was 10 years younger. Cut. You leaked your age. You still want to be able to eat grass. Xiao Nizi, see if I will tear your mouth. Come on. At this time, the company's management is sitting on the table closest to the stage, and other employees are also gradually arriving. Tang Qing came directly to Yang Kai's table. The table is very large. It is absolutely no problem to sit with about 20 people. But now only Yang Kai and Shi Yin and another vice president are sitting on it, and the other managers and vice managers are all paying back. He didn't come. I don't know if it was something or something. Tang Qing saw from a distance what they were discussing. Tang Qing directly sat down beside Qi Yin, while Sun Chao went to the table of the security department. Tang Qing didn't keep him. If Sun Chao was still nervous while sitting, there was no one to speak with him. Seeing Tang Qing came, the three also stopped discussing. Mr. Tang, Brother Tang, you are finally willing to come, but it's hard for my sister to wait. Naturally, this last sentence was said by Qi Yin, and she looked at him with the mysterious eyes with blue and black eyeshadows. Seeing that Qi Yin wanted to do some tricks on him again, Tang Qing rolled her eyes directly at her. Ignore it. Seeing Tang Qing sitting down, the vice president naturally got up and poured tea for Tang Qing. No way, he has the lowest position here. Yang Kai is the general manager. Although Qi Yin is also the vice president, she is also a shareholder of the company. That's it. But no one dares to look down upon this beautiful woman, not to mention the ability and shareholder status, thinking that Qi Yin was the interviewer for him and Yang Kai when she was interviewed. Who would dare to say that she was inferior to Yang Kai? Seeing Tang Qing ignored her, Qi Yin was not angry. Instead, she held her chin and looked at him with interest, thinking, our brother is so handsome when he rolls his eyes. President Tang, drink tea. Thank you, Mr. Yang. What were you discussing just now? Tang Qing took a sip from the teacup and asked. That's the case. We are discussing whether to start the shoe and bag business immediately in the coming year. Yang Kai said. Tang Qing asked, oh, shoes and bags. Do we already have a talent pool in this area? He knows that this business is included in the company's mid- and long-term plan, but this cannot be done overnight. Up to now, the Tang dynasty has only involved clothing. It seems that Yang Kai and others have seen their capital injection expanded, and they are ambitious. Get up, but that's good. An ambitious team is what he needs. Of course there is. Didn't we hire a new manager in the design department before? But my senior sister, an expert in women's shoes and bags. Although it cannot be listed in a short period of time, it's okay in the second phase of the plan? Qi Yin immediately jumped out to brush her presence. Well, you can figure it out. Anyway, as long as it is human clothing, you can find a way to get it for me. As for the brand classification plan after the year, we are discussing it. Tang Qing didn't ask anymore. He gave me such a thing. Money is fine, and I don't know what I do. I leave professional matters to professional people. Anyway, I will see that in the future, nothing will happen. Huh, smelly brother. I'll be the shopkeeper again. Qi Yin pouted. Tang, always. At this moment, a whistling voice came from behind Tang Qing. Tang Qing turned his head and saw that two beautiful deputy managers from the design department had arrived together. It looked like they were really dressed up. Two figures standing together, one white and one blue, looked pretty. Tang Qing nodded secretly, as expected. Designed, each has a unique vision. Even Tang Qing guessed that this body is tailor-made for them. At first, Su Dan, Qi Yan's beauty deputy, treated Tang Qing quite well, but when she got in touch with Tang Qing's good bully, she learned that Qi Yan's not big or young and often behaved like a cute girl. It was not interesting to Tang Qing, but it was funny to him, so Tang Qing ignored her directly. Sister Shun, come to me, brother Xiao Tang. This is the elder sister Shun from the higher and the self, the expert in shoes and bags. I dug up as soon as I returned to China. This time you have to thank me very much. Qi Yin pulled the new deputy manager of the design department to her side and sat down to ask for the credit. Although it was introduced in the previous meeting, only the name was introduced. Miss Tang is good, Shen Yin said generously. If it weren't for the similar reasons as Qi Yin and Qi Yan's kind invitation, how could she have come to this place where the salary is only 1/5 before, but domestic consumption is low? It can live well. Hello, Sister Shun. Welcome to join the Tang dynasty. Work hard. The company will not treat you badly. Tang Qing encouraged. He found that he said more and more smoothly. Miss Tang, what about me? Before Shun Yin spoke, Su Dan, who had been ignored before, leaned in and said softly, You're not new here, just go. Tang Qing said angrily. Then Su Dan stared at Qi Yin with big watery eyes poorly. So sad. Mr. Tang doesn't want me anymore. Mr. Yin, you have to call me the shots. Go, 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 don't seduce my brother. Qi Yin scolded with a smile. Humph, ignore you, Mr. Tang. Do you need a bed warmer? Su Dan turned his head and said to Tang Qing again, his voice and eyes full of temptation. Ahem, no need. Tang Qing, who was drinking tea, was almost choked, thinking that you really dare to say anything. Do you need a maid who beats her shoulders and squeezes her legs? My skills are good. Su Dan winked and said, every time she saw Tang Qing being so fun, she couldn't stop wanting to molest her a bit. Xiao Nizi, be normal, so many leaders are here. Seeing that Tang Qing was almost overwhelmed, Qi Yin hurried out to save the field and laughed. Haha, we didn't see anything. Yang Kai laughed loudly. Every time he saw Tang Qing being molested by these women, he really felt that Tang Qing was just a child, especially Tang Qing. He is rich and still at the age of spring heartbeat, and he can restrain his desires and not go crazy, which makes him extremely agree with Tang Qing. The other vice president just smiled and didn't interrupt. Tang Qing covered his face and said nothing. Time passed in ridicule. At 7:30, the people were almost there, and the annual meeting of the Tang dynasty officially began. Yang Kai went straight up and became the MC. He welcomed him as usual. He also explained the company's growth process and plans for the coming year. Especially in the middle of next year, the capital injection may amount to hundreds of millions of dollars, which caused the employees to shout. A capital injection of hundreds of millions in the past is rare. With such a wealthy boss, there is no need to worry about making money in the future, so each one is full of expectations for the future of the company. At last, the following will invite President Tang to speak a few words on stage. Welcome. Yang Kai raised the microphone and applauded first. Papa, papa, papa. The employees underneath are naturally very generous. Although it feels very bureaucratic and formalistic, Tang Qing is relieved when he thinks that the whole world has this kind of culture and that the conferences of national leaders are not all this kind of process. Before, he applauded and felt that it was bureaucratic. Now that he is applauded, his thinking has changed so fast, he can't help but sigh secretly that the words that decides his head are really good words. Naturally, Tang Qing knew that there was such a project, so he got up and walked up confidently and took the microphone in Yang Kai's hand. Turning to see hundreds of eyes staring at him below, Tang Qing, who is familiar with the road, is not stage fright at all. Ahem. Hello everyone. Welcome everyone to join the big family of Shangtang. To be honest, I'm actually a little scared standing here. During the establishment of the company, Mr. Yang and Mr. Qi have always been in charge of the company. Except for the money, I have not done much. This is where I am worried and uneasy. Of course, I said this and said that I will use more energy in the company in the future. After all, my company is more than this one, and it will be more and more in the future. The more I have, the more my energy is limited. However, although I cannot work with everyone and fight together, I will be the most solid guarantee for everyone. As long as you work hard, I will not let this company go bankrupt, just because there is enough money to make the company go global. This is the only guarantee I can guarantee. Tang Qing said out loud for the last time. Naturally, the following speech by Tang Qing's unreasonable card was said to be miserable. Tang Qing's meaning is very simple. I have money and you can do it for me. As for I heard that Tang Qing has other companies. They were not surprised at all. The super local tyrant who can easily throw out hundreds of millions of dollars in front of them is normal in other industries. Seeing that everyone was squeezed, Tang Qing smiled and said, "Okay, I won't be too nonsense. Let's enjoy the performance of my sisters." Tang Qing didn't talk nonsense and walked down with the microphone, naturally and enthusiastically applauding. Because the company's girls have a strong desire to perform, when the company's annual meeting registered for the show, it was almost contracted by the design department. So each department took a look at how this works. If there is no program in their own department, what would their leaders think? The final result of the negotiation is that a department has at least one program, and after the final various deletions, the big head is still packaged by the design department. Tang Qing also got a notice, and he had to perform one too. Finally, he thought about it. We couldn't get into your set, so he decided to fight the military physical boxing again. In the end, Qi Yan, who couldn't be stunned, rolled her eyes and asked him to fight shirtlessly. Shirtless fight military physical boxing? After listening to Tang Qing's face, there was a black line and helpless. He wasn't afraid of embarrassment, but afraid of causing a sensation. His body after the Yuan Qi transformation is absolutely perfect, and sometimes he gets handsome when he looks in the mirror. But seeing Qi Yan's face with a weird smile. At that time, Tang Qing's heart was stunned, afraid of a bird. Seeing that I won't be bright this time, your eyes will be blinded. The first show was a group dance of girls from the design department. Tang Qing was not surprised by this. Based on the experience of being watched on the second floor last time, this group of ants is definitely not a peaceful master. It's just that, one by one, it's not a continuous performance. After all, everyone has to eat, but a performance every 4 minutes. Compared with the performance of the design department, the performance of other administrative and sales departments is a bit different. But it was originally 2 Yile, and there is no need to distinguish between them, but after the end, there is still a program award ranking. The following is the most mysterious link today, and it is also today's midfield finale. Do you want to know what it is? Chi Yin acted as the MC and smiled mysteriously with the microphone. Seeing Chi Yin personally holding up the field and winking at him, Tang Qing couldn't laugh or cry. Why did he always meet such a playful sister after rebirth? Chi Yin is like this. Do Jiao is like this. Even before the same goes for Su Dan, the most terrifying group of people in the design department who dare to say anything. Is it because he is too handsome? It must be. Tang Qing can't help but think proudly. Of course, he knows the real reason. The main reason is that he has no heirs, is easygoing, and his young age makes them feel like a brother next door. In the end, he is a little handsome, but he didn't want to change the status quo to be bossy. He is not interested in taking the road of domineering president, because his future path is lonely, and he thinks it is really good to have such a group of people by his side. Miss you. The people below roared very cooperatively, and their voices were still long and long, especially the male employees, who roared the most fiercely. There is no way. Now the company is in decline, most of the girls are in the design department, and the proportion of beautiful women it's not too small, and Chi Yin is the boss of the design department, and she is also a rare and unique beauty. The young guys who have some ideas naturally want to give face. Chi Yin laughed after listening to Yin Yin. Haha. Okay, let's ask Mr. Tang to perform a warm-blood martial arts boxing below. As soon as the voice fell, many faces froze underneath. Military boxing? What the is this? What's so good about this? Nothing will change even if you add blood. But regardless of him, it would be nice to see this young and handsome chairman perform. What else can I expect? Seeing that the reaction below was not strong, Chi Yin smiled mysteriously. Hee, there is really nothing to watch in the military sports boxing. But what if Mr. Tang performs shirtlessly? What? Shirtless? The people below suddenly became interested. The military sports boxing is not much to look at, but shirtless is a bit interesting. Although Tang Qing's small arms and legs have a good-looking face, he can see that the boss is not wearing clothes. The appearance of Tang Qing is rare. Many people with a bit of muscle have already slandered Tang Qing as having a soft figure. She can't help but straighten her chest, thinking that we are the men. It's just that the attention of the girls is in Tang Qing's place, and no one pays attention to them at all. As for the people watching the excitement, it doesn't matter so much. For a while, the scene became noisy, and many people whistled, and the scene was out of control for a while. Chief Tang is mighty. Joining in the fun said, I really want to see Mr. Tang's figure. It looks good from the outside, said a pretty nymph. That was supported by his height and skeleton. When Mr. Tang is so rich, he is a man with no power to restrain his hands. The meat must be loose. The jealous male colleague said with a curl of his mouth. Go, don't talk about our Tang Tang. The flower idiot suddenly stopped doing it. Tang Tang? What is this name? And when will it become your family? The male colleague pouted. Just now when Tang Tang gave a speech to show off his wealth. There was a lot of discussion for a while. Of course, most of the male employees just wanted to see a joke, especially the group of people in the security department who were ready to watch a fun expression. As for the female employees, they were full of curiosity, but they were not optimistic about Tang Qing's figure is just fun. Only Sun Chao's mouth showed a sneer in the audience. Questioned Tang Qing's figure? Joke. He had seen Tang Qing's muscles. When he was fighting with Han Lung before, everyone was shirtless when he was fighting. Tang Qing's figure made him envious. Although Tang Qing did not have Han, the muscles are high and bulging like cold, but at this level of symmetry and perfection, it looks like a work of art. The overall visual effect is matched with the height and handsome face. In Sun Chao's opinion, it absolutely rejects a dozen of those muscular men. Street. If you become a model, you will definitely be the one with the highest value. So Sun Chao held his hands and prepared to see a joke. Seeing this, Tang Qing shook her head and smiled bitterly and walked up. Of course, Chi Yin didn't want Tang Qing to be embarrassed. Although she hadn't seen Tang Qing's figure, she wore short sleeves when she ate together for the first time. Look closely, but the abdomen is definitely not that soft and fat. So this time I just want to tease Tang Qing and have fun during the Chinese New Year. Looking at the following pairs of expected eyes, Tang Qing feels that fortunately, it is not a 4G network for later generations. Now there is no 3G, and it is still in the 2G era. The pixels of the mobile phone are also low and pitiful, otherwise he will not face a pair of eyes. Now, itself phones and cameras one by one. However, this annual meeting also has a special camera. As the company's first annual meeting, it is natural to record it. Tang Qing doesn't know if he will look like a brain dead in a few years' time. Thinking of this, Tang Qing couldn't help but laugh. Here we go. Tang Qing took off his jacket and handed it to Qi Yan, who was wearing only a long sleeve underneath. Seeing Qi Yan smile on the side, Tang Qing curled his lips. Let's see if we shock the audience. Instead of grabbing the corners of his clothes and pushing them up as usual, he grabbed the collars and slowly pulled them up in order to create an effect. Slowly, Tang Qing's lower abdomen was exposed. Don't forget that there are also camera and projection equipment here. Tang Qing's figure was directly magnified on the screen behind him. When Tang Qing's bottom mermaid line slowly displayed on the big screen, the people below were dumbfounded for a while. What did I see? The mermaid line. Oh, and the abs, wow. I can't stand it anymore. A flower lut. This, how is it possible? The male employees who were slapped in the face. Mr. Tang's skin is so white. I really want to touch it. A certain muscle control. Me too. Poisoned. What to do? I'm going to dump my boyfriend who only has one abdominal muscle. The flower. Next to me. Pull you down. You are willing. You don't mean he is angry. The companion on the side said. Smelly girl, why are you saying everything? The idiot hurriedly covered her companion's mouth. This is not over yet. When Tang Qing took off the entire top, the following was even more trouble. This is comparable to the shapely figure of a male model with the handsome face and the powerful financial resources behind it, just like a self-increasing halo. A group of women looked at Tang Qing's eyes were full of stars, which looked like a god. The male employees are jealous. Most of them don't dare to look at Tang Qing anymore. They really feel the meaning of the saying that people are more deadly than others, and they begin to question life again. They are young and more golden, sunny and handsome. The figure is good enough to burst, whether the temper is good. Is this really human? Qi Yan on the side was also fascinated by it, just like a man would be fascinated by a woman with a good body. Many women don't understand what is good. Isn't it just a few pieces of meat? And women are also fascinated by men's perfect bodies. Brother Tang, how did you practice? Qi Yan directly touched Tang Qing's abdominal muscles with her hand, pressed it gently, and felt the amazing explosive elasticity inside. This feeling was simply beyond expression. Tang Qing was itchy by Qi Yan's touching, stepped back, holding his chest. Sister Yan, what are you doing, itchy? At this time, all the female employees below, regardless of age, looked at Tang Qing with bright eyes. Because they were so good-looking, they all had a common idea. I really want to go up and touch them. Some lesbians who have strong brain tonic ability and muscle control have already begun to tremble. Nothing. Then let's ask Mr. Tang to perform first. Qi Yan said with a blushing heart after she recovered, and she also realized that she was a little idiot just now. After speaking, he turned and walked on, ready to go down and feel it, and said in his heart, so white, so tender, and the hand feels really good. Tang Qing also cleared up his mood and took a deep breath. Facing the employees below, he closed his eyes for 10 seconds and recalled the already familiar June Tiquan. He didn't open his eyes, just like that. Lunge punches, throat bullet kick, strike horizontally, pull the hook inside. According to his own understanding, Tang Qing punched a set of irregular military physical boxing. The speed was fast and slow, but they all had one common feature. That is, they were vigorous and powerful, and their moves were open and closed, so that even those who didn't understand could also be able to do so. Clearly see the significant changes in each movement. None of the people underneath spoke. They all watched the art-like performance quietly, and even the waiters who served the dishes stopped and looked at it earnestly. They didn't dare to make any noise at all, for fear that it would disturb Tang Qing. Of course, the natural source of energy in it, under the control of the mind, the entire source of energy radiated the qi of Xiao Xiao in Tang Qing's heart. A group of people naturally did not have any resistance and unconsciously took Tang Qing. Be the center. There are not many martial arts boxing, and Tang Qing is not a one-by-one style of play, and he is quickly finished once again. After finishing the last move, Tang Qing made a self-made call and exhaled. Slowly opening his eyes, Tang Qing smiled. This laugh made the employees come back to their senses. I don't know who is taking the lead in applauding, and the applause suddenly and uninterrupted. But things are not over yet. Miss Tang, do it again. A voice that didn't know where it came from. And then it was out of control. Mr. Tang, do it again. Mr. Tang, come again. In the face of the surging public opinion, Tang Qing was not angry either. At the annual meeting, how could it be possible that he couldn't afford to coax? It would be a big deal, but Qian obviously couldn't let him go. We won't let President Tang perform military sports this time. How about letting President Tang sing a song for us? Qian said with a microphone below. The people below sounded even more exciting. Mr. Tang, sing. 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 This time, Tang Qing didn't panic either. He just sang. Although he still only has a few songs, he can't be stage fright. What kind of song should I sing? Tang Qing was lost in thought. Yes. Tang Qing suddenly remembered that he had a song to sing at this time. It should be no problem. Half of the songs he knows have not come out yet, and some dare not sing it. With plans, Tang Qing asked the hotel sound engineer on the side to say his request. Obviously, they also have this song here. Seeing Tang Qing walking back to the stage to sing, the downside also fell silent. The music started. Some people have heard this song, but most people have not, because this is an episode of The Legend of Sword and Fairy that has only been broadcast in the mainland for more than a week. Tang Qing took the microphone, took a deep breath, and sang. Time is rare to be silent. Autumn wind is tired of wandering. The sunset depends on not walking, hanging on the wall, reluctant to bear me. The words in the ears of people in the past have flowed eastward in harmony with the tide. Looking back on the past, it will fall one by one with the maple leaves. Laughing exclamation is poor. Ancient madness and modern madness finally become empty. The knife is blunt and the blade is lacking, and the dream is broken. I've been watching my eyes through the red dust for so many years, I didn't see through. Self-deprecating and full of grievances, Ingjia and sorrow. At the end of the song, the person exudes a flower temple, white and red-faced dye. Can't feel the candle and lose weight with the sun's contenders. When the tears, dry blood flow in the eyes, and the white snow flies, it becomes empty. This is an episode of Xiaoyao Tan in The Legend of Sword and Fairy Eye. Once people have a sad past, they will easily sink into it when they hear this kind of deep resonance song. Tang Qing is no exception. Later, he was the legend of the sword and the fairy who only went to college. When he heard this episode, he was deeply fascinated, especially when he finally saw Li Xiaoyao in the play end up with a confidant who was dead. Thinking of this song, his tears couldn't stop at that time. Tang Qing is really singing this song. Every time he hears this song in his previous life, he will think of Lin Jiaxue's death of fragrance and jade, and later, fate is over with Wang Yan. Now he sings that kind of song again. Grief and helplessness rushed to my heart again, and Genesis Qi became uncontrollable and radiated this sorrow. Tang Qing's sorrow, loss, confusion, regret, and the passing of his lover. All kinds of emotions spread throughout the hall. It's like empathizing. Most of the girls have already burst into tears, and the male employees have moist eyes. When the tears and the blood flowed into the eyes, the white snow flew into the sky. The last line of lyrics was sung from Tang Qing's mouth. When the music stopped, everyone came out of the emotions just now, looking at the lonely figure on the stage and the dim eyes on the screen. In an instant, everyone below became Tang Qing's stubborn fans. Especially the women who looked at Tang Qing's eyes were full of enthusiasm. This time no one said to do it again. They don't know what Tang Qing went through at a young age, but the sadness doesn't seem to be fake. From the look in his eyes and expressions, they can tell that it's real pain. Maybe it's not the loss of a lover in the lyrics, but it's definitely not. It was not an ordinary broken-up relationship, so everyone felt guilty and regretted that Tang Qing recalled such an unhappy thing. Thank you, everyone. Eat and drink well tonight. Next year, let us create the glory of the Tang dynasty together. Tang Qing also controlled his emotions and took a deep breath and said with a smile. He was really extremely sad just now and was immersed in it. In the situation where the lover has gone, but seeing the encouraging expressions of the employees in front of him, he has returned to reality. Everything has been over, and he will no longer regret it. It's good to be born again. President Tang is strong. President Tang, we support you. Woo, I'm so touched, I really want to cry. You are already crying, but I wanted to hold Mr. Tang in my arms just now. Tang is always mine. As long as the company belongs to Mr. Tang, I won't change jobs for a day. Me too. Tang Qing, who had finished singing Xiao Yao Sai, returned to his seat. At this time, the management of Shengtang Apparel at the table looked at Tang Qing with different eyes, especially Yang Kai and Lu Dushing, who were relatively young. They were not teenagers, they only listened to songs. Listening to the melody is nice and catchy. Not to mention that they have seen everything in life, but also read countless people. They don't think that Tang Qing's emotional expression just now is a pretense, or that it is a performance with this song, but instead thinks that this song is matching Tang Qing. Feelings, these are completely two realms. Although Tang Qing's intonation is not very good, and in some places he can hear it out of tune, but these shortcomings are covered by his powerful infectiousness, and no one will care about those anymore. Small flaws, a song, how nice the singer's voice is not important. The most important thing is whether it can resonate with the listener. As long as a singer can resonate with the listener, then he is absolutely successful. Through this song, Tang Qing's image in their eyes became fuller unknowingly. Since Tang Qing came to the company only a handful of times, even if he came, he would only find Yang Kai and Qi Yan and many management contacts with Tang Qing. No more than one hand, and communication is not to mention, except for a few meetings, there is usually no chance at all. Therefore, in their previous minds, they only thought that Tang Qing was a rich and courageous second generation. They started this company on impulse or playfulness. Following such a person, they were naturally nervous and deeply afraid. This rich second generation got bored and sold the company. Even though Shengtang was sold or closed down and disbanded, they would just change their boss, but at their age and position, they need more than just work. There is also a sense of identity and belonging and a sense of accomplishment. However, today they suddenly discovered that Tang Qing still has such a side of singing and martial arts, and it is so dazzling, especially the song Happy Sigh that touched everyone to a mess. I feel that Tang Qing is much closer to them, and following a boss who is so flesh and affectionate, everyone's original anxiety has also been let go, and they have begun to feel a sense of belonging to the company. Tang Qing never thought that he sang a song and won everyone's approval, but even if he knew it, he wouldn't sing it again. This kind of thing would be fine once, and the feelings would be weakened when he got more like celebrities. They may even be moved to tears when singing a song the first few times, but they sing it over and over again. It really doesn't feel anymore. Ms. Tang, woo, you just sang so touching. I almost cried. You see, my makeup is spent. Tang Qing just sat down, and Su Dan first came over and said with a choked voice, still pointing emphatically. She pointed to the eyeshadow that she rubbed on her eyes, as if asking for credit. Tang Qing was speechless when he heard it. What is almost? You are already crying. Seeing that the women on the table basically have moist eyes, he realizes how infectious his performance just now is, if it is due to the influence of his original energy in the future. The scope has increased, and it is estimated that there will be tears in a concert. Okay, it's all my fault. You hurry up and touch up your makeup. If you cry, you will cry. You should wipe it with your hands. You deserve it. Tang Qing shook his head and smiled. I don't care. I blame you anyway. But I will forgive you when I let my sister touch your abdominal muscles. Su Dan said, breaking tears into a smile. In the next second, his expression seemed like this request made Tang Qingzhan how cheap is the same. The whole table immediately understood that this was Su Dan's real purpose, and couldn't help laughing. Tang Qing, the person involved, only twitched her mouth and ignored her at all, but he knew it was doomed to escape this time. Now, I must be determined by indecent later. When Tang Qing thought of this, he hurriedly caught a crab to suppress and startle. Seeing Tang Qing ignored her, Su Dan didn't take it seriously. Through several contacts, she has already figured out Tang Qing's temperament. As long as it is not a matter of principle, she will not be angry at all, especially when she sees Tang Qing being bullied and nibbling fiercely. Crab legs. Su Dan smiled happily. This chairman is so cute. Hee hee. That's the deal. Xin Yin, let's touch up our makeup first, and Sister Yin will also chant together. When we touch them together, I know that Sister Yin must not have had fun touching them just now. Su Dan finished pulling Shin Shun. Thinking about going to wash and touch up makeup, I didn't forget to call Qi Yin, by the way. Wait a moment, look at those girls. Qi Yin didn't get up, but smiled at the entrance of the hall. Everyone looked at the door. Good guys, a group of girls went out in groups, without thinking about the same purpose. Seeing that it was estimated that the bathrooms on several floors were not crowded enough, Shin Yin and Su Dan also returned to their seats. Brother Xiaotang, that's on you just now. Qi Yin on the side wiped her tears and stopped talking. She instinctively thought that Tang Qing had experienced any emotional damage before she could behave just now. Otherwise, it is impossible for ordinary people to sing to the point where they deceive everyone present. Most people sing for fun. At most, they pretended to be so deep and sad to match the mood of the song, but the fake is fake. Tang Qing's expression just now would never be a show. She wanted to know, but she couldn't speak, for fear of bringing back Tang Qing's sad past. Sister Yin, don't think too much, just unconsciously bring it into the lyrics. The facts of the fairy sword and the strange man is very touching. Where can I be emotional? Tang Qing naturally understands what Qi Yin is going to say. Of course, I didn't admit it, because it was a matter of the past life. So why tell it to people in this life? Really? Qi Yin asked suspiciously. She still didn't believe that Tang Qing was performing just now. If that was the case, Tang Qing's field control ability would be really powerful to be a singer, but she just thought about it. That's it, just Tang Qing's worth to become a singer? Isn't that funny? Although there are many hidden rich men with strong backgrounds in the show business circle, they are really passionate. Tang Qing, a character who can't even come to the company, counts on him to sing or sing every day. Acting on TV, that's a ghost. It's true. Well, let's not talk about it. I will wash my face and wipe my sweat. Tang Qing hurriedly got up and said. He doesn't want to entangle Qi Yin on this issue. And just now, he was engrossed in a set of martial arts punches, and there was inevitably a layer of fine sweat on his body. Of course, there was also the cold sweat that was scared by the female gangster Su Dan just now. At this time, Qi Yin also noticed that Tang Qing was still shirtless. Although the lobby was air-conditioned and there were a lot of people, not only was it not cold, it was even a little hot, but she still instinctively felt distressed, and at the same time secretly blamed herself. Qing should send his clothes up after performing the martial arts boxing. Well, go back quickly. I will be on the court later. You are not allowed to be absent. Qi Yin handed over the clothes and said, Yes, yes, how dare the younger brother be absent from Sister Yan's performance? Besides, he just washes his face instead of taking a bath. Tang Qing smiled bitterly. After speaking, Tang Qing picked up the clothes and turned and left, and also took an unused disposable napkin. Unsurprisingly, the sink at the entrance of the bathroom on the second floor was full, and Tang Qing could only go up. Well, there was no place on the third floor. A group of Ying and Yin Yin stood in order to avoid being indecent. He walked up 4 floors without even saying hello. Finally, there are no girls from their company on the 7th floor. When he came to the sink, Tang Qing dampened the disposable napkin, wiped it well, and washed his face. He wiped off the water on his body with a toilet paper towel and put on his clothes. Tang Qing looked in the mirror and snapped his fingers. Well, as handsome as ever. About to turn around and leave. Little Tang. A pleasantly surprised voice came from behind Tang Qing, and Tang Qing's brain had determined in less than a second who was the owner of the voice, Zhou Li. Tang Qing turned around and saw that there were 3 people here, 1 Zhou Li, 1 Yin Guangting, and 1 Yin Fei frowned when she saw Yin Fei and Tang Qing. Of course, Yin Fei also saw Tang Qing. Thinking of all the previous encounters, he instinctively stepped back and stood behind Yin Guangting, lowering his head and daring not to look directly at Tang Qing. No way, after the last incident, Yin Fei wanted to get more and more afraid. Finally, after his constant brain replenishment and the slight delusion of persecution, Tang Qing's figure is almost the same as that of a beast. The presence. Hello, Uncle Zhou. Hello, Uncle Yin. Who are you? Tang Qing greeted politely. As for Yin Fei, a person of extremely poor character, he has no interest in politeness. Although this is a bit impolite, it's here. At this point, he is considered a newcomer, already has arrogant capital, and naturally has no interest in pleasing everyone. Of course, Zhou Li on the side knew what was going on, But Yin Guangting didn't know. Zhou didn't dare to tell him. Yin Guangding only thought that it was the last time that Tang Qing was still worried about the high overdue penalty, but he didn't take it seriously. It's normal just to be a child to hold grudges. Didn't your Uncle Yin and I merge with the factory? It's still being handed over. Before the new year, I invited the management to have a meal together. Are you also eating on this floor? Zhou asked. No, I'm attending the company's annual meeting on the second floor. There are too many people at the entrance to the bathroom below. By the way, is Uncle Zhou going to be a shoe factory? Our company is just about to expand the footwear business. Then we can have cooperation. Tang Qing also remembered this on a whim. Little Tang's family opened a clothing company. Zhou questioned. He really didn't know what Tang Qing's family was doing before. Tang Qing hadn't told him, so he was too embarrassed to ask. But he can be sure that lending is definitely not the main business that can make money. With that little interest, people will really starve to death. Yes, the company is going to expand the footwear project next year. How about going to my place soon and introducing our general manager to you? Tang Qing smiled. Then dare to be kind, and I will toast a drink later. Zhou said with a smile, and there was a burst of joy in his heart. Tang Qing is really his lucky star, and good things happen every time he encounters it. It seems that this business cannot escape. Up. After solving the emergency, several people prepared to go back to get the wine, but they were stopped by Tang Qing. Uncle Zhou, no, there is too much wine below. That's okay. Lao Yin, we'll be back after we go to have a drink. They are all so familiar, and Zhou is not hypocritical with Tang Qing. Let's go together, Uncle Yin. Tang Qing said before Yin Guangting could speak. The main purpose of his invitation to Zhou was to thoroughly demonstrate his strength and to dispel Yin Fei's idea of harassing Zhang Jing. Otherwise, his company's annual meeting would not be suitable for Zhou to be an outsider. Tang Qing didn't know that Yin Fei was terribly frightened by the police call and Brother Hao. Otherwise, he wouldn't be redundant. Then, I will also go to join in the fun, and I want to see what kind of parents can train you to be such an excellent young man. Yin Guangting smiled. Although it is very surprised that Tang Qing took the initiative to invite him, a person who has no utility value, but he's not good enough to directly slap Tang Qing's face. After speaking, the three people and Tang Qing stepped into the elevator. Uncle Yin has passed the award. I am afraid I will disappoint you this time. My parents are not here because I started this company myself. Tang Qing said modestly. You started your own company? Zhou asked in surprise. He thought it was the company's annual meeting in Tang Qing's family. At the same time, he also wanted to get acquainted with Tang Qing's parents. Now it seems that he can only think about it. Too much. The boy in front of him gave him too much surprise. Yeah, we are here. The elevator quickly reached the second floor. Ding. As soon as the elevator door opened, Tang Qing took the lead to go out. At this time, there were still many Xingtang employees who had just put on makeup and went back one after another. All of them were still excitedly discussing Tang Qing's shocking performance just now. At this time, a daring beauty designer hurried over when he saw Tang Qing and said with a smile, Mr. Tang, what you just sang was really good, and the military punches are so handsome, but next time sing us a cheerful song. This is too sad. Tang Qing also recognized that this was one of his last surroundings. No wonder he was not afraid of him. At the same time, the appreciation and pity in the beautiful eyes made Tang Qing embarrassed. Then what? Haha, we must change it next time. Tang Qing said hurriedly. At this time, the beautiful employee also noticed Zhou who walked out of the elevator behind Tang Qing and stopped there. They were obviously Tang Qing's friends. She couldn't say anything anymore, and she was happy when she made a cute gesture of come on. Dee walked back to the previous team and was questioned by her group of companions. It is estimated that she would concoct several versions to circulate after a word with the male god of the whole company. Xiao Tang, she is an employee of your company? It's quite interesting. Zhou smiled. It's rare for an employee to come up to talk and directly comment. But when I think of Tang Qing's very young age, it's nothing. Shelf, but also quickly accepted. Yes, they are very good. Tang Qing nodded and smiled. Although he is always bullied by them, as long as he is not principled and not big or small, he will not be angry. On the contrary, he likes this kind of relationship between superiors and subordinates. It's good to be relaxed. Several people followed Tang Qing into the banquet room. Although Zhou Li had previously visited the second floor of Jinyuan Hotel in the future, they had also heard of the name of the largest indoor banquet room in Qingyan City. Originally, they only thought that Tang Qing's company was just a small company. It would be nice to have dozens of people. After all, Tang Qing was still in school and had no time to take care of the company. The livelihood of so many people was not a trifling matter. This time it must be, relying on the family's money to book here. But as soon as they entered the door and looked at the hundreds of people in the entire banquet hall, the three of them were dumbfounded. What is this situation? These are all employees of Tang Qing Company. Just kidding. It looks like there are hundreds of people in it. Did they go wrong? But the facts told them that they did not go wrong, because Jinyuan Hotel only has such a huge banquet hall on the second floor. Xiaotang this. They are all employees of your company. Zhou Li asked in shock. Of course he knew that he was asking like an idiot. Is this unclear? But he was really caught. The sight in front of me was frightening. There were more people in this factory than in my own factory. Even if you add Yin Guangding's factory now, the number of people is not much more than here. The most important thing is that the hundreds of people in front of me are not necessarily Tang. All the employees of the Qing Company. However, such a company that can be said to be huge to him turned out to belong to the young man in front of him. The parents have to spoil him to do this kind of thing. Yin Guangding and Yin Fei on the side were naturally not better there. Yin Guangding admired, and Yin Fei was even more terrified. If he could give the livelihood of hundreds of people to a high school student, the power and strength of this family would have to be how horrible it is, and only families or families worth hundreds of millions of dollars would dare to do this. Thinking of the 2 slaps that Tang Qing slapped on himself last time, Yin Fei now feels completely acceptable. A man in charge of the lives of hundreds of people or more did not punish him to death, but just slapped himself. This has given him a lot of face. What's so special? He left this city after a year, and when he thought that he would live in Tang Qing's sphere of influence in the future, Yin Fei felt a deep anxiety, especially when he thought that Zhang Jing might see Tang Qing often. One day when he said about his dark history, and Tang Qing happened to listen to it and start to fix himself, then he was miserable, and Yin Fei's face turned pale when he thought of it here. Yes, let's go. Let you get to know the general manager of our company and other people. Next year, the company will add shoes and bags. The so-called fertilizer does not flow into outsiders' fields. Tang Qing laughed. He was very satisfied with Yin Fei's reaction. As for the shock of the other two, he was completely disinterested. If it weren't for the shock of Yin Fei, he wouldn't play such boring tricks, pretending to be shameful without purpose. Great. Zhou Li and several people hurriedly followed. Seeing that most of the people around are girls, Zhou Li and Yin Guangding are also dazzled. They are designing themselves. Naturally, these girls will not lack good-looking clothes that suit them, even if they can't afford too expensive luxury goods. DIY will also get a set for himself, and it will be full of flowers for a time. It is really good-looking. In contrast, the suits of male employees in other departments that looked deadly ugly to the girls formed a sharp contrast. If the group of male employees knew that their carefully purchased expensive suit seemed to be the same to the opposite side, I wonder if they would want to smash their heads to death. Although Yin Fei was also passionate about watching, he did not dare to look too blatantly. After all, he was on other people's territory. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that he deserves to be a rich or young, and the level of contact is different. Compared with the female employees in the factory who wear uniforms, the women here definitely dump them more than a dozen streets in terms of femininity. At the same time, Yin Fei also had a deep sense of inferiority in his heart. Tang Qing brought a few people to Yang Kai's table. At this time, Qi Yin and the others had already put on their makeup. Seeing Tang Qing bringing people here, everyone was naturally amazed and surprised. A sharp-eyed deputy manager hurriedly gave a few of them. The leader poured the wine, just when Tang Qing was about to introduce. Uncle Zhou. Qi Yin looked at Zhou Li behind Tang Qing and said in surprise, Sister Yin, do you know? Tang Qing on the side asked in surprise, another silly dialogue that had to be asked, but as soon as he finished speaking, he remembered that Zhou Li's shoe factory was away from Qi Yan's house. The factory is very close, not a few minutes away. It is not too strange to want to meet. Yes, Uncle Zhou's factory used to be next to our factory, but later moved to the current place. How did you meet? Qi Yin said happily. In middle school, because they were close to each other and not in competition, the two naturally communicated closely. She often went to the shoe factory to play. Jolie often gave her shoes, so she was very familiar with it, but she rarely saw it after college. Seeing it, it was naturally very kind. Well, I know the same as I know you. Since I know it, it will be easy to handle. I just met Mr. Zhou and thought that the company will have a shoe bag business in the next year, so I prepared to introduce it to facilitate future cooperation. Tang Qing laughed. In front of subordinates, or introduce business, naturally cannot shout too cordially. Brother Tang, you are really looking for the right person. Uncle Zhou is a well-known real person. Qi Yin praised. She also immediately remembered Tang Qing and this loan business, and she did it to Tang Qing before. This kind of thing will inevitably have a knot in my heart, but I am very grateful to see that the object of this help turned out to be Zhou Li. Sometimes people's positions change so quickly. Xiaoyan's niece has passed the award. It's just a duty. Zhou Li smiled. Since it is all acquaintances, it is easy to handle. I heard that Qi Yin is doing design before, but now it seems that he is in charge of the design department of Tang Qing Company. That's okay. It's easy to get acquainted. Mr. Zhou, let me introduce to you. This is our company's general manager, Yang Kai, and Mr. Yang's ability is nothing to say. I'm a hands-off shopkeeper. You know, I basically don't care about company affairs. We will have some cooperation in the future, Mr. Yang. This is Mr. Zhou, the owner of the shoe factory near our factory, and an old acquaintance of mine. In the future, if we have the same business conditions, we can give priority to their shoe factory. Tang Qing introduced Dao. Naturally, he couldn't just leave it to their factory to do it directly. It would be a brain injury, and it would also embarrass Yang Kai. Mr. Yang, I would like to take care of you in the future. Zhou Li took the initiative to lower his posture and extend his hand. Although he has the meaning of the emperor's relatives, he is not stupid. The county magistrate is not as good as being in charge. As the direct leader to deal with in the future, he naturally does not dare to neglect. Let's take what we need. Yang Kai and Zhou Li shook hands and said with a smile. Next, naturally, I introduced some people above the managers of other companies, but no one toasted a glass. But at the end, everyone touched a glass together. Tang Qing still shamefully drank the fruit beer. Zhou Li also knew that he was not suitable to stay here for a long time. If next year's Tang Dynasty annual meeting, it would not be wrong to participate as a partner. Now he does not have this status. People are still very interesting, although he knows Qi Yin and Tang Qing. However, those who don't know will be the ones who will deal most in the future, so let's withdraw first, and then slowly establish the relationship. So Zhou Li and Yin Guangting left after all the toasts, but they weren't an excuse. They really had something upstairs. After all, there were so many people waiting for them. After Zhou Li left, Qi Yan's performance began. What surprised Tang Qing was that Qi Yan's show turned out to be playing the ocarina. Well, she is really a versatile woman. Just when Tang Qing wondered what Qi Yan was going to blow, a burst of familiar music sounded. Tang Qing was surprised when he heard it. He didn't expect Qi Yan to play this song again. It's not how difficult it is, but it's really classic. In my previous life, I have always had a high-quality audio file of this song on my computer. No way. This is also an addictive tune. Although there is no word in the whole article, the artistic conception in the melody really comes to my ears. This is the original scenery of Hometown that has appeared in many classic works. Whenever he heard this song, Tang Qing would think of his hometown and the people in his hometown, and then play in a loop until dawn. After 4.5 minutes, the ocarina stopped. There was a long-lasting applause from below. This song is also very suitable at this time. It evokes people's longing for their hometown. Tomorrow, they can go home. Many employees from other provinces are just like just now. Like the female employee who heard Tang Qing singing. The makeup was spent again, but they think it's worth it. Thank you, everyone. I hope you will go home and spend time with your family and visit your hometown. In the coming year, I hope you will work hard, thank you. Qi Yin held the microphone with tears in her eyes. The same person with different things when she hears different things. She just thinks of the dumplings made by her grandma and grandfather in her hometown and the caring past. Now things are different, and the two old men have passed away. This nostalgia, she couldn't feel it anymore. She almost couldn't cry at the halfway point just now, but she held it back. As soon as Qi Yan's voice fell, the applause from below increased. Tang Qing below also had tears in his eyes. He picked up the slingshot his grandfather made for himself and brought himself to buy candied haws. Every morning his grandma asked him to get up to go to school. Far away, it can only exist in memory. Tang Qing really wants to cry. This may be the price of growth, but the price is really sad. Just like love, family affection is also a pain that goes deep into the soul and travels through time. Seeing Qi Yin come down, Tang Qing hurriedly got up and handed a tissue. Qi Yin looked at Tang Qing with red eyes and couldn't help laughing, but the laughter shook the tears in her eyes. Seeing Qi Yin laughing and crying, Tang Qing also laughed. Neither of them spoke. Everyone is moved by the same song. Regardless of the reason, they are all friends. In order to ease everyone's emotions, the following programs are naturally more cheerful, and some people even sang the nursery rhyme, Catch the Loach, which amused everyone. Of course, the thing that most girls love to see is that Tang Qing was ashamed by several girls in turn. So the first annual meeting of the Tang dynasty ended in surprise and joy. It will be officially closed tomorrow. On the morning of February 6th, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue embarked on a journey home. Sitting in the back seat, holding Lin Jiaxue's soft little hand tightly next to him, and looking at the scenery passing by the window, Tang Qing also felt a sense of closeness to nostalgia, which he had not had in more than 10 years. Lin Jiaxue on the side seemed to have felt Tang Qing's strong longing, lightly leaned on his shoulder, and held Tang Qing's hand instead, silently. Shi and Wang Yin are completely different types. Lin Jiaxue's mouth is not so good at speaking, and she likes to express her feelings with actions. Wang Yin said something, generous and cheerful, but after clarifying the relationship. It was also the first time for Sun Chao to see Lin Jiaxue. Before that, he was still feeling about what kind of woman can be worthy of a perfect man like Tang Qing, and what kind of woman can hold Tang Qing's heart. Well-educated, wealthy daughters and the like. But from the first sight of Lin Jiaxue and her look at Tang Qing, these conditions were all left behind by him. This is the strongest thing that can melt all men. The look in Bulwark's eyes. The so-called hero is sad for beauty. He knew at the time that Tang Qing would never give up the woman in front of him in his entire life. It didn't take long for the car to enter the provincial road. That's why the shuttle bus took 4 hours to reach their county. It's because there is no expressway in their county, and coupled with the Spring Festival holiday, the provincial road is not spacious. It's called a jam. There are all kinds of cars. If an accident occurs, the delay will be even more uncertain. Later, when the highway was completed in 2008, the private car from Qingyan City to the county seat arrived in about 1.40 minutes. This is still more than an hour after the bus may be crowded during the Chinese New Year. Only at this time will people feel that the country's infrastructure is far from enough. Without transportation, economic development is just empty talk. He would rather build more toll roads for later generations than block the roads. The most disgusting thing in the world is not. That thing is so expensive and unreasonable, but it's so special that even if you have money, you can't find a place to buy it. Time is such a thing. The more experienced people will understand one thing. That is the greatest thing in life. The cost is time. There is no one. Therefore, Tang Qing is a firm supporter of crazy infrastructure in later generations. As for repaying the loan with fees, it is also a normal business practice. As long as you don't go too far, later generations have shouted on the internet for so many years. With regard to the interests of the head, whoever pays the money will shout the most fierce. This kind of interest appeal is irrelevant. Just like the voters in developed countries shouting for higher welfare benefits, they can't be said to be snobbish, they can only be snobbish. I said that I had my own account, but I didn't get the loan for repairing the road. How could the government let it be free? And the cost of a road is not that short 1 kilometer. Compare 1 kilometer in a prosperous area with a kilometer in a remote area. 1 kilometer in a prosperous area will quickly pay for itself. But what about the remote places in the area? I can't leave it alone, right? Isn't there a national and provincial highway after the high-speed? There is a game of chess across the country, and there are small chessboards in the local area. Only when the region is tied can tolls be waived, and then charges for other names. After all, this road will have to be maintained in the future, so it is so nonsense. It really deserves to be the horrible Spring Festival. At first, Tang Qing's car could still maintain a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, but it slowly became 10 kilometers, and it didn't take long. I can't move it directly. After waiting for 10 minutes, there is still no sign of moving in front of the car. Obviously something went wrong. I'll go down and take a look. Sun Chao finished speaking and got out of the car. After a while, Sun Chao came back and said, there was no traffic accident in front of me, but the road was temporarily blocked by the police. No one knows how long it will take to let it go. It won't take too long to come. They don't know the reason for the road closure, but look over there. The situation must be something wrong, because the intersection of that road only leads to an armed police training base. If it is for a training exercise, the road will not be closed like this. Since the police closed the road, who can say anything? Everyone has to wait honestly. But 10 minutes later, Tang Qing's unusually developed hearing faintly heard the alarm sound. He hurriedly mobilized the source energy to attach to his ears, and the alarm sound suddenly became louder. Normally, he wakes up late at night and can't fall asleep. He has been playing guns, so after various explorations and exercises, he has made great progress in exploring the functions of Yuan Qi, and the enhancement of the five senses is one of them. 5 minutes later, 21 cars. From the sound of sirens from far, near and far, Tang Qing counted the number of cars that pulled the alarm. However, because the ears did not have the filtering function, he heard too many noises, and he was not completely convinced, but the difference is never more than 3 cars. More than 20 armed police vehicles were dispatched. It is not a trivial matter in China. I went back yesterday in my previous life. I have never heard of any major cases here, but I can't figure it out, and he's not interested in thinking about it. Let him go. Even if you have bad luck and meet a vicious gangster, as long as the opponent doesn't have a gun, you can torture him in minutes. After the road closure was lifted, the sausage also moved forward slowly. 2 hours later, under the guidance of Tang Qing, Sun Chao sent them to the side of the road in front of the shop at home. It was a fabricated ride. Tang Qing didn't want to leave Sun Chao for a meal. It was revealed, and facing Lin Jiashua's invitation, Sun Chao also refused with something. Tang Qing got out of the car and hung things on him from the trunk. Sun Chao originally wanted to help, but he stopped him. Sun Chao didn't insist on pretentiously. Can this little thing make Tang Qing tired? Isn't that nonsense? Although the young man in front of him doesn't have any sturdy and explosive muscles, what lies beneath the harmless appearance of humans and animals is a real beast. So the big head was taken over by Tang Qing. Lin Jiashua just carried 2 bags with gifts. It was very light. How could he be willing to let Lin Jiashua do this kind of tiring work? He wanted to carry Lin Jiashua away so as not to tire her from walking. Up. Brother Sun, drive slowly on the road, and be careful of safety. Tang Qing told Sun Chao after he closed the trunk after taking his things. I know. I happen to be back in the city in the afternoon, and I will come here to pick you up when that time comes. Sun Chao laughed. This is what he discussed with Tang Qing, and will perform specifically for Lin Jiashua on the side. Brother Sun, thank you for taking us a ride, and I will trouble you next time. Lin Jiashua said softly on the side. Everywhere, friends should be. I'm leaving first. I wish you a happy new year. Sun Chao laughed. After that, Tang Qing and Lin Jiashua bid Sun Chao's mother farewell and watched his car go away. Tang Qing felt a little weird. It was not that he was reluctant to car. It was just that he was a super local tyrant who earned more than 10 million people every day. He was actually going to squeeze the shuttle bus again, and he felt like a dog when he thought of this. What's so special? He had to end this day of pretending to be poor quickly. After Sun Chao left, Tang Qing turned around and saw her own shop. The terrain is quite high with 3 steps. The shop area is not large. There are only about 30 square meters in total, divided into 2 rooms, and there is a warehouse of about 10 square meters inside. Far away, Tang Qing saw a familiar figure. It was his mother, Qin Yuzhen, wearing a red down jacket that she bought years ago. At this time, she was introducing clothes to a female customer. As for his father, he did not see it. In the warehouse at the back, Tang Qing hurried to his store. At this time, the customer obviously did not buy and was ready to leave. The clothes in his store were all around. There were 2 rows of clothes racks in the middle. Therefore, both sides of the aisle were relatively narrow. The customers who came out blocked the view. Mother. Qin Yuzhen didn't see Tang Qing's face, but thought that another customer had arrived. Qin Yuzhen was about to come forward to speak. The customer walked out of the shop sideways, and Qin Yuzhen immediately spotted Tang Qing. Although Tang Qing has grown taller and handsome, how could she not know her son? Mom. Tang Qing stepped forward and cried a little choked. The familiar and unfamiliar face in front of him made Tang Qing's feelings uncontrollable. Ah, Tang, you are here, Qin Yuzhen said in surprise. Of course she knew that when Tang Qing came back in a private car, she was not surprised, but she missed her son very much after not seeing her for a few months. Tang Qing nodded and said. At this time, Lin Jiaxue also leaked her head from behind and smiled. Hello, Annie. Well, good, Jiaxue, it's really getting more and more beautiful. Tang, get out of the way, it's cold outside. Let Jiaxue in. Qin Yuzhen saw Lin Jiaxue smile better and directly took Tang Qing away. Lin Jiaxue pulled in. Seeing this, Tang Qing couldn't laugh or cry. What about crying with joy? What about enthusiasm? Why did you throw your son aside in a blink of an eye? Come, Jiaxue, give it to me. Oops, Tang, look at you. How can you let Jiaxue carry so many things? Qin Yuzhen took the bag in Lin Jiaxue's hand and complained to Tang Qing. Tang Qing was surprised. He looked at the large and small bags on his body, as if confirmingly. That's right, isn't the quantity still obvious? We are still not born with him. Hey, it is not enough to charge the phone bill. When he was born, he couldn't afford a phone at home. Seeing Tang Qing's dazed face, Lin Jiaxue snickered while covering her mouth. Old man, come out quickly, Jiaxue is back? Oh, and my son is back. Qin Yuzhen yelled to the small warehouse at the back. His voice was the boss. Tang Qing covered his face. Come on, we became incidental again. Tang Zhong, who was inside, immediately walked out and said happily, Jiaxue is back, sit down and sit down. Then he turned to Tang Qing and said with a smile, Tang, what are you doing standing stupid? Put things down and take them. Don't be tired. After finishing talking, he walked over and took over Tang Qing's bag. Tang Qing took the opportunity to put everything down. Knowing that his son came back at noon, Qin Yuzhen immediately took out the specially bought fruits and drinks and handed them over. Tang Qing took a bite of the already washed apple in his hand. Well, it's so sweet. At this time, a few more customers came in one after another. Father Tang and Mother Tang hurried up to receive them. Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue just watched to see if anyone was stealing clothes in troubled waters, because this is very common during the Spring Festival. Not just specialized thieves, as well as many who like to take advantage, may stuff one into their coat when there are too many people. In winter, everyone wears thicker clothes, which is not easy to see. In the end, only a small part will be found. Most of the losses are unknown. Their family will have a lot of such losses during the new year every year, several times before. Fight. However, these Tang Qing had only heard from his parents and had not seen it personally. Tang Qing casually glanced at the clothes sold at home. The quality and styles are not very good. The clothes sold at home are all different brands. The most expensive purchase price is only 60 or 70, and the general price is 20 or 30. Then it turns over 1.5, double or more than doubled bids, and finally the customer bargained almost at least 50% of Lu Ran. Basically, this is the case in the clothing industry. Therefore, when buying clothes and shoes, it is best to cut the price by more than half at the beginning, because this kind of miscellaneous brand clothes merchants know that customers will bargain fiercely, and there is already a huge bargaining space. It's not uncommon for some dark-hearted vendors to call up 3, 4, or 5 times. For example, the price of a pair of canvas shoes in the later generations is not only more than 20 yuan at the factory price, but it is 60 yuan in other places. 80, 102, or more. If you really love face and you are embarrassed to bargain at this time, then you will be really taken advantage of. Don't think that after you leave, this kind of business will thank you and say you are generous. That's impossible. Those black-hearted businessmen would only think in their hearts, I met a fool again today. However, Tang Qing's parents were not so black-hearted. They increased the price by up to twice, and in the end, the bargaining price would only make a lot of hard money. Seeing his parents exhausting their tongues in order to earn so much money, and the other party did not buy it, Tang Qing was a little unhappy. Just like the last time Lin Jiaxue introduced seasonings to their customers, and the other party did not buy them. The other party's freedom, but he doesn't care, He has to stare at the other party, who told you not to buy things, wasting my parents' energy. Sister, go slowly. Welcome to come again next time. After that wave of customers left, Qin Yuzhen turned around and smiled at Tang Qing and said, Haha, I made another 50. It is still a good business for the new year. Everyone is willing to buy things. By the way, old Tang, you first take Joshua and the others to eat some delicious food, and then put things home first, and you are coming here. It is not safe for people to come and go here. Mom, why don't we stop doing business this afternoon? We haven't seen you for so long. Let's go home and talk. Tang Qing said quickly. His mother was so happy that he had earned dozens of dollars when he saw it, and Tang Qing was also a little sore in his nose. This? Qin Yuzhen hesitated. Now during the Spring Festival, the daily business is several times more than before. The loss in this half-day is not small, but her son has raised it, plus Lin Jiaxue is on the sidelines, so she can't. It's like a wealthy fan. Upon seeing this, Tang Qing hurriedly winked at Lin Jiaxue. Lin Jiaxue immediately smiled knowingly. Later, under the persuasion of Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue, Tang's father and Tang's mother decided not to do business this afternoon and went home to accompany their children. After a few months, they had too much to say to Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue, especially it was his son's grades, and he rose to the first place in the grade within a few seconds, making Tang's father and Tang's mother feel like a dream. They knew thoroughly about their son's grades before. They thought it would be good to be admitted to university. Now it seems that even Tsinghua and Peking University is no problem. As for the two children wanting to take Fudan, their aunt has already told them. Although in their eyes Fudan is not as famous as a university in the capital, but since their son and daughter-in-law like it, they naturally support it. Tang Qing's family ate outside at noon. They found a large restaurant and ordered a few good dishes. Mother Tang kept pulling Lin Jiaxue to ask about this and that. Tang's father was chatting with Tang Qing about the daily routine and asked his uncle's family. They knew that Qin Yugong had been promoted to the head of the police station a long time ago, but they didn't even think about going to the police station. They weren't such a person, they were just happy for their brother-in-law. After lunch, Tang Qing and his party returned to their long-lost home. Then it was Tang Qing's retribution. He was a guest at Lin Jiaxue's house. Lin Jiaxue and Lin's mother did all the cooking. Both he and Lin's father were calmly drinking tea and watching TV. But when he arrived at the Tang's house, Tang Qing became the owner. Under the coercion of Tang's mother, Tang Qing naturally took care of everything at home. Tang Qing guessed that his aunt said on the phone that he was good at craftsmanship, so he went again. The Magnificent One became an accident at home, while her mother took Lin Jiaxue and didn't let go, and watched TV with Father Tang in the living room. Tang Qing shook his head and smiled bitterly. Really his mother. What can he say about it, FCK? During dinner, Tang Qing deliberately disclosed his shares in the Lijiangguo Hotel. Otherwise, many things would be difficult to handle next. Sure enough, Qin Yuzhen exploded as soon as he heard it and exclaimed loudly. What? You borrowed money to buy shares in other people's restaurants. How much did you borrow? Father Tang also put down his chopsticks and stared at Tang Qing, waiting for his answer. Although he didn't say a word, the worry in his eyes could not be concealed. Mom, don't worry, it's not much, you can pay it off in a few months. Tang Qing raised his hand and wiped the non-existent cold sweat. He didn't dare to directly say how much to borrow, but to get rid of it first. Besides, his parents' repayment concerns, he did not expect his mother's reaction to be so big. Getting back to the original, let's talk about how much you borrowed and how much you still have to pay off. Qin Yuzhen asked again, knowing that it won't take long to pay off. Her voice was obviously lowered by a few points. So what? I borrowed 300,000, and now I have distributed 130,000 in dividends, and I can return it to others in a few months. Tang Qing said weakly while making rice. Qin Yuzhen immediately stood up when she heard the 300,000 yuan and said loudly, What? You actually borrowed 300,000 yuan from someone else. What if you don't pay? She didn't care about the 130,000 dividends. She had to put down Tang Qing's adventurous thoughts, because this was 300,000 for the first time. Once she became a habit, it might be 3 million next time. If she can't afford to lose her fortune because of them, this is what she worries most. Don't worry, Mom. I've thought about it, and I can only borrow it if I can pay it back. It seems that I didn't make a wrong decision back then. Tang Qing smiled. That's not okay. You're a little kid who doesn't understand anything. What if you were cheated by others? Even if you help them, you won't be able to do it next time. If you hear it, Qin Yuzhen said sternly. Yes, my mother is right, and I won't dare to do it again next time. Tang Qing hurriedly laughed. It was a calculation error. He did not expect that his mother's focus was completely different. The roots ignored the hundreds of thousands earned, but instead focused on his behavior itself. Why is it different from what I imagined? It seems that I have to find a good reason for the rest of my assets. Otherwise, even if I earn tens of millions, it doesn't make much sense to my parents. What they care about is that the act of borrowing money to take risks is undesirable. Well, he underestimated his mother's caution. Well, where do you have the money? Qin Yuzhen breathed a sigh of relief when Tang Qing had agreed. She was really afraid that Tang Qing would increase her self-confidence if she made money this time. Then it would be troublesome to borrow money to take risks. This sign must be held down, and the next thing is to care about how much you earn. It's all in the same card, but I forgot to bring it back and put it at my uncle's house. Tang Qing said. What he said was true. He didn't deposit any dividends into the system account, just because he was about to encounter a sudden accident. When the incident happens, it can be brought out for a bright appearance. I really forgot to bring the money back this time. There is no way. He has never thought about moving the money. With the function of the bank system for instant withdrawal and transfer, he has no habit of taking a bank card when he goes out. That's fine, don't spend arbitrarily. After the year, we will find a way to make up 300,000 yuan for you and quickly repay it. Our family doesn't like to owe money. Qin Yuzhen thought for a while and exhorted. Although I don't have that much money right now, I can still get it together. Well, Mom, the other party doesn't have this shortcoming money. Don't rush to pay it back. Let's talk about it. Wait a few months, you can pay it off by dividends alone. Tang Qing said hurriedly. He knows how much money he has. I've come to Wandingshan, and it seems that my mother wants to borrow money to pay self. What is this called? That's not okay. Our family is not like that. No matter how rich the other party is, it's theirs. Anyway, I don't think we can sleep if our family owes money. That's the decision. I'll make some for you in the next year and add the next one. Dividends should be almost over, so I should pay them back quickly, and then leave the bank card to me for safekeeping, and keep it for you to buy a house for you to get married. That's the decision, Qin Yuzhen said aggressively. Tang Qing was speechless. He didn't expect things to completely deviate from his expectations. He thought that knowing that there are so many dividend-paying mothers would be happy, and then it turned into a criticism meeting, and finally his mother had to pay back. Own money. That's so special. Sure enough, life is the most powerful screenwriter. Well, there are always so many accidents in the world. He can only sigh that people are not as good as heaven. It seems that he can only do work during the new year, lest his mother actually borrow money to pay him back. Tang, what's the situation in that hotel? Qin Yuzhen remembered that she had paid too much attention to Tang Qing's random money borrowing. Now when she thinks of her son's shares in that hotel, she suddenly feels a little bit worry about whether the other party will make financial fraud. So Tang Qing elaborated on the relationship between Li Jiangguo and him, and the mysterious big man, who was mentioned that the cashier was the person she was looking for. It is believed that she was most afraid of Tang Qing giving it to others. After making a wedding dress, especially when she learned that the restaurant was still in her brother's jurisdiction, she was immediately relieved that even if there was no relationship with Li Kai's classmates, the major shareholder of that restaurant would not dare to mess around. At the same time, I thought about how much money this restaurant had made in just over 3 months after opening. Qin Yuzhen's entire face was flushed with excitement. Tang, can this restaurant pay 4 or 5 million yuan in dividends a year? Qin Yuzhen couldn't believe it. This is the profit of his small clothing store for nearly 10 years. Yes, the area there is more than 10 times the size of our shop, so it's not uncommon to make this money. Tang Qing said. Qin Yuzhen nodded as soon as she heard it, and after a little thought, she said to Father Tang on the side, Old Tang, if we pay back the money next year, let's go to the city to open a shop, stay closer to her relatives, and look at the restaurant by the way. I'm always upset when I'm too far away. But Father Tang hesitated, leaving the place where he had lived for so many years to go to Qingyan City. He was really not used to it, and instinctively resisted. Dad, Don't worry, let's go to the city next year. The county is too small. The people in the city are rich. It's better to make more money than here. Tang Qing said hurriedly. He also hopes his parents will move to Qingyan City. After all, there is a caring for being close. If your parents suffer here, you don't know, and your parents will definitely not tell yourself. If you are in Qingyan City, even if you don't talk about yourself, even your uncle will be able to settle most of the trouble. Okay. Seeing his wife and children were persuading him, Tang's father also made a decision. There are many acquaintances in Qingyan City, and they are not unfamiliar places in their lives. With Qin Yugong taking care of them, they are not afraid of losing money. Seeing that his father agreed to go to Qingyan City, Tang Qing was very happy. After he was admitted to college, he would leave Qingyan City again. He also wanted to spend more time with his parents. In the end, everyone had the meal until 10 o'clock. At night, Tang Qing slept on the sofa. Originally, Tang's mother called Tang Qing and Tang's father to sleep, but she slept with Lin Jiaxue, but Tang Qing found reasons to refuse. She slept less and less every night and got used to it in the middle of the night. To do something else, it is inconvenient to have a father on the side, and he doesn't want to wake up in the middle of the night and listen to the snoring all night. In the end, Mother Tang didn't say anything. Lin Jiaxue slept in his previous room alone. Tang Qing went to bed very late at night, thinking that Lin Jiaxue was lying in her room and on her own bed. Is she going to attack at night? TSK. Of course, he just thinks about it. There is no way. People will always have a lot of wonders in the dead of night, and it will be long in the future, and he will not be anxious. Tang Qing woke up after 2 o'clock when Ling woke up, and he could only do arbitrage when he had nothing to do. However, in more than an hour, more than 13 million yuan was credited to the account. At this moment, he has nothing to do. Of course, he can't play a gun at home. If someone wakes up and can't put it away for a while, the fun will be great. He doesn't have the amnesiac of the man in black, and the consequences will be unimaginable. So Tang Qing could only play with the cash count. 1, 2, 3. 100 sheets. After a stack of renminbi counted dollars, and then euros, Tang Qing felt that he had reached a certain level of idleness. It seems that I have to cultivate some other hobbies in the future. I always get tired of playing guns, not to mention counting money. It's simply a brain dead. Now for him, money is really a set of numbers, earning more than 1,000 a day. He didn't feel much excitement anymore. No, you really have to cultivate a little hobby and kill the time, otherwise it will be too boring. Boom. Tang Qing, who was counting money and playing, was frightened by a gunshot and sat up, shaking his hands and throwing 3 currencies on the ground. He quickly picked it up and took back the system. In order to exercise his control over Yuan Qi, especially after discovering that Yuan Qi can enhance his 5 senses, Tang Qing will exercise unconsciously when he is generally fine, especially in the dead of night at night. It can only enhance the 2 senses at the same time, and if there are more, it cannot be controlled at the same time. In the middle of the night, what he can hear most is the crawling sound of snakes, insects, rats and ants, which are very noisy, and the deafening roar of vehicles passing by the gate of the community, and the sound of the making people of the young couple who can't sleep. This gunshot was not loud, and ordinary people could not hear it here, but it was still caught by Tang Qing's ears in the quiet winter night. Bang! Another shot came from the body. Damn, where's the gunfire at night? Tang Qing muttered. Forget it, it's my fault, and he can't stop the bullets, so he joins in the excitement, and Tang Qing lay back on the sofa. But for 3 minutes, Tang Qing tossed over and over, and his mind was full of curiosity. Well, the shooting at night, there must be bad people in it anyway, although I am not a good citizen who abides by the law, but since I have some ability, I can't watch the criminals get away with it. This is the reason Tang Qing found for himself. With a decision, Tang Qing hurriedly got up and tiptoedly jumped from the window of his living room. There was a concrete floor underneath. Since his toes landed first, Tang Qing just aggrieved and removed the gravity buffer after landing, even though it was on the 3rd floor. But for him, there is no difference from the 1st floor. As for why he didn't walk through the front door, it was because his front door switches would creak and rattle, and the neighborhood could hear clearly. He didn't want to cause trouble for himself. Although he might already be in trouble, the location of the gunshot is in the abandoned steel plant in Tangqingjia community, which is separated by a wall. This steel plant is located on the edge of the county town. Farther away is a very wide but not deep river. On the other side of the river is a piece of farmland. The steel plant occupies hundreds of acres of land, which is huge, but it stopped production 5 years ago. The workers were either laid off or found another way out. Due to its poor location, the government's asking price is not low, so it has not been sold for several years. However, Tang Qing knew that next year this place would be acquired by a large real estate developer in the province, and the largest and best community in the county would be built. In the end, it was natural to make a lot of money. However, Tang Qing did not envy this, nor was he interested in speculating on this land. He is not going to do business in real estate development in the future because he is too tired and all kinds of relationships will run away and troublesome. The second doesn't make money. Yes, in his opinion, with the system in place, real estate is really an industry that doesn't make much money for him. My daily profit can beat most of the real estate companies in the country. This is because I am timid. If I become crazy, the real estate nationwide now does not add up to the money he earned from remittances. Of course, this is a bit exaggerated, but he really doesn't like the hard money in real estate. Tang Qing came to the fence and slowly climbed up. There were a lot of glass shards stuck in the cement on the fence, but the bear children had been smashed as a target for so many years. Even on the wall pier, a group of bear kids made a smooth climbing path. At this time, the steel plant was completely dark. The huge plant area in the distance looked like a giant swallowing beast because there was no light. The cold wind blew through certain gaps, and there would be whistling noises from time to time. The night is really oozing. But Tang Qing is not afraid. He has often come to play here since he was a child, and he is familiar with it. Moreover, his eyes can be used for basic night vision with the blessing of Origin Qi, but they cannot be used as a telescope. Moreover, it was so far and dark at night. There was no machine for the naked eye, so Tang Qing took out an infrared scope from his pocket. The scope was naturally in the mall. The mall not only sold guns and ammunition, but also sold separately. Sell all kinds of accessories directly connected to firearms, including low-light scope and infrared scope. If he doesn't figure out the situation inside, he won't rush and stupidly. If there is a sniper, the opponent will send him a shot, and it will be over. Although it is impossible to have a bad guy of this level in the country, you have to guard against it. If you just die because of carelessness, it would be too King. After carefully looking around with an infrared scope, he found that there was no thermal response in the place he could see. There were no rats in the winter, and it seemed that he could only go in. Immediately, Tang Qing took out a low-light scope to observe the terrain. Fortunately, there was a faint moonlight and faint city lights coming from a distance. Otherwise, the low-light scope would not work well. It can only be used by light, not a night vision device. At this time, Tang Qing, who was lying on the wall, hesitated again. Whether he can get in or not. After all, this means that he may be in a very big crisis. In his previous life, he has never heard his parents say what happened here. It is definitely not a trivial matter. It should be blocked by the government. At this time, he remembered the many armed police dispatches he had heard in the morning. It seemed that it should be related to the shooting in front of him. Of course, this was only his guess, and he was not sure. Because if the police confronted the person who shot the gun, why didn't I hear sirens all night? Nor did I see any signs of armed police interrogation in the county during the day. Forget it, I can't figure it out. The most important thing now is whether I want to participate in it. Although he knew that this might miss the opportunity to save people, he was just a high school student before. Even if he had a system such as the sky-defying thing, he had a lot of nerves, and he was not afraid of fighting with his hands, but he wanted him to hold a gun. The gangsters in the fight are inevitably a little embarrassed. Only now did he realize that he was just a stronger, ordinary person, and he couldn't escape the 4 words of seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. Tang Qing, who was hesitating, suddenly saw the sight of his left hand and thought that the good guy was in danger, and his heart froze. What a special Lao Tzu is also a person with a gun, afraid of a ghost. And I have no retreat for a long time. Okay, I have come here. If there are any unpredictable and serious consequences due to retreat, I will have a conscience. With a decision, Tang Qing gritted his teeth and turned into the surrounding wall. Below was a cement floor with some broken lime scattered on it. As for the iron that could be moved, it had long been sold. Even mini bear kids often run into the steel factory to sell the screws and small pieces that can be removed, and no one cares about it. Anyway, the steel factory is dismantled, and no one cares about the small objects. In order to avoid someone coming out of the alert, Tang Qing could only use the infrared sight to observe in 3 steps and slowly approach the factory building so as not to be caught carelessly. Coming to the outside of a nearest factory building and leaning against the wall, Tang Qing's heartbeat continued to accelerate. It felt so exciting, as if he wanted to play a game, but the price of losing was his own life. Tang Qing took a deep breath. I redeemed AM 1911 with a silencer. The system provides the service of installing a silencer for almost every type of firearm. Of course, if you didn't select it in advance, there would be no way I could buy it again. Originally, he wanted to use it. The special silencer pistol is just. It's so terribly ugly. Filled up with bullets skillfully and cautiously click. Call. It's so crazy. Putting the index finger on the trigger, Tang Qing's hand trembled a little, but he was holding a loaded pistol for the first time. He hadn't dared to load bullets at his uncle's house before, for fear that he would suddenly rise and could not control his strength. After going down, the fun will be great. Boom. There was another gunshot, and this time he could hear it even without the blessing of Origin Chi. In an instant, he determined the location of the gunshot. It came from the river, or even the other side of the river. Tang Qing didn't rush to the other side of the river recklessly, but slowly walked through the construction area of the steel factory, while holding the infrared sight to see if there were any guards around the observer. The palms of his hands were a little sweaty. There was no way. He was also afraid of death. He couldn't be too careful to face his own life. If he was shot, it would not be a matter of face. It's not bad that he can rush to save people. If he killed the opponent with caution, he wouldn't feel guilty. Just like Han Lung said, protecting himself can kill the enemy. There is no good end for a brash man. He not so great. Passing through the construction area, no abnormality was found, and Tang Qing also sighed with relief. However, Tang Qing did not walk directly to the river, but climbed to a factory building by the river. This was a factory for storing steel. There was a staircase outside leading to the top of the factory. Tang Qing slowly climbed up, not dare. What noise is made? Take 1 step and watch 3 steps at the same time. There is no other way. There are more people who have been shooting black guns on TV. 5 minutes later, Tang Qing climbed to the top of the factory building. Everything was safe. He did not dare to step on the steel plates on the roof, because these steel plates were very thin, and the sound was loud when they stepped on them. He could only step on the steel beams that were not considered houses. Walk forward slowly. Put the pistol directly into the warehouse. Tang Qing took out a batel in his arms. Not really want to use it to hit people. Just used to it. After all, this thing is too cruel. If you dare to hit people with batel in the country unless you dispose of the corpse yourself, it will be really big. Once this kind of weapon in the country appears in the hands of an uncontrollable person, the police and the military will go crazy, and they will never stop unless he is found. Tang Qing slowly walked up to the center of the arched roof, while looking ahead with an infrared sight. Suddenly, 6 thermal energy reactions appeared in his field of vision, in the field opposite. There was no one around for a kilometer, and the sound of the river water was still there. No wonder the opponent shot without fear. He hurriedly put away the infrared sight in his hand, leaned on the huge beam, placed batel gently, and looked over with the low-light sight. I saw 2 people standing in front of them with pistols in their hands. Not only that, but they also had an AK hanging behind them. Tang Qing, a classic gun like this, naturally played with it and recognized it at a glance. But how could there be any in China? AK? The domestic military and police would not use this thing. They were so blatant. The 2 of them were of Asian ethnicity. They were too far away to hear what the other party was saying. After all, they were nearly 150 meters apart. There were 2 other people sitting, one old and one young man, who were obviously bullied, and 2 people who could not see their faces were lying motionless on the ground and were obviously beaten to death. Right. Tang Qing was a little anxious just watching the other party's lips move, and the voice was really hard to hear. Suddenly Tang Qing's eyes lit up. Damn, how come I forgot that I have source chi? I used to divide all source chi into 2 parts, 1 eye and 1 ear, in order to watch 6 ears and listen to all directions. If you gather all of them to the ears, You should be able to hear almost. Tang Qing hurriedly adjusted the source energy of his eyes to his right ear. In an instant, the sound over there became clear. Although the sound of the environment and background is also huge, as long as you listen carefully, the brain still has a little filtering ability. However, Tang Qing found that he could not understand what the other party was saying, not Chinese, but the language of Southeast Asia. And the other party seemed to be forcing the sitting young man about something and pointed his gun at him from time to time, but the young man just didn't say it, as if you would just kill me. Foreigner? Tang Qing frowned. When he thinks of this, he dispels most of his desire to save people. It is a matter of foreigners fighting for life and death. He doesn't have this kind of universal heart. As he was about to get up and leave, a Chinese voice came into his ears. Uncle Wang, I'm really sorry this time. You should go back to your hometown last week, you. Hearing Chinese, Tang Qing lay down on the ground again and looked through the scope. It was obvious that the young man said this sentence. Since he can speak Chinese, he can't just ignore it. Just look at the situation. Master, since your father took our grandson, my life is the master's. The master is missing, and my hometown has no relatives. You are my relatives. I can die with you this time. It's content, the older man said. At this time, one of the standing gunmen sneered again in bad Chinese. Little guy, are you really not going to tell the bank account of your family's hidden money? I'll ask again, not to mention yours. The butler is going to die with the 2 bodyguards. Humph, don't think about it. Even if you give this money to the bank, I won't give it to you. You group of executioners, taking the money will definitely harm more people. You kill us. After listening to the man, he was suddenly ashamed and angry to say something before, and he pointed his gun at the older man. The young man sitting on the ground said loudly, Humph, at the last moment of my life, I don't know how to speak the bird language of your country. I am also satisfied to die in the motherland. Tang Qing immediately understood the camp of both sides. The gunman was obviously a foreigner. He didn't know which country he was bullied. As for the one who was bullied must be a national, he didn't know whether the other party had a domestic nationality, but he had a heart toward China. He felt it. For what the young man said just now, he gave a big compliment. With these words, he was saved. Seeing that the people on the 2 sides are getting more and more disagreeable, someone may die if one is not paying attention. So Tang Qing quickly took out a Russian dragoon from the warehouse. He didn't dare to use it. He hadn't tried the accuracy of the rifle. He couldn't control the accuracy of the rifle. Although the rifle can also be loaded with a scope, this is the first time he shoots, or to save someone. So he chose this kind of light blocking gun, and it feels safer. As for why he doesn't use domestically produced ones, it's because he doesn't want to make trouble for the domestic police uncles. If he knows that there is such a gun out there, I don't know how many people will be unlucky because of it. How many people don't want to have a good year this year? Especially Zheng Xiu is also the head of the Public Security Bureau in their county, and he has been treated well before, so there is no need to ask Zheng Xiu for trouble. Crack. Reinforce the bullet and adjust the magnification of the low-light scope. This is the advantage of the system mall, which can customize various special-purpose scopes for each firearm other than pistols. From the low-light scope, Tang Qing aimed the sight at the opponent's chest. Learn from the TV, concentrate on your breath, and adjust your breathing so that the front sight does not move. Under the high-powered scope, and the distance between itself was more than 100 meters, the wind was cold but not too big, so Tang Qing was not afraid to miss it. Putting his finger on the trigger, although the cold wind was blowing, his hand still couldn't stop sweating, and his heartbeat also accelerated. This is a real murder, not a game. Tang Qing swallowed. Damn, it's CF. I think I'm also a 3V level. I'm afraid of being a bird. If it's so far and so dark, I can't see blood in the low-light scope. Okay, it's all died. Water. Huh. Wei Jun, I didn't expect you to be very patriotic. What a pity. What your family did before makes this country unable to tolerate you, and your father and son hold so much money. That's it. You are too naive. Now your father and them are monitored by us. Do you think it would be useful for you to call the police this morning? Those incompetent Chinese policemen are not being played around by us. Several team members will pay attention to them. The force has reached the neighboring county. The person who had spoken before said again in crappy Chinese with disdain. Tang Qing was also listening attentively. Obviously, this person is the leader. The other has been holding his hands in silence and playing soy sauce. It is estimated that no one will pay attention to this, and even the warning is too lazy. Seeing that the other party dared to insult our compatriots, Tang Qing had already sentenced the leader to death. In our country, we dare to be so arrogant. We ourselves say that the police are incompetent, but where are you natives? What are your qualifications? Said, especially his uncle is also a policeman. Wei Jun, who was sitting on the ground, was ashamed when he heard it. No wonder he called the police in the morning, and it was useless. As soon as he reported to the police, he and others were arrested. The police did not set up a road card to check the passing vehicles. It turned out that they were caught by this group of people. I was misled. Looking at the anti-reconnaissance capabilities of this group of people, this time their Wei family was really going to be annihilated. Thinking of this, Wei Jun couldn't help regretting that he didn't find the police for asylum the first time after returning to China. Otherwise, it would not develop. At this point, it's better to live in jail or under surveillance than to die. Wei Jun and his family ran to Myanmar to make a living in order to escape the famine in the early years. Later, due to coincidence and the situation, they became a small armed group in the Jinshanjiao area of Myanmar. They were just not in the drug business, but mainly concentrated in jade. He also cut down all the poppies in the controlled areas and planted all rice and other food crops, and his life was pretty good. Due to proper management and the advantage of being a Chinese, after so many years of development, the area controlled by their family also has thousands of square kilometers, a population of 20,000 to 30,000, and more than 800 armed personnel. Their family has become the largest in the Jinshanjiao area. One of the jade suppliers in Japan, many other areas of armed jade, gems, gold and other things will be handed over to them to buy on their behalf. They charge some expensive handling fees, in addition to doing some businesses such as rare trees and medicinal materials. However, there are many armed forces in that area, and naturally there are opponents. However, since there is no direct competition, they have always been in peace. Except for the conflicts that occurred in the first 7 or 8 years for the fight for territory, the other party found that cooperation was more beneficial. After the picture, conflicts gradually disappeared, but they still occurred. Later, a conflict caused his second uncle and eldest cousin to die there, and only his father and him were left in the Wei family. The stepson adopted by his second uncle before his death was recognized as a godson by his father. What is unexpected is that the large armed leader next to them was shot and killed recently, and his tyrannical son came to the throne. He also went to the memorial service specially, wanting to join the newly appointed leader. After making a good relationship, we started talking pretty happily, but within a week, the other party sent someone to recruit them. His tone was extremely arrogant, and the conditions were even harsher. If he agreed, everything that his family had operated for so many years would be gone. It will become a tool for the other party to make money and is monitored, and it is naturally impossible for them to agree. Everyone knows that the other party is in the drug business. If he is included, he will become a miasma under his own control, especially the new leader who is tyrannical. If the person he controls is controlled by the other party, then it is very likely that there will be a lot of innocent people. People will die. Since the two sides did not give in after a few failed attempts, it turned into a head-on conflict. Hundreds of people died on their side, especially after that guy didn't know where he got a lot of large weapons. Tanks and armored vehicles were available, and they thought too. I bought it, but I couldn't find an arms dealer for a while, and there was no one who could drive a tank, so the training must be too late. Naturally, they were tragic. The war was retreating, losing nearly half of the territory, and hundreds of people died. In the end, they learned that the other party had spent a lot of money to hire mercenaries to operate these equipment. Otherwise, what about the armed forces that only fired artillery? There may suddenly be talents for driving tanks. Finally, seeing that his own cousin was also captured by the opponent, he persuaded his father to find another way. In the end, in order to prevent this godson from being killed, he pretended to agree to the request for inclusion. After the younger brother was released, they didn't want to become a tool for others to make money. Even night, they took most of the confidants and a few civilians who were willing to leave to the territory controlled by the government of Myanmar and gave them some money to make their own living. Later, he came to the country through the smuggling channel established for so many years, and finally he and his father came to the next county several times. I thought I could relax and live with peace of mind. But my father's bodyguard accidentally discovered that the other party had sent someone to chase him the day before yesterday. So my father decided to run away separately and contacted by phone. After a day's run, he came to a hotel to stay, by the way. The text message notified my father. However, the bodyguard on duty before dawn this morning found the other party's person again, and his father's phone could not be reached. He immediately realized that there was a possibility of an internal on his father's side, so he didn't want to run away and decided to call the police. Now his father is likely to be in trouble. In danger, he could only ask the police for help, but he didn't expect it to be long before he called the police for help. They were found in the hotel in advance by the other party without weapons. 2 people pressed them to get into the car, and the other 3 went there. The police were drawn away. Their purpose was to save the money that Wei's family had saved for so many years, which was more than $50 million. Naturally, the other party was unwilling to let go of this fat. Needless to say, you kill me. You don't want to get this money from my mouth. Wei Jun said in a cold voice, if you say you will die, if you don't say you will die, then there is nothing to say. This money is only he and his father knew the account and password, and at least he would never tell them. If the other party got the money, they would definitely buy arms on a large scale, and more people would die. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. Do you really think I dare not kill you? You don't say your brother will say it too. Wait until your brother gets the account password from your father. The leader sneered. What? Did you say that my brother is him? Wei Jun was not stupid, and immediately understood the meaning of the other's words and asked in shock. There are so many people with my father. He couldn't guess who the was before, but he really didn't expect that he would be the younger brother who had lived for more than 10 years. But he and his father treated him not badly, and he always regarded him as a relative. The younger brother looked at it. Now when I think about it, he discovered the abnormality of his younger brother. This younger brother was a local orphan adopted by his second uncle, but he didn't expect to be a white-eyed wolf. Damn, no one can be trusted except the Chinese. This is Wei Jun's only thought at this time. He recognized the defeat in the hands of the Chinese, but he was unwilling to lose in the hands of these indigenous people. It's no wonder that this younger brother behaved strangely along the way, and he was not nervous at all. At the same time, he remembered that when his father discovered the abnormality, he was the first to find the police but was stopped by his younger brother. He said that the police were likely to arrest them and imprison them and confiscate all their assets. With a fluke of escape, his father proposed to escape separately. What do you think? This country is too big. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be able to find you. Isn't it very angry? Haha. Your brother is also a we have arranged for a long time. Knowing that you Chinese have a strong relationship, we killed your big cousin too. The man laughed presumptuously after speaking. Haha. It's really hard to guard against a house thief, that beast, and your trash. It really dirty this land when you set foot on our country. Wei Jun grinned and gritted his teeth. Hey, you curse, you will die anyway. I will use your head to dispel the old thing. Your father may tell that brother when he learns that you are dead, so? The man sneered, and then pointed the gun at Wei Jun's head. When Tang Qing listened aside, she was speechless. He wondered where the brain damage came from, whether there is logic and common sense. How good is it for you to threaten a living person and a dead person to threaten, whether your brain is a donkey-kicked, really uneducated aboriginal? At this time, the old man on the side hurriedly stepped forward to stand in front of Wei Jun, with a firm face and a gesture of going to death. Wei Jun couldn't pull it off, and he didn't pull it. Anyway, it's the difference between early death and late death. This love can only be reported in the next life. Old guy, since you are so active, then you should go to death first. Seeing this, the leader smiled evilly and aimed at the old man's chest as he was about to pull the trigger. He doesn't dare to kill Wei Jun now. He doesn't have the right yet. He just wants to scare him and use it as a bargaining condition with Wei Jun's father. He is not really stupid. As for the old man and the 2 bodyguards, killing him killed. But his smile solidified in the next second. I just felt a cold in my chest. I thought I would see a blood hole in the old man's body, but the reality is that my body lost its strength and fell backward. In addition, no gunshots were heard. Sniper. This was his last reaction before he lost consciousness. Crack. After breaking a few rape seeds, the leader fell to the ground without a glance. The first battle was won. In the low-light scope, Tang Qing couldn't see the red blood at all, because the entire field of vision was shrouded in a pale green background, and he couldn't feel how terrifying. However, his heart is inevitably tense. After all, a life is gone, but it is just a moment. Other than that, there is no discomfort. It just feels like playing the Ghost Sniper standalone game, with a slight hint of it. Excited, Tang Qing didn't know whether it was because he was cold-blooded or the picture just now was really not scary, or the change in his mentality after rebirth made him feel that death is not the end of life. He shook his head lightly, throwing away those boring thoughts. Now is not the time to think about this. Let's solve the immediate trouble first. But this sluggishness also gave the person a chance to breathe. Otherwise, the two were so close. With Tang Qing's hand speed, it would be a double kill in an instant. Across the river, looking at his companion lying on the ground with blood flowing from his chest, another person who had been always at ease also immediately realized that someone was hunting them with silencer guns, and a look of panic appeared on his face. His name is Dan Tua. He is equivalent to the position of the chief guard in their armed forces, and he can speak fluent Chinese. Otherwise, he will not be sent to this country. He and the one who was killed just now are not in a superior relationship. I just don't like talking. As soon as he entered this country, he felt deeply disturbed. Yes, it is anxiety. This anxiety is not about bringing a gun into the country, but the people's life and economic development here, as well as the powerful government that make him deeply envious and jealous. The more he understands this country, the more he fears it. Therefore, after entering this country, he is also the most alert person in their team. Because of the cleverness to help the team escape several possible exposures, this time the plan to adjust the tiger away from the mountain was also planned by him. But it is just like the unspoken rules of all over the world. The most capable is not necessarily the highest. Seeing that his plan was successful, he might be promoted and heavily rewarded when he returned. Dan Tua couldn't help but feel a little wandering. Seeing no one was around, he also put down his guard. It was not until he watched his companion fall that he realized that he was clever again. Dan Tua instinctively thought that he was being spotted by the domestic police. Otherwise, there would be no weapons of this level on the scene. So after training, he hurriedly performed a more regular, evasive rolling action and ran more than 10 meters. He jumped into a shallow irrigation ditch and lay motionless in it with the help of tall rapeseed flowers, thinking about countermeasures. The icy water in the ditch wetted his clothes, soaked into the clothes. It was biting cold, but Dan Tua couldn't take care of that much anymore. His life was of utmost importance. In his opinion, in this situation, the police will not only come by one person, but a group. When he thinks that he might be surrounded by a large number of policemen, he is also frightened. The most important thing is that the other party did not even warn, and he did not play cards according to common sense, shooting directly instead of wounding, which made him even more scared. However, Tang Qing was originally condescending and replaced with an infrared sight. Although he couldn't see through, they couldn't block all parts of the opponent's body. Unable to determine the opponent's heart and other vital parts, Tang Qing could only start shooting at the faint heat reflection area based on his judgment. Even if he missed the hit, he had to scare the opponent out. Boom, boom, boom. 3 sounds that can only be heard by Tang Qing's opened ears. After firing 3 shots in a row, there are still 6 in the 10-round magazine. As long as Tang Qing's luck is not too bad, it shouldn't be difficult to solve the opponent. Really, Dan Tua couldn't stand after 3 shots. In fact, he was shot on his left wrist during the second shot. Although he was able to move, he couldn't fire a shot. Seeing that the position has been leaked, Dan Tua rolled directly out of the ditch and crawled forward on the field, and then rolled into another ditch and lurking down. Dan Tua wanted to gamble again, betting on the shots of Tang Qing just now. It's luck, and there are dead spots at the same time, otherwise. He can't help it. However, Tang Qing took advantage of the geographical advantage. Dan Tua wanted to find the dead spot for shooting. It was impossible in this open area. Unless there was a deep pit. Tang Qing was also deeply aware of the importance of the terrain in the war at this moment, even with the same equipment. This is simply slaughter, except of course, beyond visual range strikes. Seeing the other party rolling on the ground, while there was a thermal reaction on some of the land that he rolled over, Tang Qing concluded that the other party was injured, and people from abroad ran into his own country to go wild. He did not have the slightest pity for him, so Tang Qing was not polite and fired 6 consecutive shots at the possible heat reflection area, wiping out the bullets in the magazine. The other party didn't move this time, and Tang Qing didn't know if that person was shot to death. Tang Qing hurriedly put on another magazine and pulled the bolt to load it. There are 8 full magazines like this beside him. This is also one of the malfunctions. Various models of full magazines are available at any time. He bought 10 at a time, and the bullets were only 700 yuan, which was so cheap. At this moment, the two parties fell into silence. Tang Qing was not interested in whipping the corpse, but carefully observed that as long as the other party was still moving, he would also send the bullet from the magazine free and enthusiastically. Although the battle was fierce, it only happened in just half a minute. At this time, Wei Jun also found that someone was rescuing them. He immediately picked up the pistol on the ground and handed it to the old man next to him. He also picked up the AK and played skillfully against the place where Dan Tua left. They didn't have Tang Qing's. With the night vision equipment, I couldn't see what happened to Dan Tua at all. With the idea of trying his luck, he shot directly at that side. Da-da-da. Bang bang. Tang Qing hurriedly removed the Genesis Qi blessing from his ears. This big sound almost made him jump in fright. 10 seconds later, the two frightened people directly shot out the bullets in the gun. Tang Qing felt that it was really big now. With such intense gunshots, it would be troublesome if someone heard the police at this time. Just when Tang Qing was about to give all the 10 bullets in the magazine to the place just now, Dan Tua stood up immediately, picked up AK, and planned to kill the two Wei Jun first. Now Wei Jun knows that his brother is a rape, and he must not let the two leave alive. If Wei Jun falls into the hands of the police, he will go back. He had to be shot, and maybe his family would be implicated. With the decision, he immediately decided to destroy these two hostages who could not be grasped. As for Tang Qing, he was completely overwhelmed, and he didn't want to sit still, but continued to lie down. It must be dead. It is better to kill one. However, after the two Wei Jun shot the bullets in the gun, they lied on the ground cleverly, so Dan Tua, who couldn't see the two Wei Jun, only fired a few shots into the air. Tang Qing sneered when he saw this. Want to kill in front of me? You still stand and kill? Really, when I don't exist, pull the trigger without hesitation. What? Dan Tuo's arm was directly punched through by Tang Qing. AK also fell to the ground. At this time Dan Tua didn't move. Just now his left arm was injured, and the pistol fell into the previous ditch. Now that his hands are useless, how can I play? If I can't do anything, I can only retreat. He still couldn't tell whether the opponent was using a blocking gun or a rifle, but it was certain that he had night vision equipment, so his slightly injured left hand clutched the wound on his right hand and ran towards the river, even if Tang Qing had it. The night vision equipment can do anything to him. As long as he moves more carefully and quickly, the sniper at night is not terrible. However, the wish is good. After a few shots, Tang Qing knew about the performance of this gun and controlled it more freely. Just as Dan Tua just bent over and didn't run 2 steps toward the riverbank, Tang Qing shot him in the right leg, and Dan Tua suddenly fell to the ground. The powerful dynamic vision and the anticipation ability trained in fighting completely eliminate the influence of the night environment. Looking at the bad guy, who was still on the ground trying to crawl forward with one hand and one foot, Tang Qing hurriedly gave him another shot. Your hands and feet are gone. Let's see how you go. Tang Qing sneered. Although it was a bit cruel, but when he thought that the hands of this group of people must be stained with innocent blood, he dispelled this virgin heart. Besides, there was no feeling in the scope. But for a while, Dan Tua, who had lost too much blood, was silent. After solving the two, Tang Qing did not plan to go up and contact this Wei Jun. He doesn't have time to get into trouble anymore, and now I don't know if anyone has heard the intensive rifle shooting sound just now. He has to go back as soon as possible, just in case. At this time, Wei Jun and the two were not clear about the situation. Who helped them? At first, they thought it was a policeman, but the policeman was too ruthless. He didn't give the other party a chance to shoot and kill him directly. Come out and say not to move, but they dare not go. They can be sure that the person who fired the gun has night vision equipment, and without the others' approval, it is not going to go or not to go. Tang Qing saw that the two of them stayed there and knew what the other was thinking, So he directly grabbed the AK in front of the two. It was not on the concrete floor, so his gun hit the field and went straight into it. They were very likely. I couldn't see it. As for whether a ricochet would accidentally injure people, Tang Qing didn't care about it. If their luck is really so bad, no one can blame him. Seeing the sound of metal collision with the AK in front of them, the two hurried back 2 steps in fright, not knowing what was going on. Seeing that Wei Jun and the two had only retreated 2 steps, Tang Qing fired 2 more shots on the AK. It is estimated that this gun has been shot and scrapped. All 3 shots were shot. Obviously, it was impossible that the opponent's marksmanship was inaccurate. The two immediately understood Tang Qing's meaning hurry away. Wei Jun looked at each other and nodded, and ran to one side under the moonlight. They knew that they were definitely not the police, otherwise they would not be allowed to go. They decided to run to the countryside first, and then call the police. This was their only way out. In the county town, they didn't go first, so as not to encounter other chasers in trouble. Until now, he didn't know how many people came to chase them, so it's better to be careful. Seeing that the two understood what he meant, Tang Qing was also relieved that the corpse on the opposite side was a big trouble, and the guns on the ground would scare a large group of people tomorrow, and it might even be discovered tonight. Damn, forget it, let's kill or bury it. The more we do, the more mistakes we make. If we are surrounded by the police while handling the corpse, it will be over. After Tang Qing picked up the cartridge case, he hurriedly walked down the factory building and took a rotten broom to quickly clean up the traces. In the end, he threw the shoes into the river and floated away. There was nothing in the factory building. It would be troublesome to find himself based on his footprints. What a day! He couldn't help but envy the protagonist who had space. It shouldn't be too simple to destroy the corpse. It's a pity that the system that could provide this kind of function was not open to him, and he didn't tell him anything. He really wanted to say MMP. Fortunately, even the used cartridge system can be stored, otherwise he will have to find a way to dispose of the cartridge. If that is the case, he will really beep the dog, and he will have to find a way to remove fingerprints, and he may leave his own odor. The police dog dug it out, so there is no need for people to live. After cleaning up his traces that he thought he might suspect, Tang Qing hurriedly overcame the wall and returned to the community. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. He didn't dare to neglect and jumped a few times along the wall with the perverted strength. Climbing on his own windowsill, he got in and saw that there was nothing unusual in the house. Tang Qing was also relieved. Lying on the sofa, Tang Qing felt that he was really crazy today. He ran out to kill people in the middle of the night. In the end, he didn't get the benefits of his fart and took a big risk. He had a bag in his head, but fortunately he didn't see the truth. Blood. Otherwise I must be uncomfortable for a few more days. Oh, At this time, a siren's made Tang Qing sit up in shock. Obviously, the previous worry was correct. Someone heard the gunshot and called the police. Really a trick to be a thief, afraid of officials every day. Tang Qing smiled bitterly. When I want to wait, the police will definitely have to interrogate from house to house. Tang Qing is also too lazy to think about it. He changes his clothes and covers the quilt before going to bed, but how can he be able to sleep now? Sure enough, 20 minutes later, after discovering the seriousness of the incident, more intensive police sirens sounded, and many residents were awakened. Lying on the windows and looking outside is only blocked by walls and factories, so I can't see what's going on there. I only know that something big has happened. There are so many police officers, and there is an increasing trend. Many high floors can see the entire steel factory, already full of policemen, police dogs, and huge searchlights. Even the armed police came. Tang Qing's window could not see the steel factory, and there was a building in between, so he could only listen to the sound while lying in bed. However, listening to the more and more dense police sirens in the distance and the sound of police dogs at the steel factory, Tang Qing became nervous, but when he thought that he had thrown away his shoes, there was nothing left on the scene that smelled of him. Just let go of my heart. I hope the police will not find other investigative methods to find this place. Tang Qing can only pray secretly. Sure enough, within half an hour, the police began to question the residents of the community from door to door, especially the residents close to the steel factory, although they know that there is little hope of finding someone, and whoever kills the person will stay in one place. But this is a process that must be followed, and they can't help it. In general, the police wouldn't knock on the door late at night, but this time it was a serious shooting incident. Depending on the scene or blocking the gun, the incident broke out in an instant. They all distributed bullets tonight, just in case. At least 3 police officers were dispatched. Escort. Fortunately, this gun is not made in China, so the leaders of the police station are also relieved. In the morning, they received a call from Wei Jun. They knew that a group of foreign armed forces sneaked into the area with guns, so their responsibility was not too great. But if such a big thing happened in their own jurisdiction, it must be a spirit of 120,000 points, and even they have notified the military to assist. Even if the case cannot be solved in the end, it is considered to be a sharing of responsibilities. Boom, boom, boom. Tang Qing's door was knocked. Tang Qing hurriedly got up and turned on the light, pretending to be drowsy, and opened the door. Squeak. Click. There was a sharp rubbing sound at the door, which shocked the 3 policemen who were nervous at the door. They directly conditioned their hands on their waists, as if they were about to draw their guns, but the reaction was that the door was loose afterwards. In a tone, it's no wonder that they looked like a soldier. There was such a vicious shooting incident in the middle of the night. They still blocked the gun, but they weren't nervous. They were naked thugs. "Hello, Uncle Policeman, who are you?" Tang Qing asked shamelessly, but the name was correct. The door was indeed led by a young policeman, followed by 2 young policemen, watching the 3 people's eyes. The faint exhaustion in the middle must have been directly pulled from the bed by the leader's phone call. It's hard to be a policeman. Tang Qing's uncle is still not. Don't look at a police station chief who says he's too prestigious, but once a major event happens, a call comes in the middle of the night, and you have to go. Who told you to be the leader? It's possible to go home even if there is no time for the day. In addition, there are many overtime that has nothing to do with the content of work. Outsiders seem to be so glamorous and awesome, but only one knows how tired he is. Especially Qin Yugong, a conscientious policeman. Tang Qing can only say sorry for this. The older police saw that a handsome young man opened the door and felt relieved. The 3 policemen at the door are also in a complicated mood at this time. It is reasonable to say that it is a bounden duty to catch bad guys from their point of view, but this also needs to be divided into people. They catch petty thefts or ordinary criminals very well, and they like it very much. This kind of easy life, but in the face of this bad person this time, they want to seize the merits, but they don't want to encounter it at all. After all, this time I'm going to catch a gangster with a firearm. The ghost knows how many other firearms the opponent has besides the sniper, and how strong his fighting ability is. Facing such a professional sniper, if they encounter it, they will die forever. It's not an exaggeration that the police are also humans. They are not stupid and courageous. Naturally, they have the desire to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. "Young man, where is your adult?" the older policeman asked. Before Tang Qing could speak, his father's voice came from behind him. "Tang Tang, what's the matter? Who's here?" The father and mother Tang, who had been tired for a day, slept quite dead. They were not awakened by the sound of police sirens, but were awakened by the sound of their own door. They had thought about changing the door or adding some lubricant before, but then they thought about it. Such a loud sound can prevent theft and dispel this idea. If a thief comes, even if the lock is opened, he will be frightened away by the loud rubbing sound. This is much more useful than a lock. "Dad, it's the police uncle. Maybe you have any questions." Tang Qing turned his head and said. When Father Tang and Mother Tang heard that the police had walked over quickly, Lin Jiaxua also walked out of his room in his coat, and when the police came, everyone became nervous unconsciously. After all, Chinese people have a natural fear of the police. "Comrade Police, may I ask what's wrong with this?" Although he was disturbed for a good night's sleep, Tang's father and Tang's mother didn't dare to say impatiently with a smile. "It is definitely not a simple matter to knock on the door in the middle of the night. That's it. I want to ask if you heard any strange noises just now, or have you seen any strange people in the past few days?" The older policeman asked according to the standard procedure, still holding this notebook in his hand. When the other 2 young men saw here, it was obviously not like a bad guy knocked on the door of another house and asked the same question. "That's not the case. I was busy during the day and slept quite dead. I just heard the door opening of our house woke me up. I didn't hear anything else." Father Tang shook his head, and Mother Tang echoed the same thing. At this time, the police also looked at Lin Jiaxue, and Lin Jiaxue hurriedly said, "I didn't hear any noise, except for your siren and door opening." She slept relatively shallowly. The first siren sound woke her up, but she was still in a dazed state. She couldn't sleep until a large number of police cars arrived. After Lin Jiaxue finished speaking, the older policeman looked at Tang Qing again. "Okay." Seeing the police uncle being so persistent, Tang Qing also said, "I didn't hear any sound, and I was awakened by the knock on the door." "Uncle Police, what happened?" The police did not doubt the words of Tang Qing's family. As for the sound of the door of their house, if someone came in and out, the neighborhood could hear it. As for climbing out of the window and then coming up again, what a joke. The world champion can't come up. It is possible to solve the case with whimsical ideas, but the whimsical is to ask for trouble, and there is no steel plant here. They have no hope at all. Otherwise, they would not stand at the door so hastily and ask. Those who are close to the steel plant, the process of interrogation of residents will not be so simple. Nothing. There are bad guys nearby. Be careful when you go out during this period of time. Since you haven't heard anything, go to sleep. If you remember anything, you should tell us in time. If the clues are reliable, our Public Security Bureau will award 100,000 yuan. It is naturally impossible for an older policeman to tell ordinary people the truth. As for the bonus of 100,000 yuan, it is true that it is not uncommon for such a vicious case to offer such a high reward. 100,000. Mother Tang exclaimed. Father Tang was also dumbfounded. Even Tang Qing had an expression of good feathers and more money. As for Lin Jiaxue's nerves, she was not interested in money. Great, just surprised. Okay, rest. I'll ask the next one. The police smiled when they saw it. Now this age of 100,000 represents half a house, which is not unimportant. He sees this expression a lot. Okay, the policeman, go slowly. Qin Yuzhen said loudly. At this time, the family opposite had finished the questioning, and the older policeman took the other policeman upstairs to continue the questioning. Squeak. Touch. There was another sound like killing a pig. After closing the door, they went back to their rooms and prepared to rest. However, Father Tang and Mother Tang have not fallen asleep. First, they thought about the 100,000 bonus. Second, the police sirens outside have been ringing nonstop. From the windows, you can see that there are no fewer than 10 police cars in the community. Even the armed police were dispatched and patrolled everywhere. Everyone realized that something really happened. For so many years, the entire county has not seen such a large search formation. Tang Qing, as the client, lay on the sofa and was always worried. Although he escaped the police's interrogation, he did not dare to relax. His uncle is a policeman, so he never dared to underestimate the police's intelligence. Too many, just like the protagonist in Detective Chinatown, this kind of talent is not non-existent in the police system. On the contrary, there are quite a lot of them. They are all baby bumps in the system, and they have seen a lot of strange things. Tang Qing will never underestimate the number of lunatics in this world. Let Tang Tang and the others go back to the village early tomorrow morning. Yep. This night is destined to be a sleepless night. The leaders at the county, city, and province levels were all woken up by a phone call. This incident has already alarmed the Ministry of Public Security through various reports. In the end, it was naturally in order, a thorough investigation. The Ministry of Public Security also formed an investigation team to rush here overnight. All the police in the county took to the streets to patrol. The increase in personnel in the city is also on the road, and the armed police and garrison have also rushed out to set up checkpoints on the traffic arteries around the county. A group of armed gunmen sneaked into the interior and ran to an inland province with a weapon like AK. This was already a terrifying case, and then this person was inexplicably killed by another group with a blocking gun. The incident has become more complicated. Their only clue now is to find the person who called the police in the morning. But now they don't even know whether the person who called the police is dead or alive. It is not easy to find, but one thing can be confirmed. Since the group of people did not leave the county and died here, then the person they were looking for should also be around the county seat. Otherwise, the other party would have moved a long time ago. Just as the leaders were worried, they received a call from Wei Jun's arrest. Wei Jun and the two were forced by Tang Qing and ran to the distant village. Under the guidance of the faint moonlight and the scattered lights in the distance, after more than 20 minutes, the two finally arrived at the nearest residential house. Wei Jun's phone number was thrown away by Dan Tua a long time ago, and he can only borrow it from the villagers here. However, knocking on someone's door in the middle of the night is impossible for anyone to open. In the end, Wei Jun said badly, the villagers inside just didn't let him go. In addition, looking at the embarrassment of the two and the blood on their bodies, he became more nervous and directly called the police and called the neighbors for help. So it was not the police who rushed first, but the awakened neighbors, each holding a shovel and a pole, surrounded them with ill-faced faces, and they were not allowed to leave, and they did not intend to leave, looking at the surrounding ones. Wei Jun smiled for the fully armed villagers, and they were finally safe. It was another 5 minutes before the police rushed over. 2 cars came at a time, followed by an armed police car. As soon as the police got out of the car and looked at the mud and blood on the bodies of Wei Jun, they immediately drew out their guns and dispersed the villagers. The armed police behind also quickly loaded their guns and pointed them at Wei Jun. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. There was no way. The matter tonight is too big. Although they don't know who Wei Jun is, they are absolutely inseparable from this case. Involved. The villagers were shocked when seeing so many policemen coming and preparing to shoot again, and they hurriedly dispersed the birds and beasts, ran to the distance to continue watching, for fear of being taken hostage by Wei Jun. Wei Jun is not afraid of being pointed at by a gun. As long as he doesn't act rashly or do anything misunderstanding, the police in front of him will not be able to shoot. So learning from the TV, Wei Jun and the two hurriedly raised their hands and said, "Hello, Mr. Police. I called the police in the morning. I surrendered and follow you." Hearing this, the policeman who took the lead breathed a sigh of relief. The breakthrough point finally came, but he didn't dare to take it seriously. He motioned to his men to press the 2 people against the residence fence and search their bodies. When they saw that there were no threatening weapons, they were all tortured into the police car. A few enthusiastic villagers were also taken away. After the police left, the villagers also dispersed. It is estimated that for a long time, they helped the police catch the bad guys, and they could all be talked about. Tang Qing was riding Grandpa Lin Joshua's motorcycle. He was ready to go home after buying oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and some rice, noodles, meat, and vegetables in the town. As for the New Year's goods, it's not too late to buy it tomorrow. God, don't worry, he is going to take Lin Joshua to buy it tomorrow. Passing by the door of a seller of electricity on the road in the town, Tang Qing stopped the car and looked inside. He had a huge amount of money in his pocket, and he wanted to buy some refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, etc. After all, these are relatively convenient. Before their grandparents passed away, their family was going to buy them. After all, it was not difficult at home, but Grandpa refused every time on the grounds of waste. They were used to saving money in their lives. Grandpa is the one who has the right to make a decision at home. He is very strong. Now that he has made his decision, other people can't say anything. Although he was moved, Tang Qing hesitated for a while and dismissed the idea. The money in his pocket was not much, and the dividend card was placed in his uncle's house. In the eyes of his parents, he is just poor. Obviously, such a large item should not be affordable. It's better not to cause trouble. It's a beeping dog. He has money and nowhere to spend. Now he earns more than 15 million yuan every day, looking at the more than 380 million yuan lying in his account. Tang Qing shook his head helplessly. Alas, life is so lonely as snow. Tang Qing was riding on a motorcycle and quietly enjoying this moment of wicked pretense. Suddenly, a hand was placed heavily on his shoulder, which shocked Tang Qing. The first reaction in his mind was that the police came to the door, and the second reaction was that the above thoughts were too terrible. It's not a hand, but a gun. Tang Qing instinctively grabbed that hand and wanted to have a shoulder throw, because that person was like Ouyang Feng in East as the West, and the standing position was so handsome. But when he reacted, he stopped his hand immediately. But it was too late, because when he pulled it forward, he used too much force to dislocate his hand, and a clear dislocation sound came into Tang Qing's ears. What? A pig-killing voice sounded behind him. Tang Qing hurriedly looked back. A young man in a black down jacket was crouching on the ground with his right arm in his hands. He was an acquaintance, and he was very familiar. No wonder he didn't say hello. Hands on. This shout directly attracted the eyes of those passing pedestrians. Seeing a person squatting on the ground holding his right hand, the call was called a miserable, that called a desolate, and suddenly whispered, and the good deeds still had a smile on their faces. I want to come to think that I have a chat topic again when I go home. Seeing this, Tang Qing didn't bother to talk nonsense. Are you okay? Are you okay? Does it matter? Stupid things like, are they all called like this? Is it okay? Tang Qing didn't say much, and his words couldn't solve the actual problem. So he parked the car and squatted forward, grabbing the dislocated hand and recalling the bone-setting techniques taught by Han Lung and the book. Being caught by Tang Qing's injured arm, the other party instinctively wanted to break free, but Tang Qing's strength was obviously in vain. He felt like his hand was clamped by pliers, unable to break free at all. Tang Qing, who had made a decision in an instant, put his hand on the dislocated position and exerted force with his fingers. Crack! A weak and inaudible voice sounded, and Tang Qing picked him up like this. Ah, it doesn't hurt. The man thought that this hand must be scrapped, because the moment when the bone was taken was really painful, but he just yelled twice and suddenly realized that his hand no longer hurts. So I did a lot of activity again, except for the feeling of rising up, that was gone, and his face was suddenly full of surprise, opened his mouth, looking at Tang Qing as if watching E.T. Tang Qing has a few kilograms, but he knows very well. When did he have such great strength and such fast and accurate bone-setting skills? The people around were dumbfounded at first sight. Unexpectedly, this young man who was beating people was still a master of bone sculpting, and his impression of Tang Qing was changed 180 times. People with ability always make people look different, and some are in the same village. The peopleins also recognized Tang Qing, so they were triumphantly pointing the puzzle again. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with the other party, Tang Qing nodded in satisfaction. He didn't expect that the first bone setting would be so perfect, but this is not uncommon. With the method, strength, and deep understanding of human body structure, there is no way to learn from theory alone. Pass is not too unacceptable. At this time, Tang Qing smiled and said, "Tuer, are you okay?" The person in front of him is called Shun Tua, his elementary school and junior high school classmates who are not close friends in the same village. As for the name Tuer, no one called him at first, all by his name, but once this guy did a terrifying act of weeping. When he was in the 6th grade of elementary school, he lost a bet with someone and went straight to the class teacher. Going to the podium and taking off his pants, the little brother made his appearance, stunned the teachers and classmates in the class. From then on, everyone guessed that he started taking off. In the end, Shin was naturally unable to escape the fate of his parents. This incident not only caused him to go home and be beaten up by his father, but also made him a legend in the school. His legend is still circulated in the school. This also directly leads to this guy didn't have a girlfriend at all in junior high and high school. Tang Qing, I rely on. What were you doing just now? Just say hello to you. You put such a heavy hand. It hurts me to death. And who did you learn from your bone-setting technique? So old-fashioned. Shin Tua hurriedly stood up and asked in surprise. The onlookers should do whatever they see if they don't see it. Who told you to take my shoulder silently? I had practiced fighting with an uncle who was a soldier for a few days before. This is a conditioned reflex. If I hadn't reacted quickly, you would have been thrown into a pancake by me. Tang Qing scolded with a smile. FCK off, you're just a pancake. It's okay if I haven't seen you in a year. He's getting more and more handsome, and he has grown taller. Generally speaking, he is a little bit worse than me. Keep working hard. Don't let I'm disappointed. Yes, Lin Jiaxue, have you come back yet? Shin Tua looked up and down Tang Qing narcissistically. Now that he knows Tang Qing, he naturally knows Lin Jiaxue. Whenever he thinks of this, Shin Tua is full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Because of that appearance, his deeds were brought to high school by those good-for-nothing classmates, and naturally no girl would want to be with him. Communication, alas, even if there is one, he is satisfied, but there is no one. Shin Tua also wanted to cry without tears, and wanted to strangle the self who had been mentally disabled. She came back with me in the morning, and she is helping me clean up the house at home now, Tang Qing said with a smile. He was not polite, sprinkling dog food crazily. Shin Song was immediately injured by 10,000 tons. Hey, let me go. Why your life is so good. Why don't I have such a gentle, virtuous, knowledgeable, beautiful, and kind-hearted childhood sweetheart? No, you are responsible for finding one for me. Shin Tua shook his shoulders and started again like a woman. It's a shame. He and Li Kai have the same personality. They just like to play tricks with people. If it weren't for the incident, this mouth would have been able to coax many girls. Don't be delusional about Son Yen. You are also the eldest and youngest person. The age of looking for childhood sweethearts has passed. In a few years, you will be a sprinter. What are you doing this year? I heard that you dropped out. Tang Qing was also dumbfounded. Said, he knows this guy's crazy record in the future, and later often posted various achievements in his circle of friends. Although Shen Song was notorious at school, he had no womanhood, but this guy was shameless after he set foot in society. The character is like a fish in water. I don't know how many good girls Huahua has. I went to work in the South with my dad, and I can't learn it. It's not this material. It's better to go out to work early. Maybe I can become a rich man. Then I will cover you. Shin Tua patted his chest. Said, okay, I will rely on you to cover it in the future. Tang Qing smiled. Although it was a bit contrary to his intentions, we can't ruin the atmosphere. Don't be vague when it comes to saving face for your friends. He knew that what Shin Tua said was not polite, but that he was really happy with his friends. Although Shin Song did not become a billionaire, he still had a net worth of tens of millions. He knew that Shin Song started to work in the factory, and then he stopped working and turned to sell fruit. Slowly become a fruit wholesaler. And finally I heard that a canning company was established to produce canned fruit, but Shin Song has never shown superiority in front of Tang Qing or looked down on him. Instead, he sincerely invited him several times and wanted him to help him, but was also rejected by Tang Qing. Tang Qing, who has experienced the death of the most important people one after another, can no longer afford to be rich and wealthy. What is the point of earning more money? Who will show it? Who are the flowers for? In his previous life, he was just a petty citizen, and he didn't change the heart of the world. Hey, let's go. I made money this year, and I will take you to eat delicious food at night. Shin Tua said generously, climbing on Tang Qing's shoulder. Forget it. I'm going back to dinner at night. They are all waiting next time. Tang Qing refused. It is important to accompany his wife to dinner. He cherishes every opportunity to get along with his lover, even if he can't do anything. As long as she is by her side, it is said that brothers are like brothers and feet, and women are like clothes, but those are other people. In him, his relatives are the most important. Seeing that Tang Qing refused to sink, he didn't bother. He was so familiar. He naturally knew the feelings of Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue. In fact, this kind of love was what he yearned for. It just didn't have the life. Well, I'll look for it tomorrow. Go play. Do you have anything to do? It's okay, but you come over for dinner tomorrow noon. I'll leave first. Tang Qing nodded, seeing that it was not early. At this time Tang Qing had already bought everything and was ready to go back. That's okay. Do more. I will call Lu Chun and the others too. Shin Tua said, their home is in the town, and there is no need to take a ride. Okay. Naturally, Tang Qing ate dinner at Lin Jiaxue's place. His home only opened the stove tomorrow. After the meal, Tang Qing didn't feel greasy and crooked with Lin Jiaxue. A delicate and frail girl had been tired for a day. He saw Lin Jiaxue beat him during the meal. A few yawns. Although they were more elegant and hidden, how could they escape Tang Qing who had been observing her? Tang Qing didn't have a trace of sleepiness at all. Even if he was sleepy, he could use Genesis Qi to eliminate sleepiness first, and then make up for his sleep afterwards. In my home, I saw Lin Jiaxue sweating moving things several times in the winter. Tang Qing was also distressed, so she advised her not to do it, and even directly pressed her on the stool to prevent her from doing it. But the stubborn Lin Jiaxue stubbornly refused to do it, and came back with the phrase, "I'm not paperwork," and by the way, it was white again, and he continued to work. Although Tang Qing felt distressed, he didn't persuade him anymore. He knew that Lin Jiaxue's personality was quiet, but also very independent. If she deprived her of her labor rights, she might feel that she was useless and couldn't help at all. Unlike other girls, you can't let her work and immediately watch you do it with joy. Lin Jiaxue really wanted to help him instead of hindering his girlfriend's identity. After washing the dishes and cleaning the kitchen with Lin Jiaxue, it was already dark. Tang Qing returned to his home. Back in the room, Tang Qing turned on the light and lay on the bed, with his hands resting behind his head, staring at the wooden beams and black tiles and the cobwebs in the corner of the wall in a daze. He couldn't help thinking about his past and present lives, but thinking about Tang Qing. I was a little confused. The past life is doomed. There is nothing to think about. It is not a good memory. But what about this life? What will your future life be like? He didn't expect that he would think of this question that he thought he had an answer to. After having the system before, he firmly believes that his future is bright. The only thing he is worried about is the danger that may be brought about by the opening of the system mall, but he is also full of hope. Only now did he realize that hope and light are not the future. They are just adjectives. What will his future look like? Banker? But what is the definition of a banker in the system? Master the bank? Master the currency? Master the right to issue currency? Or do you have the right to speak in currency issuance? Or a collection of all of the above? He had asked about this before, but the system did not say that. It just kept opening up the functions to provide him with all kinds of assistance and convenience. But there was no clear guidance and explanation. This cheating setting Tang Qing no longer wants to complain. That's a rigid procedure. No matter how you scold him, he won't be ignored. As for the designer, let it go. Although the high-level intelligent creature doesn't know if it is a human being, since it has done so, there must be his reason. For example, a chef who is recognized as the #1 in the world makes the best dish for you. If you don't like it, you can't blame others for poor cooking skills. You can only blame the dish for its unpalatability. It's such a nonsense reason. But what are you doing with the money? What are you doing with weapons? The system is all in a posture that you can figure it out by yourself. Some he understands, some he doesn't, which makes him very confused. He has also done a lot of homework and made a lot of planning. Although the Tang Dynasty, Sky Eye, reverse exchange, etc. are all his own choices, he does not feel that he has everything in his hands. Because he doesn't know how the system will arrange his life in the future, whether there will be a fierce conflict with his expected life, or whether he will play him to death. This unknown future almost tormented Tang Qing crazy. In the end, he simply didn't want to think about it anymore, thinking that it would cause psychological problems. This was also taught to him by his instructor in the previous life. Once he finds that he has mental problems if he thinks too deeply, he must stop as soon as possible. For example, many people complain about the society and the injustice, and then the more they think, the more angry they are, and the more they think. Depressed. In the end, my heart is getting darker and darker, and when it occurs, it will be quickly pinched out, so as not to become out of control. After 12 o'clock in the evening, Tang Qing hurriedly started arbitrage trading. After more than an hour, the balance in Tang Qing's account officially exceeded the 400 million mark. After the number of exchanges was used up, Tang Qing went to sleep directly. The next day, early in the morning, Tang Qing was carrying Lin Jiaxue to the town to buy their New Year goods. Lin Jiaxue's family had already been bought by her grandparents. The wind in the morning was still relatively cold. Lin Jiaxue was sitting behind Tang Qing. He didn't play any speed-up and deceleration games, because Lin Jiaxue was already holding him tightly. They used to do this before, except in hot weather, although not allowed. Tang Qing did it, but Lin Jiaxue never. Refused to touch other parts, such as hugging or holding Tang Qing's arm. Lin Jiaxue's face pressed against Tang Qing's back. Afraid that the wind would chill the lover behind him, Tang Qing rode very slowly, not much faster than walking. He rode slowly, feeling the weak body behind him. Tang Qing felt very warm, with Lin Jiaxue by his side. What? He can abandon troubles. Jiaxue, you are finally back. I have been looking forward to you for a year. Just as Tang Qing was enjoying the warm moment, a frivolous voice sounded beside him, which was very unpleasant. Tang Qing frowned and turned his head to look. He knew who it was. Qing Kong. It's another fly. At this time, he finally understood why the protagonist in the novel always meets and fights with rivals. Because the girlfriend is so good, there may be a lot of self-righteous people come up to talk to each other. Can there not be many conflicts? Lin Jiaxue frowned but did not speak. Her face turned to one side. Qing Kong, stay away from us. Tang Qing said coldly. Qing Kong was about the same age as him. His mother died early, and his father was a relative and a gambler. Affected by this, he did not go to school after graduating from elementary school. has been dangling in the society, not doing business properly, all day long learning from other people to pretend to be the big brother. It was commonplace to molested girls and had a lot of history. Tang Qing remembered that Qin Kong in later generations was interrupted because of the daughter of the Hua family. For this reason, the family chose to reconcile and accompany some money less. Tang Qing felt true when he thought of it. What a FCK, this kind of person should have been shot, and then Qin Kong actually started a drug-making business again, and was finally fed peanuts directly. What does it matter to you when I talk to Joshua? Qin Kong said, looking at Tang Qing disdainfully. You quarreled me. I have always slapped to death when dealing with noisy flies. Seeing that it is not easy for you to grow up, I will give you a way to survive. Tang Qing said directly. The style of this line is not at all like him before. He wouldn't have said such a thing even if he faced a rival in love. But Qin Kong in front of him was an exception. He couldn't help thinking of this person's character. This kind of bad guy is good if he doesn't kick his motorcycle over with a single kick. Qin Kong counts as a distant relative of his mother's family. He can't remember how far it is. Anyway, it's very far away, basically belonging to the kind of brother of the aunt's cousin's second aunt's nephew's mother-in-law's mother-in-law, and so on. The ghost knows how this person pulled this relationship back then. It is also a coincidence that the other party's surname is Qin. He has no blood relationship with his grandfather. It stands to reason that at least he would not speak so harshly if he had a family relationship. But Qin Kong, he couldn't bear Lin Joshua's attention. During the Chinese New Year last year, Qin Kong rushed to their house to have fun, pestering Lin Joshua to show his affection. Tang Qing stopped doing it at that time and pushed him away with a hot head, but Tang Qing was weak at that time. Qin Kong, who had been able to fight on the battlefield, was directly killed, lost his face. In the end, Father Lin came forward and drove him away. How can Tang Qing forget this shame? Boy, are you itchy again? Last year's meal was not enough, right? Qin Kong said with a sneer. Since the first time I saw Lin Joshua on the street during the Chinese New Year last year, he has started. He vowed to get such a beautiful girl, so he followed the principle of chasing if he liked it. And after inquiring about it, he went straight to the door the next day, ready to get to know him first, and then use his uninhibited to conquer Lin Joshua, who has never seen anything in the world. This method is unsatisfactory. Those girls who are in adolescence will easily be taken down by this kind of rhetoric and their wild horses. This is also the experience his predecessors taught him. With a little handsome, really is very useful. After listening to Qin Kong's words, Tang Qing didn't immediately return. Yes, it is. Tang Qing was speechless for a while, wondering what to say. Is the dog blood dialogue about to start again? Please do not. Do you fight back, or do you not fight back? This is definitely required. Language fight back, or do it directly. But I really don't want to scold this kind of person. It's too shameful. Anyway, we are also worth hundreds of millions. But it's not appropriate to kick the past with a single kick. Although I may find someone to solve it. Disgusting. He didn't want to go to the police station for the new year. He still had to buy things, and he didn't want Lin Joshua to worry. But now that they are all delivered, we are also out of anger from last year. Well, I have to think of a way to punish the other party without affecting my new year, but it's hard to think of. Huh. Be afraid. You are so kind. How can you protect Lin Joshua? Only me is suitable for Lin Joshua. Seeing Tang Qing's silence, Qin Kong exposed another line looking for cursing. Tang Qing was trying to say something, but inadvertently swept a touch of metal light around Qin Kong's waist. Tang Qing smiled, laughed happily. If you really want to die, you can't stop it. What did Tang Qing see on Qin Kong's waist? It turned out to be a pistol. Although it was only because Qin Kong showed his upper body for a moment when he was moving and only saw the gun case, this was enough. Tang Qing had already memorized many gun shapes and sizes, and he personally disassembled many guns. He immediately recognized that it was a May 4th pistol, and it was definitely a real guy. He still had this judgment after playing with the gun for so long. Tang Qing, who is accustomed to seeing all kinds of guns, is naturally not afraid. A broken pistol can help him. Besides, he does not plan to fight with guns, but is a human being. If this guy in front of him dared to do it with himself, he would never give it to him. Opportunity for the opponent to draw a gun, and whether there are bullets in it is still a problem. He really didn't expect Qin Kong, a little bastard, to have such a thing. It's not easy to do in China, and he dared to carry it so blatantly. He really didn't know if he was bold or ignorant. But no matter what, Qin Kong was settled this time. Of course, with just a pistol, Qin Kong cannot be convicted of any serious crimes. Even if it is hidden, the sentence will be about 1 year, or even less. He can't remember the details, but whether it is 1 year or 6 months, even if it takes half a month. So let this guy go first. He doesn't want to see Qin Kong again this year. If Qin Kong came out in the future, he would still have bad thoughts about Lin Jiaxue. Humph. At that time, he won't be so polite anymore. He's just a gangster. There are not too many ways he wants Qin Kong to get in the prison. It's just that the time is too short to plan. This time he will be a small punishment. If Qin Kong only provoked him, he would at best give him a lesson like Yen Fei. But if the other party has a tendency to hurt his relatives, letting him live is already a gift, and no one can touch his relatives. In order to prevent Qin Kong from retaliating against him and Lin Jiaxue's family after he came out, Tang Qing did not plan to let the other party know that he called the police. Although I was a bit overly careful, I had to guard against it. The ancestors would not be wrong about the so-called careful sailing of the 10,000-year ship. Tang Qing, who had the plan, said to Lin Jiaxue behind him, "Hold on tight," and rushed out with the accelerator. He really didn't want to talk to this kind of person, lest he splashed his saliva on him, and exchanged lines with this kind of person. Scolded, "Nausea. Ha ha. Tang Qing, you are a coward. Don't go if you have the ability." Qin Kong didn't go after him right away, but laughed presumptuously on the spot, as if he had taken a lot of advantage. Because he was not happy, the more Tang Qing showed cowardice, the greater his chances. He didn't speed up to chase after seeing Tang Qingyuan go. He wanted to make Tang Qing feel embarrassed for a while. Let Lin Jiaxue see that this is the man she fancies. Tang Qing noticed that Qin Kong didn't follow him right away. He originally wanted to blindly type a text message based on his familiarity with mobile phones, but now it doesn't seem to work anymore. There are a few big turns ahead, even if you call Qin Kong. I couldn't see it, so Tang Qing took out his mobile phone and called Zheng Xiu. Qin Kong is a local snake here and a frequent visitor to the police station. It is not normal to say that there are no good police officers in one part of the town. If someone reports a letter, it will be troublesome. If Zheng Xiu pressures him, he can at least give a certain policeman with ulterior motives a warning. In particular, he has to make up the last loophole. That is, if Qin Kong is clever in his mind, he insists that he picked it up and is about to hand it in. Then he will not only be innocent, but also have merit. That would be disgusting. With Zheng Xiu's care, even if Qin Kong really used this reason, he could let him spend a year in it. Tang Qing once again felt that power is really a good thing. But within a few seconds, Zheng Xiu's call was connected. At this time, Zheng Xian was on duty in the County Public Security Bureau, and the various inspections and summary meetings at the end of the year were almost done. He will be on holiday tomorrow, so he leisurely sipped tea in the office with his legs crossed and squinted his eyes to think. How to spend this year, who wants to call, who wants to visit, and which relationships need to be maintained and deepened during the new year are things that anyone in the system will think carefully before the new year. Before the holiday, although he is the chief, he cannot go home directly. Suddenly, a ringing of the cell phone pulled Zheng Xiu out of his thoughts. Although his thoughts were interrupted, his face was not dissatisfied at all, because this cell phone was his most personal number, and anyone who knew it was either his relatives or he came to him. People who say it is very important. Zheng Xiu picked up the phone, and when he saw Tang Qing's number, he immediately sat upright, as if the leader was facing him. However, he didn't feel that he was doing something wrong. Tang Qing is not as ordinary as he was when he first met. The relationships around him are more powerful than others. Although Tang Qing's identity is just a student and he respects himself very much, he did not dare to neglect in the slightest. The answer key was pressed. "Hello, Xiaotang. What can I do with your Uncle Zheng?" Zheng Xiu smiled. It is not yet Chinese New Year. Naturally, Tang Qing cannot call him for New Year's greetings. It can only be because something is wrong. And he also hopes that Tang isn't the relationship built up by mutual help when Qing has something to look for him. "Hello, Uncle Zheng. This is how I found with a pistol in our town," Tang Qing said briefly. He didn't know when Qin Kong would chase after him, and he didn't bother to say if he had no nutrition. "What? Took to the street with a pistol?" Zheng Xiu was shocked, and stood up. Not long after the accident, another one came. However, although his tone and expression are quite surprised, but to be honest, he has seen a lot of things in his position. It is not much shocking for a small gangster to take a gun to the street, because he knows that few gangsters have the courage to dare. The people who shot out were all young curiosity and show-off. It was just too much to play. He hadn't seen too many gangsters for so many years. Although the gangsters were a little bit impulsive, they were a little bit impulsive. Not stupid, few have the guts to shoot and wound people. Only with Tang Qing's participation in this matter, he couldn't help but not take it seriously. Yes, his name is Qin Kong, and he should be easy to recognize the gangster who often enters the police station. He will probably be in town later. I'm afraid he will hurt people. Tang Qing said slowly. That's okay. I will arrange the arrest. Thank you, Xiao Tang, for supporting our work. Zheng Xiu promised. It's just a gangster. Even if he has a gun, it is not terrible. Sentencing is not too important. The 8-year-old, who hasn't hurt anyone before, shows up quickly. It's easy to persuade such people to put down their guns, except for those who are anxious. It's okay, this is what we should do. At that time, I hope you will enforce the law impartially. I will have a bad year with this guy. Tang Qing said again. He doesn't know how this kind of case is qualitative in sentencing, but since it is related, it is natural to use it. He believes that with Zheng Xiu's care and his own point of mention, in the end, even if Qin Kong pushes the gun matter. After all, Zheng Xiu can also find a way to make him live a peaceful year. Haha, of course. Zheng Xiu smiled. Upon hearing Tang Qing's words, Zheng Xiu naturally understood that this person knew Tang Qing, and there must be a holiday. No wonder Tang Qing called him directly instead of calling the 110 police. These are trivial matters, and for him it is a matter of a few words, so he is naturally willing to sell Tang Qing alone. Then they exchanged 2 more words, and the two ended the conversation. With Tang Qing's special attention, Zheng Xiu also attached great importance to it, and immediately gave instructions to Yang Quan, the head of the police station in Lushu town, that he must be arrested and enforce the law impartially. As soon as Yang Quan heard Qin Kong's name, he immediately thought of this person. After all, after working here for 10 years, the town itself is not big, and even if it adds up, it doesn't make much difference, and it's normal to have an impression. He also didn't expect that this guy Qin Kong would find such a big thing for himself after the Chinese New Year without a sound, or the secretary personally reported the case. He naturally wanted to be up to 120,000 points and prepared after hanging up the phone. After a while, he immediately took his men and went out. Like Zheng Xiu, he has dealt with this group for many years. Even if the opponent has a gun, he is not afraid at all, but the necessary preparations are still needed. If the estimation is wrong, the scene will be really embarrassing. 10 seconds after Tang Qing hung up, Qin Kong's disgusting voice came from behind. Tang Qing, you coward. Look at Joshua. This is your childhood sweetheart. Now that he is almost in town, with a lot of people and cars, Tang Qing doesn't dare to drive too fast. Lin Joshua remained silent after listening to Qin Kong's words, turning her head to the side. Tang Qing didn't call her behind her back just now, so she naturally knew Tang Qing's purpose. Thinking of having such a dangerous person by her side, Lin Joshua said she was not afraid that it was fake, so she held Tang Qing's waist tighter. It stands to reason that when someone scolded her boyfriend, Lin Joshua should go back, but she didn't do that. She followed Tang Qing and ignored Qin Kong, because she knew that this kind of person would sound good to him no matter what she said. Will attract more chatter. It's bad enough to hear this person talking, and I have to talk to him. Isn't that even worse? Feeling the strength of the beautiful woman behind him, Tang Qing patted her hand for fear, not to be afraid. A fly that was about to be slapped to death for a while, he really didn't bother to care about it. It was not that he was counseling, but Qin Kong had a ghost gambler dad, is also famous in the local area. As long as Tang Qing and Qin Kong are quarreling or fighting today, the gambler father who finds the gun after the police arrives will definitely be counted on him. He can't just finish a small one. Let the old take revenge and think of a way to rectify the old. That would be terribly dog-blooded. As there is a saying, the biggest harm to a person is ignoring, which is more cruel than scolding him or beating him. Beating him and scolding him, at least you are still angry. Ignoring is already from the personality. Despised. After that, Qin Kong kept showing affection to Lin Jiaxue while hurting Tang Qing. Seeing Tang Qing ignored him, his tone became more and more arrogant, so he almost took out his gun to shoot the birds. But in 5 minutes, a few people came to a place with a denser crowd. Tang Qing saw a police car in front slowly moving away, and a smile leaked on his face. At this time, the sharp-eyed police also spotted Qin Kong. There was no way. The guy was dyed with a yellow and green rocket head, and the crowd was as dazzling as fireflies in pitch black, and he could be recognized from a distance. The police at the police station found that the target was driving forward for a while and blocked Tang Qing's motorcycle. 3 police officers walked out of it. One of them stepped forward and stopped Tang Qing and Qin Kong's motorcycle and said, "Parking. Yeah, Brother Liu, you are still on duty today, come and smoke." Qin Kong didn't feel shocked when he saw the police. Instead, he was extremely pleased. He directly took out a cigarette and handed it up. He also wanted to be in front of Lin Jiaxue. Show the relationship. Look, the police are all my buddies. But as soon as he stepped forward, Officer Liu and the people next to him immediately grabbed one hand and pressed him to the ground, while groping for Qin Kong. It stands to reason that dealing with people with guns is not this process. You should first take out the guns to let others raise their hands and do nothing. But Qin Kong, a regular customer, doesn't know how to be bullied and afraid of hardships. Every time they meet, they are like grandchildren. It's really hard for them to believe that this guy will draw his gun and confront them. "Brother Liu, what are you doing?" "I am a law-abiding citizen." Qin Kong, who was pressed on the ground, called out in a panic. "Who is your brother Liu?" "Please call me Police Officer Liu, a law-abiding citizen." "Then you still bring a gun?" "Just keep me quiet." At this time, his companion had found the May 4th, and the police surnamed Liu coldly. He said his director was watching in the car. He didn't dare to be polite. They were surprised when they knew that Qin Kong had guns. Although guns are forbidden to be sold in the private sector, many people can still get them. There is nothing fuss about. It's just that the hapless kid hit the gun. This is not mine." Qin Kong said in a panic when he heard that. He didn't dare to admit that this thing belonged to him. Otherwise, he would definitely go to jail, although it is not long. But who wants to go inside? "Happy." "Whose is this?" the policeman surnamed Liu asked with a sneer. "Yes, I picked it up and I was going to give it to you." Qin Kong was frightened at first and wanted to tell the owner of the gun. "This is the eldest brother he recognizes, seeing that I usually behave well for myself to play for a few days." But he immediately came back to his senses. After this, he was dead, so he hurriedly changed his mind and wanted to carry it on his own. Just when he was about to carry the crime, he suddenly realized that the police's question was a little bit inducing. He was a little dark under the lights, isn't it? As long as he doesn't admit that it is his own, it's not his elder brother's. After speaking, Qin Kong let out a sigh of relief and praised his wit. Tang Qing smiled when he saw it, and sure enough, there were not many real fools in the world. As long as Qin Kong insisted that the gun was picked up by himself, he would be detained as a suspect at most, but that was enough, as long as he could not see this guy during the new year. "Humph, you picked it up, then tell me how you picked it up." The policeman, surnamed Liu, sneered. The director was in the car. "I heard that Zheng Xiu's policeman personally ordered. They are not stupid, and they are not stupid." The director said these 4 words are definitely not a bonus to Qin Kong. They naturally know what to do. Anyway, they don't have the slightest pity for this kind of scum, and they just rely on this guy to do it normally. He wanted to strangle him, but Qin Kong violated the law at most and did not commit a crime. If he followed the procedure, he would not be able to help him. In addition, the other party was underage. At most, he was educated and detained. The two put Qin Kong in the back seat of the car, and Qin Kong didn't think much about it. Just as his own idea, there are quite a few people who know that the eldest brother shot himself a gun, and there are many people who want to see him joke. The gun was lent to many people to play with by his elder brother. Anyway, there were no bullets in it, and nothing happened. He only let someone leak the wind. Anyway, he didn't admit it after he entered, and the police couldn't help it. His only fear is how to explain to his elder brother after going out. After the 2 policemen put Qin Kong in the police car, the policeman surnamed Liu turned his head and said to Tang Qing, "Let's go. You 2 also come to the office with me." He just saw Qin Kong talking to Tang Qing excitedly there. Although Tang Qing didn't want to pay attention to his expression at all, since the other party knew Qin Kong, He was still a witness at the scene of the crime and asked them to go back to the office to record. It is natural to make a confession. And he also had a guess in his heart. Why did the chief call him personally, naming them by name and asking them to handle Qing Kong impartially? There is also the police who reported to Zheng Xiu. It is impossible for ordinary people to call Zheng Xiu on the police call. Even if the county receives an alarm, it is impossible for the director to notify them. Therefore, someone must call Zheng Xiu directly. Hello. So who is this person? Or, this is a bureau of the secretary? Due to his professional habit, he thought about more than a dozen kinds of possibilities in an instant, and the police from Tang Qing Bao was one of them. Therefore, this time he was recording a confession and he was inquiring about Tang Qing's thoughts about falsehood and reality. Anyway, as long as he didn't mess around, it wouldn't be a violation and no one could fault it. If Tang Qing and Zheng Xiu are not related, then forget it. If there is a relationship, he is only 29 years old and he wants to improve. Okay, Officer Liu, you drive in front and I will follow. Tang Qing agreed. He doesn't know the garland of the police officer surnamed Liu, but even if he knows it, he won't feel anything and he won't look down on him. Desire is the core of the operation of this society. Is it wrong for a person to desire to climb upwards? Of course not. Is it wrong to flatter your superiors? Naturally, there is no reason for this kind of people to give up their dignity and gain a status. Just like a woman who has lost her footing and exchanging money with her body, the exchange is equivalent, and there is no high or low. If you don't have the ability to forcefully break through the sky, break conventions, and stand out, and you don't want to give up anything, what you only want is called robber logic. Just like the two ways of good and evil, the right way does not want to go, and the evil way does not want to go. And if you want to take their prizes on those two roads as your own, then there is really no way to communicate. What people want, what desires make people? Well, drive slowly, there are many people here. The police officer surnamed Liu nodded and got into the car after telling him. Tang Qing was not a participant, so naturally he was not afraid that he would run away. Seeing that there was no excitement, the crowd's onlookers dispersed one after another. The news that Qing Kong was arrested might have been enough for them to talk about for a while. Tang Qing took Lin Jiaxue and followed behind the police car to the town police station to record a statement. He did not evade the slightest, including his relationship with Qing Kong, grievances, and so on. Although it was a bit surprised, the police even asked what his relatives were doing. He has nothing to hide. The police surnamed Liu on the opposite side was shocked to learn that Uncle Tang Qing turned out to be Qin Yugong. This place is under the jurisdiction of Qingyan City. They are all within the same system. How could they have never heard of Qin Yugong's name? That is equal to the county bureau chief. The existence of the rank and the boundless future may mean that in the blink of an eye he will be a deputy director rank cadre. This is a small god. As a result, the police immediately became enthusiastic about Tang Qing's attitude, and at the same time, Officer Liu had already made up the matter in his mind. There was a 50% chance that Zheng Xiu, whom Tang Qing asked for, wanted to give Qing Kong a lesson. As for the remaining 50%, it is due to the rigor of the police. Iron and steel evidence may be false, let alone speculation. Now there are two big Buddhas behind Tang Qing, and the police already know how to do it. But at 15 minutes, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue were enthusiastically sent out of the police station by the police, and they almost told them to come again next time. As for Qing Kong, he is still honestly explaining the problem in the interrogation room. As far as his previous conviction is concerned, it shouldn't be too simple to detain him for a period of time. And in order to show it well, someone with a heart is already thinking about how to make this case more interesting. The leader personally ordered them, and they naturally have to do a bit more thoroughly, otherwise how to make progress. After leaving the police station, Lin Jiaxue had been holding Tang Qing's hand tightly, and said with fear, Tang, it was too dangerous just now. I didn't expect Qing Kong to still carry a gun. Fortunately, you didn't argue with him. Haha, what are you afraid of? Didn't police officer Gang Lu say that there are no bullets in it? And I learned some fighting skills with a master fighter some time ago. Even if there is a dispute, I am not afraid of him, if it weren't for the purpose of getting rid of this matter. He got revenge after he came out, otherwise I would have beaten him a long time ago. Tang Qing patted Lin Jiaxue and signaled relief. You are not allowed to take risks without bullets. You are not allowed to be impulsive when you encounter him in the future. That would be dangerous. Lin Jiaxue said seriously immediately. Although Qin Kong didn't have bullets, it only meant that he didn't have any bullets on him. What about his family? It would be dangerous if Qin Kong was bullied by Tang Qing and hid bullets privately. Yes, I listen to you. I will ignore him when I meet him in the future. Tang Qing hurriedly agreed. At this time, you can't be aggressive, and before he can't physically resist the bullet, in Lin Jiaxue's eyes, Qin Kong is an extremely dangerous person. And, seeing Tang Qing agree to Lin Jiaxue's relief, she didn't feel that Tang Qing was cowardly if she didn't fight back. If she was shot and killed, it would be a shame. Safety is more important than face. The next two bought some New Year goods, couplets, incense candles, firecrackers, tobacco, alcohol, tea and vegetables. They made up a lot of them. Tang Qing ran back and forth 2 times before pulling them out. After returning home after buying the Chinese New Year goods, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue were busy in the kitchen, preparing to cook 7 or 8 dishes for this meal. Apart from a few classmates, Lin Jiaxue's grandparents are coming for this lunch at noon today. If Father Lin and Mother Lin take a quick ride, they will be able to catch up. Naturally, I have to do a little more just in case. As for Father Tang and Mother Tang, they only come back in the afternoon. This is basically the case every year. They are open for half a day on New Year's Eve. Sometimes they come back to eat at noon, sometimes they eat in the store, and then rest until the 3rd and 4th days. Open. Slap. The firewood crackled in the stove. There is no such thing as natural gas or biogas now, only firewood. The firewood was left by Grandpa Tang Qing and the others. After the death of the second elder, the house was also piled up. Regarding the frequency of use, Tang Qing estimated that every 5 or 6 years would not be burned out. Nearly 11 o'clock, Shun Song and a few close classmates arrived. There are a total of 5, 3 men and 2 women. They will naturally not come empty-handed during the Chinese New Year, but they are all students and they did not mess with the messy delivery of cigarettes and wine. They all mentioned some of their own special products. Tang Qing, we're here, come out soon to pick up the guests. As soon as he walked in, Shun Song's loud voice did not stop. FCK off, you just picked up the guests, just sit in the yard. Tang Qing walked out of the kitchen in an apron and cursed with a smile. Lin Jiaxue also came out to greet him and went in again. At this time, the grass in the yard was also cleaned by Tang Qing, and the table and bench snacks were already ready to be placed in the yard, just waiting for someone to come. Tang Qing stepped forward and poured a cup of tea for each of them. Sit down and talk. I'm going to cook first. Tang Qing turned around and went into the kitchen. But everyone is young, and they are still good classmates. Although they are guests, they can't really be grandfathers in the yard, so they all go up to help. Seeing so many people coming in, Tang Qing unceremoniously drove Lin Jiaxue and the 2 female classmates out to chat. Just now, I was really too busy alone. Now that I have some free labor, Tang Qing naturally feels distressed about Lin Jiaxue. Lin Jiaxue's parents did not arrive near noon. Because that road was blocked again, this time there was a car accident. 7 young people and 2 old people were sitting at the same table, but they didn't drink, because Tang Qing didn't drink before, and Shin Song would start to teach everyone when he drank. The cowhide can blow through the sky and blow repeatedly. In order to be able to eat a stable meal, the other 2 who would drink did not drink it at all. As for Lin Jiaxue's grandfather, Lin Jiaxue is also in charge of her, and she is not allowed to drink beer. Tang Qing, you have to treat us Jiaxue well. If you dare to bully her, I can't spare you. One of Lin Jiaxue's best friends, Shering, threatened with a small fist. She knows Lin Jiaxue's character, an absolute good wife and mother, but her character is too quiet, and she is too tolerant of Tang Qing and believes in it. Sometimes the stupid energy is really my pity, so every time I see it she couldn't help but talk to Tang Qing. That is, if you dare. Shin Song directly contracted for the next 5 minutes. Several classmates covered their faces without speaking, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Okay, I know. Then you can say, how can I bear to bully her? Don't worry. Seeing a few classmates, I want to talk and stop. Tang Qing hurriedly stopped Shun Song's Tang. During the speech, he was really afraid of this guy. He didn't expect that Shun Song had evolved so quickly that he could fight without drinking. Very scary. In the whole meal, Most young people naturally began to recall their previous school life. So and so who got where, so and so who did not go to school, so and who fell in love with whom. Especially when it comes to falling in love. How many boys and girls looked at Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue enviously? Men admired Tang Qing's good fortune, and women admired Tang Qing's sunshine and handsome. The former Tang Qing was just a little handsome, but now Tang Qing has skipped and is very handsome. With that calm, modest, and unconscious high-ranking temperament, she is completely a male god. If she didn't know the feelings of Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue, the pretty Shering would have been robbing it. In the end, the meal took more than 2 hours to end. After eating, the few people went home. Today is New Year's Eve, and the family still needs help. In the afternoon, Lin Jiaxue's parents and Tang Qing's parents came back one after another. Naturally, it was another greeting and gift, and at the same time Tang Qing followed and visited several relatives. In the evening, Tang Qing's family and Lin Jiaxue's family were all sitting together. They used to eat their own food, but now Tang Qing's grandparents have passed away, and there are only 3 people in the family, which is slightly lonely. So at Father Lin's kind invitation, Tang Qing's parents agreed with a few refusals. The 3 of them were indeed a bit deserted for dinner. Anyway, they will be a family in the future, and there is no need to be too productive. When they eat, it is also the beginning of the Spring Festival Gala. Yeah, Hua Zai is on the stage. Ha, this guy is so funny. Well, this thousand-hand guanyin is also good. Zhou Tsai dances well. The 2 families gathered together to watch the CCTV Spring Festival Gala, and the room was full of laughter. Although Tang Qing has watched many programs many times, he still watched it with gusto now. Classics are classics. Now the New Year's Eve party of local channels has not yet emerged. Everyone basically spends this night watching the Spring Festival Gala of CCTV. Although the New Year's Eve party of local channels is more grand and grander than the other, Tang Qing has I rarely watch it, and I still watch the CCTV Spring Festival Gala unremittingly. Many people say that the Spring Festival Gala is old-fashioned and the content is single. This is a fact. Even if Feng Xiaojiang went up, he didn't change much. At most, he added some tricks, so Feng Xiaojiang was spit out. But this is no wonder, people. Since the beginning of the Spring Festival Gala, the tone has been set, that is to be close to the people, trying to come up with tricks and new ideas. Although it is in line with the tastes of young people, that is, the aesthetics of the most fierce group of people on the internet. But what about other audiences? Will the older generation like to listen to pop songs? Would you like to see you doing all kinds of tricks? Obviously not necessarily. Even if there are those, it is only a minority, let alone the leaders of CCTV are relatively old. And the older, the more nostalgic. There are so many big names to take care of the stage of the Spring Festival Gala, it's not easy for anyone to go. I don't know what others think. Anyway, Tang Qing will watch the Spring Festival Gala every year. Unless a certain program really doesn't like it, he will be tuned to the local channel. Memories of grandparents and parents. Cracking. Boom. It was almost 12 o'clock. The sound of firecrackers and fireworks outside began to sound one after another. The Tanglin family did not set off firecrackers and large fireworks, but the 2 juniors Tang Qing held the fireworks in their hands. Lin Jiaxue's grandfather bought this a few days ago. When he was a child, Tang Qing liked to play this. He played it every Chinese New Year. Tang Qing's grandfather also loved him, the only seedling of the Tang family. He bought a lot of all kinds of products every year. Now Tang Qing's grandfather is gone, and Tang Qing is basically regarded as his future grandson-in-law, and it is okay to take care of his grandfather by himself. But the most important thing for Tang Qing is not the fireworks, but Lin Jiaxue, who is next to him to set off the fireworks. Lin Jiaxue is not the kind of chirping woman. She doesn't say, "Look, that's so beautiful," when she sees fireworks, but just enjoys it quietly, watching the small fireworks rise into the sky and explode. Although it is not very bright, Tang Qing knows that Lin Jiaxue appreciates this kind of situation of, no matter how small the fireworks are, they must bloom hard to realize their own value. And Tang Qing admires the beautiful woman around him. After setting off the fireworks, Tang Qing's family left. It was past 12 o'clock and everyone was a little sleepy. The next day, New Year's Day. According to their traditions, they don't need to go out to pay a New Year's greetings today. They are all about what they should do while staying at home. After getting up early, Tang Qing also worshipped his parents for a year. By the way, he received 2 New Year's money, although it was only 200 yuan, and Tang Qing is now a big money worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. But this represents the heart and joy and tradition of the elders, and it doesn't matter how much money you have. The 200 Tang Qing didn't plan to spend it either, but left it as a souvenir and put it in the box where he kept important things. Almost all of his precious memories from childhood to adulthood are stored there. It may not be expensive, but it is of great significance to him. Now he has hundreds of millions of deposits in his pocket, and he really can't carry money or even those valuables. What interests you are more concerned about the meaning behind things. For example, Lin Jiaxue. Even if she gave him the dog's tail grass she picked randomly on the side of the road, he would cherish it. Today, Tang Qing was fine, so she ran to Lin Jiaxue's house and watched TV together. Tang's father, Tang's mother, and Lin Jiaxue's parents went shopping, but with Lin Jiaxue's grandparents, Tang Qing didn't dare to mess around. Holding hands rubbing. However, this warm picture did not last long. Ding ding ding. After sitting down for only 20 minutes, his cell phone started to stop. It was still the old-fashioned ringtone, and Tang Qing had never changed it. When the status is different, the things you face are naturally different. In the past New Year, he called the leader to pay a New Year greetings, but in this life, many people called him to call him New Year's greetings. Among other things, a bunch of subloan customers started to call one by one to greet them. In addition, it was the senior executives of Shengtang Company, qualified and self-determined. Lin finally came down for nearly 20 years. Calling in turn, even Lu Gan, Zheng Xiu, and Han Lung called. Everyone, Tang Qing, politely and enthusiastically greeted for a while. This made Tang Qing a little embarrassed. He estimated that these people were very busy on the first day of the new year, so they didn't wake up and called instead. Instead, they planned to call after 2 hours, but he didn't expect others to call first, so Tang Qing was here. Apologized frequently on the phone. Tang Qing only realized that his identity was different now. He was no longer the passerby in his previous life, but a person with a certain degree of influence. In the eyes of many people, he has become an important person. However, he didn't feel that there was anything good, and he didn't feel happy. The so-called gains and losses, just like now, he has not succeeded much. The warm moments between him and Lin Jiaxue will be disturbed if they really succeed in the future. Then do you still have to stop living? It's just that he has already embarked on a path of no return, and he can't look back anymore. With a system, it's impossible for him to think ordinary. As for more people who don't have the courage to make calls, they send text messages. For example, the company's middle-level employees and some employees who know his phone number. Tang Qing's phone call was exploded at the annual meeting of Tang Dynasty. Basically, it's nothing in the company. The secret, it's just that no employees dare to fight. Naturally, Tang Qing didn't dare to answer the phone in the house, otherwise he would be exposed. He could only go to the yard and call, but he walked to Tianlong. Lin Jiaxue, who was watching TV, was surprised to see Tang Qing's business being so busy. I am curious how so many people call him as a student, one after another. Tang, why are so many people looking for you? Grandpa Lin couldn't help asking after Tang Qing came back for the 10th time. They are all classmates and friends, as well as some elders who met at my uncle's house. Tang Qing said vaguely. Oh, Grandpa Lin just asked casually. Now that the communication is developed and the contact is convenient, it is not unusual for Tang Qing to have a lot of calls. Tang Qing can't do anything about this. You can't send a group message. Don't call it. How could it be possible? This is only for him. These people basically have business dealings with him, and he has to call others, such as Wang Yan's family. The teacher in the school, etc. He can make a phone call and compose a carefully written text message if it is not suitable for the call. Each one is different. Sending the same text message in a group is too insincere. In this way, Tang Qing took Lin Jiaxue's hand and watched the day's Dragon Babu while calling. What impressed him the most was the theme song, the difficult scriptures. At first, I just thought the melody is so good that I can't understand the lyrics inside. Later, when he slowly understood the lyrics, he realized that it was really interesting. He was already doomed. The bright future seemed to be only one step away, but it was out of reach. It's just that although he liked to listen to it in the past life, he really didn't learn it. Mainly because I think it's weird to sing Cantonese. It's better to just listen. The first one is over. The next few days will be New Year's, traditional programs dining everywhere. However, there are not many relatives in Tang Qing's family. Grandpa has no brothers or sisters. They are all relatives with Grandma. Grandma has 2 elder brothers, but there is only one second elder brother who lives nearby. The eldest brother is also very busy doing business in the next city. They were all on the 6th day of the year, but almost every year, Father Tang and Mother Tang didn't have time to go. Grandparents took Tang Qing with them. They usually stayed there for 2 days. In the 3rd year of the 3rd year, Qin Yugong's family and Tang Qing's grandfather and grandmother came over for dinner. Because they were very familiar with each other, the Lin family, who had no relatives to leave today, also came. This time, Tang Qing and the others weren't allowed to do it. Several women finished their work. After all, there were not many people, and there were many ready-made steamed and cold dishes. After lunch, several women whispered in Tang Qing's mother's house. Qin Yugong and the other big men were drinking tea and chatting in the yard, especially when they heard that Tang Qing's parents were going to open a shop in the city in the new year. Qin Yugong was also very happy. Tang Qing's mother was his only sister. Of course, it's good to be close and convenient to take care of. Since Tang Qing went to school in the past, Tang Qing's grandparents also needed to take care of them. So naturally, they didn't dare to make such a request. In the end, Qin Yugong wrapped up the matter of looking for a store. Now he is the director of the police station. He is not a little bit higher than the previous deputy director. This is a serious and effective leadership position. Now he has more and more contacts with more and more officials. Find a suitable one. It's not a trivial thing to say that his shop, as long as he talks out. Many people are rushing to do it. And since he met the big man at a meeting in the provincial capital with Feng Hai, secretary of the municipal legal committee last month, he knew that he was likely to face another promotion in the next year. If he hadn't stayed in a deputy-level position long enough, he would organize a review. A difficulty, but with the leadership's care, this is not a problem. But this is an exception, and the next promotion will have to wait at least a few years. Qin Yugong didn't think so far about this. He was very surprised to be in his current position, and it was even more unexpected to get promoted. He didn't dare to extravagantly hope for the next promotion. It's even unclear whether the next promotion will be counted. After all, it was impossible for the leader to stay in their province, and he was completely unclear about whether anything would happen in the past few years, so he didn't think much about that position in the future, so he didn't want to worry about himself. As for Tang Qing's few juniors, naturally they didn't talk with them, and they all watched TV in the living room. But it didn't take long before Qin Shiyu was taken by Lin Jiaxue to see the flowers behind their house. The 2 girls liked this, but Qin Shiqi, who only liked jewelry and small money, did not follow. After the 2 of them left, Qin Shiqi hurried to the door and took a look like a thief, and walked to Tang Qing and stretched out her hand, constantly pointing her 4 fingers, saying, "Hand it over to me." Tang Qing didn't react at first, looked at Qin Shiqi in surprise and asked, "What are you doing?" "What do you mean? Give me lucky money," Qin Shiqi said with her lips curled, as if she had acted justly. "Why should I give you New Year's Day money? Didn't my mother give it to you? And the New Year's Day money is given to the younger generation by the elders. The difference between us is less than 2 years old. There is no reason to give the New Year's money," Tang Qing said with a good mood and amused. "I'm talking about you. You are my brother. Your sister lacks clothes to wear during the New Year." "Huh? You still don't tell me this big money, brother Smelly. Give me the money, otherwise I and sister tickles you together." Qin Shiqi threatened with opening her teeth and dancing her claws. Tang Qing suddenly remembered that before telling her parents that Lin Jiaxue's parents and uncle knew their shares, but her aunt and sister didn't know about it, so they didn't avoid it. The news that Tang Qing was a small local tyrant spread out. When I heard about this, several people who didn't know were just surprised. Qin Shiyu, like Lin Jiaxue, had no idea about money. As long as it was enough, Qin Shiqi was in charge of the pocket money anyway. As for her aunt, it wasn't too shocked, but just like my mother told me not to borrow money to play this next time, it was too dangerous. What should I do if it still doesn't work? Only Qin Shiqi looked at him strangely and said nothing. He was also surprised that this was not the usual Qin Shiqi, who was waiting for him here. I'll give it to you. How much do you want?" Tang Qing said, dumbfounded. "I think about it. 500 would be fine. Qin Shiqi touched her chin and thought for a while and said, although I heard that the restaurant may pay hundreds of thousands of dividends every year, it's Tang Qing's money. What's up to her? Besides, let's have a long stream of money. If we don't have any money, just ask Tang Qing for it. Anyway, I usually can't spend much money. At most, I usually greedy to buy some snacks. 500 is already considered a huge sum of money. Tang Qing was speechless, and it cost 500 yuan for a long time, but thinking about it, it was a lot for Qin Shiqi. At the same time, he secretly sighed that Qin Shiqi is sensible, and there is no big lion who speaks, but if he knows that Qin Shiqi is going to be on him. I don't know what I will think about the long water-flowing plan. Immediately, Tang Qing took out 5 red tickets from his pocket and handed them over. Wow, it's so new. It's still a serial number. There is a tail number of 66. I want to store this money. Qin Shiqi took a few banknotes and looked at it carefully. His eyes were almost shining, especially seeing such new money. It is still serial number. Then Qin Shiqi smiled and put the money in his small wallet carefully so as not to fold the corners. Upon seeing this, Tang Qing smiled. That's right, he just took the money out of the system, so it was naturally brand new as it was just printed and even a little bit reflective. Know the current affairs. I'm leaving. You have to be smart next time. After Qin Shiqi put the money, he took a word and turned around and bounced away. Tang Qing shook his head and smiled faintly, really a child. Then he continued to watch the replays of the Spring Festival Gala on TV. Some of those who liked watching would watch it again attentively. Those who didn't like it would not know where his thoughts were floating. This year, Tang Qing was naturally quite comfortable. With Zheng Xiu's special care, at least Qin Kong would not appear in front of him during the new year. 4th grade. Tang Qing's parents went to open a store in the county. They planned to earn back the money they did not earn at other times during this period. They will transfer the store at the end of this month and open a store in Qingyan City at that time. Qin Yugong will contact him in advance. In fact, Qin Yugong is more inclined to find a place for wholesale business from Father Lin and the others. From his point of view, the retail business is a bit tired. Now that Tang Qing's restaurant pays dividends, Father Tang actually doesn't have to work so hard to make money. However, Tang's father and Tang's mother have not decided yet. They plan to wait until they go to Qingyan City. Lin Jiaxue's parents, too, got on the car back on the 6th day of the year. Years ago, they sent a lot of seasonings to major customers at once, but for the Spring Festival, it was only a week or so. The consumption during the new year is too much, and I can't expect it. People are accommodating you to buy a lot of them and put them there. Originally, according to the usual practice, today should have gone to Grandma's eldest brother, but Tang Qing did not go alone, just made a phone call to greet him. After the adults left, Tang Qing followed Lin Jiaxue to their relatives. Anyway, he followed Lin Jiaxue. Tang Qing was not embarrassed. Anyway, where Lin Jiaxue went, he would go. It is rare during the Spring Festival holiday. After school, I have to meet again once a week or even 2 weeks. Of course, during the Chinese New Year, Tang Qing, besides visiting relatives and friends, naturally had to cash out the stocks and finally cashed out more than 91 million yuan. Fortunately, the stock market does not have to pay income tax. There is only a small amount of stamp duty and transaction fees. Otherwise, no one will play if you still pay heavy taxes. After Tang Qing cashed out so much cash, several stocks have stagnated or declined. However, under the interpretation of experts, they have turned into short-term corrections, which will soon fluctuate upwards, plus a series of significant good news. The stocks are slowly red again, and when the harvest is approaching, they naturally don't want to produce any moths. Seeing the ever-increasing number of paying bills, Tang Qing shook his head and sighed. Greed is the original sin. Chasing the rise and the fall is always the way most stockholders die. No one can blame anyone who suffers in the end. There is nothing wrong with the stock market. It is just a trading market. For ordinary people, the stock market is the safest investment from a long-term perspective. But don't speculate. Speculators can't blame anyone if they lose. Just like there is a word called value investment, this is definitely a real cheat. I would like to ask which investors don't know, but there are a few people who are rushing to this word. When they see it, it's like placing an order. I can't bear it. When the ticket is green, I feel upset, either eager to increase the warehouse or cut the meat, or wait and see uncomfortable for many days. Why bother? Just like the previous buying low and selling high, the 4 words of value investment are by no means a flicker, and don't talk about how the stock market in our country is. What is manipulated by the dealer are all excuses. The stock markets all over the world are the same. I thought the people on Wall Street were playing according to the rules. It's just more hidden. February 21st, 2005, the 13th of the first month. 10 o'clock in the morning. Since school is about to start the day after tomorrow, today is the day when Sun Chao came to pick them up. Sun Chao didn't know the location of the intersection of Tang Qing and his village, and there were no obvious signs around. So Tang Qing directly asked Sun Chao to go to the town to wait for him, so as not to save Sun Chao. Chao asked the trouble all the way. Although he was leading his salary, Tang Qing did not look down on Sun Chao. He thought it would be nothing if you took my money, and asked a few more ways. He really regarded Sun Chao as his own. If there is less trouble, there will be less trouble. What a big deal. Anyway, the town is between the village and the county, and no one runs away. Seeing that she was leaving her grandparents again, Lin Joshua's delicate-minded eyes couldn't help being red, tears fluttering in her eyes, and she was very disappointed. Grandma Lin took her granddaughter's hand and kept asking all kinds of questions that she had said countless times. Lin Joshua was not impatient. People were born, old, sick, and died, especially when she thought of Tang Qing's grandparents who passed away. Tang Qing could no longer hear their voices. She didn't know how many more times she could listen to this kind of advice, so she just kept nodding her head to accept it. In the end, Grandma Lin was reluctant to let go of Lin Joshua's hand under the urging of Mr. Lin. The 2 elders are really reluctant to have their only granddaughter, but the children have their own lives when they grow up, and they can't tie them to their side. They can only hope that they will live a few more years, if they can see their great-grandchildren. They are satisfied when they are born. After packing, Lin Joshua's grandfather rode Tang Qing and the others to town. Grandma Lin did not follow, but stood at the gate of the courtyard watching Tang Qing and the others go away. Even if they turned a corner and couldn't see them, they didn't move. Just looking at the place where the motorcycle disappeared, the tears that I had tried to control just now couldn't help but shed. She didn't want to cry in front of her granddaughter because she was afraid that her granddaughter would also cry. When he arrived at the agreed meeting point in the town, Tang Qing saw his Audi car and Sun Chao standing beside the car from a distance. The car was parked in front of a restaurant in the town. This was the guest house in the town before. It was sold to a private person, and the place was pretty good, with 3 floors, a lobby on the first floor, a box on the second floor, and a place for drinking tea and playing cards on the 3rd floor. This brand new Audi A6 parked there is naturally very eye-catching. After all, even if there are not many such cars in the county, they are usually driven by officials. When they see a serious-faced Sun Chao standing next to the car, many people think that which leader from the county or the city came and took a few steps away. 10 seconds later, when Tang Qing's motorcycle came to a stop, Sun Chao's stern face immediately smiled and walked forward. "Brother Sun, I have kept you waiting for a long time." Tang Qing greeted with a smile. After finishing talking, he took the lead to shrink the motorcycle and helped Lin Joshua down. Lin Joshua also followed up and called out for Brother Sun. "Where?" "It didn't take long for us to arrive," Sun Chao said. As soon as Sun Chao finished speaking, his mother got out of the car and greeted everyone. This year, their grandson's family was very happy. Firstly, his illness was cured. Secondly, his son also had a good job. There was also a rich boss who took good care of him. After Sun Chao drove the car back to the village, it caused a huge sensation. Although they repeatedly explained that the car belongs to the boss and that Sun Chao is just a driver, the folks in the village are not stupid. They can drive the boss's luxury car back for the new year. At least it proves that the boss is rich and trusting in Sun Chao. He used to think that Sun Chao had nothing to do with a sick mother. For fear of being dragged down, no one would want to do it. But this year, there are not too many people who come to introduce people, but my son pushes her without even looking, which makes her very angry. After being forced to ask, Sun Chao honestly confessed that she fell in love with a girl in the company, but she did not dare to pursue it. She was in the stage of secret love, so she did not continue to talk to her son. Instead, he inquired about the girl's various situations, but Sun Chao hadn't pursued her. How could he know such details, but just dealt with it casually? After hearing this, Sun's mother didn't ask anymore. Based on the relationship between Sun Chao and Tang Qing, it shouldn't be difficult to chase the girl in Shangtang Company if her son is a good person. Grandmother was also very excited when she thought that she could be a mother-in-law soon. And all this has something to do with Tang Qing, so the gaze looking at Tang Qing is particularly enthusiastic. After that, Tang Qing introduced several people to each other. Good old man Lin. Sun Chao said respectfully. Hello, I'm going to trouble you again this time. By the way, this is our own egg brought you a little, and 2 bottles of wine, both from relatives. I don't drink, so my old lady will let me. I brought it, so I don't want to dislike it. Lin Chi took out a bag from the car and handed it over, forcibly stuffing it into Sun Chao's arms. This. When Sun Chao looked at the bag in his hand and was about to decline, he was interrupted by Tang Qing. Brother Sun, just accept it. Grandpa Lin really doesn't drink. When he left, he knew that Grandpa Lin had prepared something for Sun Chao, which was regarded as a gift for them, but Tang Qing didn't say much. He did a full set of the show, just a small gift, and it was treated as an employee benefit. That's okay, then thank you, Mr. Lin. Sun Chao didn't turn aside when Tang Qing spoke. They were all from the village, so they couldn't justify the rejection, lest others feel that they disliked this gift. You're welcome. I'm relieved if you send Tang Tang and Joshua back. Lin Chi smiled. Seeing Sun Chao's subordinates, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Although Tang Qing repeatedly emphasized that he had a good relationship with Sun Chao, he still had to have the etiquette. Now he has to see Sun Chao himself and his grandmother, who is a little too friendly. Lin Chi sighed. Let go of your heart. His experience tells him that these 2 people are very good people. Yes, they are all friends, Sun Chao said hurriedly. After speaking, Sun Chao hurriedly opened the trunk and stuffed things in it. There were already a lot of things in the trunk at this time, and Sun Chao and Tang Qing began to put them together, otherwise they really couldn't put them down. Sun Chao doesn't have a lot of things, too many belonging to Tang Qing and Lin Joshua. When he saw a car, his grandparents naturally filled them with stuff, stuffed eggs, duck and eggs, cooked food and drinks, and some bacon at home, etc. No, pack it up. This trunk is really a bit mysterious. Tang, Joshua, are you leaving now? Good old man Lin. Just as Tang Qing was loading his luggage, a police car was parked next to the car, and Yang Quan, the chief of the town police station, stepped down from the co-pilot and said enthusiastically. The 2 did not say hello when Qin Kong was arrested last time. He has been sitting in the police car. Tang Qing only met the police officer surnamed Liu. However, after Zheng Xiu went to work on the 8th day of the 8th day of the month, he began to ask questions about Qin Kong. He immediately took credit for the preparations, and Qin Kong had dug up several cases with their unremitting efforts, and several crimes and sentenced for several years were not a big problem. At that time, Zheng Xiu praised him for helping the people. Now that Qin Kong has handed over to the county detention center, the next thing is not his business. He believes Zheng Xiu will treat him well. On the 3rd day, on the 10th day of the 10th day, after Zheng Xiu came down to instruct the work, he went to Tang Qing's house to recognize them and had a meal. Although he was the oldest, he was waiting for the entire meal. Tang Qing advised it was useless for several times, and the Lin family who had eaten together felt weird. But Yang Quan can't help it. With his own director, he is naturally distinguished as a subordinate. The others are people with a background, so he dare not be an uncle. But listening to the dialogue between Zheng Xiu and Tang Qing, he was also shocked. He did not expect Tang Qing and Zheng Xiu to have such a deep relationship. The names of people discussed rarely involve Qin Yugong, but several other names. It seems that the identity is still absolute. It's extraordinary, but he didn't dare to ask more. He could only listen and enliven the atmosphere from time to time. Well, Uncle Yang is good. School will start in 2 days. Go back 2 days in advance to prepare. Tang Qing said. Well, I believe you will be able to get into a good university. And who are these 2? Yang Quan asked after looking at Sun Chao. It was obvious that Sun Chao and grandmother didn't know each other, so it should be. The owner, who drove this luxury car, was undoubtedly also interested in friendship. A friend of mine sent me back. His name is Sun Chao. This is his mother. Tang Qing introduced. Hello, Mr. Sun. So are you eldest sister? Yang Quan stretched out his hand and said enthusiastically. He didn't come to Sun Chao for what he did. It is obviously safest to call Mr. Sun. Hello, Director Yang. Just call me little grandson. Sun Chao and Yang Quan shook hands and laughed, neither humble nor humble. The chief of a police station is nothing but the previous self. It is impossible for him to bow down. Being a soldier, it is absolutely impossible to flatter and discredit a soldier. Haha, then I'll leave it up. Xiao's son is doing big business. Yang Quan asked with a smile. Where? It's just a small business. It's not worth mentioning. Sun Chao said vaguely with a smile. He naturally couldn't tell the truth. It's not as embarrassing. It's just that you can't wear it anymore. Haha, Xiao's son is quite modest, so I don't ask much. I just wish you all the best. This time I have no chance to ask you to eat Xiaotang for nothing. Next time I come back, you have to reward me and let me do it. Once back to the east, Yang Quan saw Sun Chao haha and didn't continue to ask. He just asked casually. Knowing the result is not important. The important thing is to get to know it. Okay, then Uncle Yang, let's go first, and we will definitely go to your place next time we come back. Tang Qing smiled. That's okay. I'll go to your house and tie you if you don't come then. I'll leave first if I have something to do. Elder Lin will call me directly if he has anything to do in the future. Yang Quan said. He already knows the relationship between Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue, so Lin Qi is Tang Qing's relative, and Tang Qing is also Qin Yugong's relative. If you count, Lin Qi is Qin Yugong's relative, and Qin Yugong and his chief are comrades in arms. Disregard. This is the relationship society in China, where ghosts know how many big fish are hidden under the big nets. After speaking, Yang Quan told several other people to sit in the car and left. At this time, the contents of the trunk had been put away, and after bidding farewell to Lin Qi, several people embarked on the road back to the county. This is what Tang's father and mother had said before. Be sure to invite Sun Chao to have a meal at noon today. Thank you. Even if you are a friend, you can't send it here for free. The money is a bit vulgar. Naturally, it's a real dinner invitation. After Yang Quan left in the car, Director, the Audi car just now looks really good. Whenever our police car can be that kind of car, the young policeman who drove said enviously. Boy, you want to be beautiful. How can it be equipped with hundreds of thousands of things? Director Zheng doesn't have it. There are only 3 vehicles in the county for the county party leaders. We, the low-level units, want to equip this vehicle. Wait for more than 10 years. Tusk, hundreds of thousands. This Sun Chao is really rich. Yang Quan smiled and said with emotion. But he was not too surprised. With Qin Yugong's relationship, it is not surprising that Tang Qing can know some wealthy people. It is even possible that this is arranged by Qin Yugong. Director, that surnamed Sun, I think he has a bit of military temperament, not like a businessman, but like a driver. The policeman said thoughtfully. Nonsense, I can't see it, but I can't be arbitrary. There are many successful businessmen born as soldiers, but they have nothing to do with us anyway. Anyway, I can't be guilty of friendship. Yang Quan said indifferently. The director is wise. In less than half an hour, Tang Qing and several people arrived in the county. It was nearly 11 o'clock. Tang Qing did not go directly to the store to pick up his parents. Instead, he went to the county public security bureau to pick up Zheng Xiu, knowing that he wanted to pick up Zheng Xiu today. Zheng Xiu said a few days ago that he had a dinner and gathering today, and finally Tang Qing decided to join the table directly. Zheng Xiu was naturally also very happy. He hadn't met Tang Qing's parents yet, so he took this opportunity to get to know him. Drive to the county public security bureau. It stands to reason that Zheng Xiu should be at work now, but he called just now to say that there is nothing wrong. The location was arranged by Tang's father and Tang's mother yesterday, and he will go directly later. Tang Qing drove in to pick up Zheng Xiu without sorrow, and next to it was the office of the political and legal committee leader. Pay attention to the influence. He would better keep a low profile. After parking the car, Tang Qing called, but within 5 minutes, Zheng Xiu came out, but he was not the only one, and Chu Feng, the secretary of the political and legal committee of the county. He had talked to Zheng Xiu on a temporary private matter, and it was fine at first, but after a while, after seeing Zheng Xiu answer the phone, his mind was a little wandering and curious, but he didn't criticize Zheng Xiu, because Zheng Xiu's old husband is him. The old leader has known each other for many years. Although the two are subordinates, they are not so serious. Seeing Chu Feng's question, Zheng Xiu did not shy away from pointing to the car under the window and saying that he was here to pick her up. Chu Feng was also surprised when he saw that car. It wasn't that he was surprised how high-end the car was. He was a member of the standing committee of the county party committee and a deputy director-level cadre. It was not that he had never seen this car, but that he had seen this car and visited the city before. When they were leading them, they went to a big businessman's house to play cards. When passing by Lu Gan's villa, he saw the car driving in. Although it was only a flash past, he also saw Lu Gan smiling at the door. Seeing this car again today, he was surprised that Zheng Xiu still had something to do with someone who could let Lu Gan greet him in person. At that time, he also inadvertently asked his patron, Ling Ho, the executive deputy mayor of Qingyan City. Ling Ho was also surprised. In Qingyan City, Lu Gan could personally greet no more than 20 people, all of whom were Qingyan City. Naturally, he was one of them, but Ling Ho didn't think much about who he was. It didn't matter to him. And without invitation, Ling Zun could not be an uninvited guest. Although his backer didn't care about it, Chu Feng secretly wrote down the license plate. Therefore, when he saw this car again today, he also became interested in making friends and took the initiative to propose a meal. In this society, there are many friends and many roads. As an official, he understands this sentence best. Zheng Xiu didn't refuse either. There were a lot of strangers in this meal, not many more. After a few people introduced each other, even though Chu Feng was a little bit uninvited, Tang Qing didn't think there was anything. He just had a meal with a pair of chopsticks. What's the matter? I can learn more about it, and it might be useful. After a brief introduction, Tang Qing's car was in front and Chu Feng's car was behind, and drove towards the hotel. Originally, Zheng Xiu wanted to take the Tang Qing car before, but one more person was obviously unable to squeeze behind him. It was impossible for Zheng Xiu to let Chu Feng drive behind him alone, so he naturally acted as the driver. Less than 10 minutes. A group of 6 people came to the hotel where Tang Qing's parents had booked a box. As for why they didn't pick up Tang's father and Tang's mother, it was because the restaurant was diagonally across the road from the Tang Qing's shop, very close, and so did Tang's father and Tang's mother. Considering that you don't have to bother to pick you up, plus it's not far away, you can go back and continue opening the shop after a few steps. This is a private restaurant with a very orthodox name. It is called Lu's Restaurant. The plaque is small, but very special. On the wooden plaque, the 4 golden characters of Lu's Restaurant are written in calligraphy that Tang Qing can't tell. It's a red stamp with a signature that I don't know what it's written on. It's slanted down and hung. It looks like a little quaint. The decoration looks good from the outside. Although I haven't arrived at the meal, it's already inside. There are many customers. Not long after a few people came to the box, Tang's father and Tang's mother came, naturally giving another introduction, but Tang Qing didn't introduce the identities of Zheng Xiu and Chu Feng, lest his parents would be uncomfortable eating this meal. Tang's father, Tang's mother, didn't know that he and the 2 in front of him were of the same level or even higher. He didn't want to see that his parents were inferior. It was better to be more natural. Seeing that Tang Qing didn't introduce his identity, Zheng Xiu didn't think there was anything. Zheng Xiu didn't care, and Chu Feng didn't have time to care. When the County Public Security Bureau went downstairs, Chu Feng asked about Tang Qing's background. He was only slightly surprised to learn that it was Qin Yugan's relationship. What he was curious about was who the owner of the car was, but Zheng Xiu didn't know about it. So during the meal, Sun Chao was miserable. Facing an old fox, he slammed all kinds of high hats and buckled hard. Sun Chao and his grandmother were also a little bit overwhelmed. Tang Qing also hurried forward to relieve him when he saw this. Although Chu Feng did not ask, something came out, but he had already guessed that this person was 80% a driver. As for the owner of the car, it seemed that he could only go back and recruit people to check, but he didn't have any hope. After all, the rich buy a car without bearing his own name. To go. After the meal, Tang Qing and his group embarked on their return journey. Regardless of whether he was leaving home or going home, Tang Qing was not very interested in sitting in the car. The whole return journey was quiet and thoughtful, but they all had one common feature, that is, the dissatisfaction with hometown and the hope for the future. It was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Tang Qing and the others returned to Qingyan City. First, Lin Jiaxue was sent back, and after the things were loaded, Tang Qing went back to his uncle's house without stopping. Today, Monday, the uncle and aunt who were working at this time had not come back. As soon as he walked in, Tang Qing saw Qin Shichi passionately taking over all kinds of things in his hands, very diligent, and Qin Shiyu also came over to help. It's just that this is not the usual Qin Shichi. Tang Qing, who has experience, smiled and instantly understood this cousin's thoughts. As predicted, just put things down. Qin Shichi performed another standard blackmail action, stretching out her hand, bending her fingers, and raising her eyebrows. Qin Shiyu, who was on the side, covered his face and went back to the room. She was thin-skinned and she couldn't see such a scene. Your New Year's money is spent so soon? Tang Qing asked knowingly, and the dead fish would have to jump a few times, so it would be so shameless to surrender and surrender. No, just now my sister and I took the luggage for you. This is labor fees. Qin Shichi said with a smile. Sister, how do I feel that you are becoming more and more like a robber? Tang Qing scolded with a smile. Why, this is my labor income this time. Give you a discount, and you can give it 50. After knowing that Tang Qing was rich, Qin Shichi's ways of asking for money became more and more varied. But the sensible she doesn't want much, it's just a rare opportunity. If you use too many titles, it's useless. Here, there is no change. Give it to you. Tang Qing directly stuffed it over 100. He really didn't have 50 change, and there was only 21 and 30 cents in his pocket, all of which were stuffed directly. In his opinion, there is no red bill of change that looks good, and putting it in the pocket is also getting in the way. Tang Qing found that he was becoming more and more local tyrant. Hee. If you are acquainted, you should pay for the money. I will wash your clothes next time. After Qin Shichi counted the money in her hands with a glance at the scenery, Tang Qing didn't pay much attention to putting the money, just grabbed it. Many of them were wrinkled, and Qin Shichi took the trouble to spread the money one by one without letting go of a dime. Did you wash the clothes? Tang Qing murmured. Although Qin Shichi helped him wash the clothes, more often they were handed over to Qin Shiyu, a sister who was a cleanliness and obsessive-compulsive disorder. Sometimes she was washed by her aunt, but after rebirth, Tang Qing, it's a lot of diligence. After all, psychologically he is in his 30s, and he is also embarrassed if his cousin washes his underwear. I really don't know where the face of my previous self came from. So lazy. Fortunately, Qin Shichi had been counting the money and didn't hear what he said, otherwise he would have to teach him again. Although school is about to start the day after tomorrow, and the school does not assign homework, Tang Qing didn't write it directly, and he didn't plan to hand it in. This is the benefit of the first grade. As long as you keep it, you won't be afraid of the little things like homework. Someone will take care of it, and there will be another monthly exam after school starts. Tang Qing doesn't believe anyone can compare him. If you really have any, just grab him and ask him where he came from, don't you? See if the gun in my hand is gone. After washing up at night, lying on the bed, Tang Qing called out his message. Host name, Tang Qing. Level 3. Experience, 360 of 400. Loan amount this month, 2/2 million. Personal quota this month, 0/400,000. Withdrawable assets, 68.23 million. Spirit, 160. Physique, 170. Origin value, 0. Convertible foreign currencies, US dollars and euros. After completing the achievement task of 5 million foreign loans and gaining 10 points of origin energy, Tang Qing directly added all of them to his physique. Originally, the personal loan quota task that had been overdrawn for a few months could also complete an achievement task, but he didn't do it and prepared to do it again at the end of the month because it was useless and it couldn't be upgraded or unlocked. It was completely unnecessary. More than 680 million yuan. This is all Tang Qing's deposits now, and the total amount will exceed 700 million tomorrow or in the early morning. Of course, it is not just arbitrage profits, but also the income from stock cashing. In addition to the continuous appreciation of the euro, daily profits have fallen slightly, but they still remain above 15 million, which is about to fall below 15 million. But Tang Qing didn't care, just a little money. It is estimated that when Lu Gan's 300 million loan expires, he will have nearly 1 billion in his pocket. Alas, there is too much money. What should I do? Tang Qing is really a little worried. Some people see that the more they deposit, the more they feel safer. He used to be like this, but the amount of money has increased to a certain level, and the increase in the sense of security has not kept up with it. Instead, he feels more. A little disturbed. Damn, forget it, go to bed, wake up and think about it. One night passed. Early the next morning, Tang Qing came to Shengtang Clothing. It's the beginning of the new year. Naturally, I have to meet with the people under my hands. I would like to say something to encourage my presence. Otherwise, just giving money would not be a good boss. At this time, the meeting room on the third floor of the Tang dynasty was already full of people, with smiles on their faces, communicating with each other interesting events that happened during the new year. Yang Kai didn't stop them when they met. Although it was not off work time, the company executives in front of them were still in the meeting room with a high salary, but were still in the conference room. This was a bit outrageous, but when he thought of Tang after Qing's funds were put in place, the various departments were expected to be mad, and Yang Kai just smiled, just as a relaxation before the tension. The company did not make much money last year. Although the profit of e-commerce is quite large, it is far from the company's operating costs. The overall calculation is a mess, and the financial statements can't be read at all, but Tang Qing also gave them a lot of year-end awards. Each of them has passed a good year, but the material is rich, but the spirit has been tight, because many people are thinking about the huge investment in the coming year. How do you mess up? Come to the door of the meeting room. This time Tang Qing didn't push the door in by himself, but had someone to open it. I don't know if it's the last time I pushed in person to get the attention of interested people. Tang Qing saw a new item added to the company management system changes in the weekly report 2 days ago. That is, let the office staff send special meetings for every important meeting. One person comes to open the door for the company's leaders. As for why the door of the conference room is not kept open, the person who raised this question should be expelled directly. Seeing Tang Qing enter the meeting room, everyone stopped talking and sat up straight. Tang Qing felt a shameful sense of superiority again. Of course, not everyone has a serious look. There are always a few exceptions. Qi Yin and the others kept winking eyebrows and being smiled at him, and he just didn't see it. After the last annual meeting, the males of the company became more and more afraid of Tang Qing. This fear comes from low self-esteem. In terms of status, appearance, body shape, etc., they can't find anything besides living a few more years and reading more books to compare Tang Qing's strengths. However, the female employees are becoming more and more no big or small. I don't know if the song Happy Sigh he sang every year touched them, and they were overflowing with love. When he first went upstairs, he was touched. I had a mood, once, and shook a hand with a girl from the design department. Although he was only interested in Lin Jiashua's small hands, he couldn't help others to be interested in his hands. The girl just grabbed it and let it go. My hands are whiter and tenderer than yours. No matter what you touch, he has goosebumps. However, it was not completely unproductive. The girl gave him a package of homemade local product dried sweet potatoes. Well, for this dried sweet potato that was earned by selling Hugh, Tang Qing was polite and laughed directly. On the way, he shared a few of them with Sun Chao, and the taste was not bad. The rest is in his pocket. Eat it as a snack later. After Tang Qing sat down, Yang Kai said that everyone had arrived. Tang Qing began to speak. Ahem. Hello everyone. This year has passed. I hope you will take your heart. The next year will be the year of rapid development of the Tang dynasty, and also the first year of the rise of the Tang dynasty. In the future, it will not only be the clothing of the Tang dynasty. Shengtang Group, I hope it can go to the world and let our shops open in every country. So I hope everyone will cooperate sincerely and jointly build the wooden sailing ship of Shengtang into a giant aircraft carrier. Do you have any confidence? Tang Qing, it was impassioned and inspiring, and even he himself was motivated. Okay, that's nonsense, just a little trick. It just feels obedient, like a pyramid scheme, all kinds of painting pie. Yes. There was a long cry. Although Tang Qing felt very strange, but the following replied very cooperatively. They have been so many employees, and they have listened to a lot of speeches drawing pie and blueprints, so they naturally know how to do it, and even their expressions are a little conditioned and excited. Stand up. Seeing that the people below were inspired by himself, Tang Qing nodded in satisfaction, no matter if he was pretending or not. As long as he was still willing to pretend, he had a correct attitude. Answering you weakly, that's boring. Well, yes, it seems that you are all very motivated. The 30 million yuan will be paid after the meeting. Mr. Yang, how is the communication with the people from Tiangong Group? Tang Qing said with a smile. No problem. Our people will set off in the afternoon and meet up with people from their company in the province tomorrow morning. Then the whole province will inspect the location of shops and negotiations. I heard that the Tiangong Group has already contacted the places. Just wait for us to choose. This time with the help of Mr. Liu, I believe some of them will go well. Yang Kai said hurriedly. He was shocked when he knew that the partner this time was Tiangong Group. Yang Kai did not expect Tang Qing to have such a deep relationship with Lu Gan. How could he not know who Lu Gan is? Their community is developed by Tianqian Group. I thought it would take a lot of work, but unexpectedly, I and others have not yet come to the stage to beg the other person. The other party did almost everything, including the rent quotation, on-site photos, the house size, and so on are all given here, which is amazing. Now I only need to go down and see where the decision is right. This made him look up to Tang Qing's identity even more, allowing Lu Gan to sit at the bottom, and it could even be said to be a little too much. Following such a capable boss, he felt more secure in his heart. Well, that's good. I'm here to send the money. Others will do as planned. If something happens, inform me in time. In 3 months, I will see Xingtang stores open across the province, and the advertisements will also be followed up. If the preparations and performance in 3 months are satisfactory to me, my promise will not be invalidated. Tang Qing said. He did not expect Lu Gan to help himself so thoroughly and get things done in silence. I am also very touched. I am going to visit Lu Gan in the past few days. One is to thank him, and the other is to exchange the $4 million I borrowed last time for Lu Gan. Mr. Tang can rest assured that from the sales data of e-commerce, our products are still very popular. Moreover, as long as the publicity is done well and the product quality is not bad, the domestic performance will not be bad. Yang Kai is full of thoughts. Said confidently, well, that's good. I won't be too long-winded. You guys are busy. It should arrive at 30 million in 10 minutes at the latest. I have something to leave first. Tang Qing stood up and said, President Tang walks slowly. President Tang walks slowly. Miss Tang, come and play if you have time. During the normal farewell, a monster wind suddenly appeared, which made Tang Qing's legs weak and almost unsteady. She hurried out of the meeting room. She knew that it was Chun Dana without looking. Vixen. Of course, this is not a derogatory vixen. It's just sister, can you speak more normally? After leaving the meeting room of Shengtang Apparel, Tang Qing directly asked the system to transfer 30 million yuan to the company's account. Now this little money is equivalent to 2 days of arbitrage profit for him, and it has no feeling to spend it. After the arbitrage was finished early this morning, his account balance has exceeded 700 million yuan, and after the transfer, it has changed back to more than 670 million yuan. But when he thought of the increase in the next few days, Tang Qing sighed again shamefully. We are so rich. Why didn't he think about how the system would send so much money to him for no reason? After Tang Qing came out, he did not go home. Instead, he came to Tianyin Consulting. He didn't come to give money. He just met with everyone in the beginning of the new year. Sun Chao didn't go up this time because he met a young man below. The comrades who came to the parking lot of this building as security guards are chatting enthusiastically. When he came to the mansion and looked at the luxurious, shiny office building in front of him, Tang Qing had an urge to buy it instantly, but he just forgot the idea as soon as he came into existence. Tang Qing shook his head and smiled, due especially because of more money. This time because he missed the rush hour for work, Tang Qing was not squeezed into the elevator. It was enough to experience what happened last time. He would want to hit someone again, but not no one. After all, there are always errands and late arrivals. He came in and out for various reasons, but compared to the last time, the treatment this time moved him. The elevator stopped and went to the floor where Tianyin Consulting was located. After stepping out of the elevator, Tang Qing made a decision that if he builds a company building in the future, he must build a special elevator for himself. It is not that he wants to escape the privileges of employees. It's a waste of time to stop on each floor. It was the same receptionist. After Tang Qing greeted him, he went straight to Do Jiao's office. Along the way, there were naturally various greetings such as, "Good morning, President Tang." Tang Qing also nodded and smiled in response. Respect is mutual. Seeing that Tang Qing did not have the arrogant appearance of being young and ambitious, and was very humble, the top students of Tianyin Consulting were also relieved. At least don't worry about the second generation of the brain-dead rich and powerful. Otherwise they will leave even if the salary is good. They are all excellent graduates carefully selected by Do Jiao or have work experience. Although the salary is not low, they want a future, not that salary. Although the Tang Qing in front of them was much younger than them, no one in the company dared to despise him. The reason was that Tang Qing directly blew a bottle of nothingness at the last party, and they no longer regarded Tang Qing as a child. Damn, it's white. It's not beer, it's not a glass of toast, but it's just a bottle without changing its color. It's just a bottle. How many people can do it? Anyway, they're in it. I have never seen such a fierce man before. At that time, they were also a little drunk after drinking some alcohol. They were not afraid of the seriousness. But after thinking about it, they were shaking in their hearts. If Tang Qing was sent to the hospital by the bottle of liquor at such a young age, they would be in a big trouble. If it is not good, it will kill people, but fortunately there is no accident. Otherwise, even if you are not responsible for waiting for others, the psychological guilt will be with you for a lifetime. Tang Qing saw that the door of Do Jiao's office was hidden and didn't knock, so he pushed aside and walked in. Good guy, it's a mess. Do Jiao's office is full of large and small boxes. Some have been opened, and some have not been opened. From the outside, it can be seen that they are all desktop computers. Besides, there are two more. Big guy server. Tang Qing moved an unopened computer box that was blocking the door and said, Sister Jiao Jiao, what's the situation with you? How come it's piled up here? After speaking, he closed the door and sat down in front of Do Jiao. At this moment, Do Jiao was writing something with his brows and brows buried. Do Jiao raised her head when she heard Tang Qing's voice. When she saw Tang Qing, her expression immediately changed to joy and said, Little boss, you are here. Some computers and servers arrived some time ago. The goods have arrived, but the debugger hasn't come. Let me put it here first. By the way, what are you doing here? Tang Qing is speechless. What are these words? What do you mean to do? Make it as if he is an uninvited guest. I came to see you specifically, let's go. Tang Qing said irritably. Do Jiao was not afraid at all when seeing Tang Qing's tone. Tang Qing's personality was simple and gentle, and she had no shorthand. After so long of contact, she had already understood that she would never be angry at this kind of thing, so she smiled and said, Hee hee, I don't believe it. If nothing happened, you would take the initiative to visit your sister and me. I was so hardworking to give you a job. During the Chinese New Year, I took the initiative to call you. Today you came empty-handed and didn't bring anything. The little boss with no conscience. At this time Do Jiao cooperated with Cry twice. Okay. Tang Qing covered his face and saw Do Jiao attacking him. He was also helpless. It turned out that no man could win a quarrel with a woman, so he said innocently, Sister Jiao Jiao, I was wrong. Will I bring it to you next time? Although I know that Do Jiao is acting, how does this scene of life play? Naturally, it was a perfunctory act. Tang Qing didn't want to get entangled anymore, otherwise he might ask Do Jiao to ask for something strange. Seeing that he had won the victory, Do Jiao stopped pretending and immediately said happily, Stop teasing you. Let's talk. What's the matter? Oh, no one believes the truth. I really just want to see you in the next year. I will start school in 2 days. I don't have enough time. By the way, see if I can help. Tang Qing opened his hand. Really? Do Jiao curled her lips. Her face was unbelieving, but she believed it in her heart. But she liked to tease Tang Qing. Of course it's true. What can I do if I find you? I won't call if something happens. Tang Qing rolled his eyes and said, just as Do Jiao wanted to praise Tang Qing a few words. Crack. The door of Do Jiao's office was pushed open. At this time, a young man walked in without knocking on the door and pushing the door. As there were debris at the door, he did not look up, lowered his head, and kicked a few discarded foams at the door. Without stopping, he said to himself, Cousin, my mother asked me to bring you some crispy meat she made. I'm exhausted. Why are you so messy? It's messy, then. My room. If you say you are in charge, you are lazy. Do it really. If you have to go to work, if you choose the position of the agency, you just don't go. What's the future of this broken company? It also conducts information investigation and does not open business. Sooner or later, you will close down. You will not be unemployed. And sister, don't you next time. You. This guy couldn't stop as soon as he spoke until he saw another person in the office, Tang Qing, and he couldn't speak immediately. Tang Xiao. The visitor thought about it for a while and carefully confirmed. He, long time no see. Feng Xiao's demeanor is still the same. Tang Qing has a good memory and instantly knew who the person was. It was Feng's son who had a little conflict with him at Lugan's hotel last time. Okay, where do you not meet in life? He didn't feel bad about Feng's son in front of him. The last conflict was just an episode. Suzy Wang, the perpetrator, was kicked out of the game. He even asked them to eat and drink and have fun, saying that it was a little affectionate. Over. Feng's son was about to say something polite, but Do Jiao said first, "What Xiao Tang, Xiao's son, do you know?" She knew that she was asking nonsense, and she knew each other after she said her name, but what she really wanted to ask was how did they meet? Where did you meet? She knew that her cousin often followed that group of friends in various places and did not listen to them even after education. But every time she was discovered a training session was inevitable, and even his soldier-born dad's temper came up, it was definitely a blooming. What worries her most is whether Tang Qing and his cousin met in those places, and when she thought of Tang Qing going to those places too. Do Jiao didn't dare to think further. After speaking, she stared at her cousin seriously. Seeing the cousin's gloomy questioning, Feng's son instinctively vaguely said, "Yes, I had a relationship before." If Do Jiao knew that he and Tang Qing met in a 5-star hotel, even if he didn't do anything, he would have to take a training session if he had a criminal record. He might even ask his mother to complain. God knows why this cousin likes it so much. The complaint: when the time comes, my mother will inevitably nag him, although he wants to resist. But there is no way. His cousin's background is much stronger than his own. He was bullied by her since childhood, so he was really afraid of this cousin up. Do Jiao frowned upon hearing this and asked directly, "One-sided fate? Where did you meet?" "In a restaurant. Someone robbed me of my position at the time, and Feng Xiaozhanji took the initiative to solve my predicament." Before the embarrassed Feng's son could speak, Tang Qing said first. He also saw that Feng's son was not. "I dare say that I met in a hotel." Obviously, their family should have a stricter tutoring. Otherwise, it would not be a big deal for a second-generation official to go to a 5-star hotel for a meal. As for why Tang Qing made up a lie to help him, it was because although he didn't indulge in the interest of the other party, he should have made a good relationship. Otherwise, he could guess the next dialogue between Do Jiao and Feng's son. Anyway, that scene will be very troublesome, very troublesome. He is afraid of trouble, so he should put the trouble out in the spark stage. Everyone is so nice. Really? Do Jiao asked, looking at Feng's son suspiciously. When Feng's son heard this, he said straightforwardly, "Of course, that person was too arrogant at the time." He grabbed the place reserved by Tang Xiao. "I couldn't see it. I went up and gave a good education, but there was no fight. It was just oral education." Finally, the man left in shame. With a confession with Tang Qing, he was no longer afraid and started to ridicule, and he was the best at making up lies. Seeing Feng's son admitted that although she was puzzled, Do Jiao didn't ask too much. Although she didn't believe in Feng's son very much, she believed that Tang Qing was definitely not the second generation of romantic style with erosive style. "Well, I'll believe you this time. I will try the crispy meat made by the second aunt. I haven't eaten it for a long time." Do Jiao smelled the scent of the crispy meat and drooled, and hurriedly took out a pair of chopsticks from the drawer. I picked up a piece and put it in my mouth and chewed quickly. My eyes were almost rounded. "It's delicious, I want to eat 2 pieces together." Do Jiao stuffed another one after he finished eating. Tang Qing shook his head. "What a poor pig. It was actually invented by mankind. Delicious way to eat. It smells really good." To put it bluntly, the crispy pork is fried pork. The method is very simple, just like fried chicken. The pork is wrapped in a layer and then fried in a frying pan. Of course, the outer layer of noodles has their own methods. Looking at personal tastes and habits, Tang Qing couldn't help but grab a piece of it in his mouth while smelling the scent. Woo-woo. It's so delicious, it's still warm. I really don't know what's in this wrapper. He only ate eggs and cumin. The other tastes are strange, but they are delicious. It is probably the other party's exclusive recipe. Feeling uncomfortable, Tang Qing grabbed a piece of it and stuck it in his mouth. Well, it really is the best way to eat 2 pieces together. Naturally, Feng's son often eats this food. He didn't grab it with them. Tang Qing grabbed a few pieces after eating and ate it, but because he ate too quickly, Do Jiao was kicked out by Do Jiao. In the face of delicious food, it doesn't matter if you are the boss or not. Eat first before talking. Seeing Zhenghuan Do Jiao eating crispy meat there, Feng's son leaned in and said quietly, "Brother Tang, it's interesting. Please speak up if you need my help in the future." "Where? It's just a trivial matter." Tang Qing waved his hand and smiled. Seeing Feng Sen's change so quickly, Tang Qing also secretly gave a thumbs up. Akanchu, calm is worthy of being the second generation. Seeing the wind makes Ruo shun to climb the pole too slippery. With this kind of personality, even without his dad, he will be very good in the future. By the way, Brother Tang, why are you here? Feng Sen asked again. Although he knew from Lu Kai that Tang Qing had opened a clothing company, he didn't think about it. His usual thinking is to judge a person from his background. He didn't know what Tang Qing's background was, but it was true that he was very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't speak so well with Lu Gan, and he was also very rich. The most important thing is that it will not be a simple role that can be in the eyes of his cousin, and even he has already started to make up for Tang Qing's awesome background, which is the direct reason why he changed his name to Brother in an instant. Otherwise, how could he call Brother Ren for a treat and a small favor? It's a respectful name to call it Xiao, but it means to call it elder brother. Before Tang Qing spoke, Do Jiao, who was still eating meat, said first, "Of course he can be here. He is the black-hearted boss here." Tang Qing was speechless. When did he have this nickname again? "Brother Tang, did you start this company?" Feng's son said in surprise, not surprised how much Tang Qing has, but Tang Qing was able to recruit his cousin to his subordinates. This is not something ordinary people can do. He can understand that his cousin who has a high self-esteem is not so easy to subdue, even though he doesn't pull it up all day long. Hee. Yeah, just play around. Don't worry, you won't be able to close down for a while. Tang Qing smiled. Hey, what? I just had no intention of speaking. Don't be surprised. How could Brother Tang's company go bankrupt? It's just Brother Tang. If I take the liberty, your company is probably going to lose out. Feng's son remembered what he said just now. I'm sorry to say. When I heard about this company from Tang Qing, Feng's son naturally wanted to take back what he said just now. Based on Tang Qing's background, it was not easy for this company to close down because of no money. Feng Sen asked Do Jiao about the company's situation before, but Do Jiao only told him that this company is not for external business and its scale is not large. As for the specific business, it only revealed the information collection. After all, the company also has confidentiality. Institutional. Although Do Jiao was a little bit silly, she wouldn't make such low-level mistakes when it comes to issues of right and wrong. The elders in their family are basically officials. Under the influence of ears and eyes, they have a more thorough understanding of the word's secrecy and value, because always some people want to inquire about this, know the news in advance, and want to profit from this, so she will instinctively resist anyone who inquires about the news. It doesn't matter. Of course, people don't understand the company's core business. Of course they think so, but I am not going to make money from this company. This company mainly serves my other companies. Tang Qing explained with a light smile. Brother Tang has other companies? Feng's son pretended to be surprised. He knew about Tang Qing's clothing company, and even the license was Lu Kai's participation in the whole process. But in order to prevent Tang Qing from feeling that Lu Kai's little brother had a big mouth, he could only pretend not to know. After all, Lu Kai was still very good. Dao, he has always respected himself when he saddled his horse, so he naturally wouldn't cheat him, and even if he wanted to sell it, he would not sell it here. Before Tang Qing could reply, he was preempted by Do Jiao. Don't underestimate Brother Xiaotang. He just invested 30 million yuan in that company, and later he even plans to invest hundreds of millions of dollars in it. What am I going to do? Without that blessing, I just guarded a small company of millions. The more Do Jiao said, the more grieved her tone was, and tears flowed into rivers. Tang Qing turned her head and ignored her when she saw her. Please eat the meat in your mouth before speaking. Are you sure it is appropriate to complain with a satisfied face? It looks very dissonant. Feng's son was really shocked when he heard Tang Qing directly throw out tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of yuan. Damn me, tens of millions? Hundreds of millions? This boy in front of you? Is there any mistake? Although we are no longer playing in the mud, and there are some friends of our age who are doing business, but the scale of the trial stage is basically 1 million, at most several million, which is still 2 years older than him. The family at the age of 20 is relieved, but if they spend tens of millions or even hundreds of millions to make them for their children, is this money picked up on the ground? He will also pick it up wherever it is. No, he wants to hold his thigh, which is too thick. Brother Tang, you have to cover me in the future. Feng Sun said excitedly. It stands to reason that it is impossible for him to be a second-generation official to be covered by Tang Qing, the second-generation rich. After all, he has no business intentions. He is the eldest son of the family and has such abundant official resources. If he dares to do it, his father doesn't kill him in business, and he is not interested in doing business. He has enjoyed the benefits of rights, so he naturally has to pass it on to his descendants. This is the father's responsibility. However, it also has to be divided into people. Those with millions of assets are not eligible, and he can't whisper to those with millions of dollars. However, this family who spends billions of dollars with children will be if you don't have an official background. This is Tang Qing. He really doesn't have a single businessman at all levels, and he has met several times at most, and he can't talk about deep friendship. After all, there are many people like that. Many of them have backgrounds, and they don't care about him at all. Although his father knew several billionaires, it was his father's relationship, not his. There was an essential difference. How could the relationship be established by himself? Therefore, he did not feel embarrassed when he went up to ask for cover. Especially, he also had his considerations. In the coming year, his father might be transferred to an underdeveloped prefecture-level city in another province to be mayor, or go to a more developed prefecture-level city to do executive affairs. The deputy mayor. This is what Grandpa Do Jiao meant. He always has too many restrictions on promotion in political and legal affairs. So he also thinks about his father's future. What you need to be a leader in this era is political performance, and economic development is political performance. It would be great if Tang Qing's family can help raise an investment when that happens. The phone call is likely to bring up the expression of his father when he invested hundreds of millions of dollars, and Feng Sun felt that he had flipped it after thinking about it. Of course he knew it was a bit difficult, but at least there was hope. Hee. What to talk about, everyone is friends. Tang Qing didn't climb up the pole. He didn't believe that there was a second generation of demented officials. He would worship his eldest brother when he saw people. The protagonist had no aura, and it must be. There was a reason. Although he didn't know the specific reason, he couldn't just jump in. To put it bluntly, even the punctuation in Feng Sun's sentence just now implies meaning, and Tang Qing is not stupid. Anyway, I will call your brother in the future. You can't leave me alone. Seeing Tang Qing's haha, a very Chinese answer, Feng Sun is not surprised. If a bear child made like this is so easy to get intimacy. He had seen a ghost, so he started to zoom in and play rascals again. He was not in a hurry. He knew better before talking. Well, I'll just say if I have something to do in the future, I will help if I can do it, and it's useless to ask me if I can't. Tang Qing said. He didn't have a bad impression of Feng Sun, and it would be nice to have such an impure but very background brother. Feng Sun was overjoyed when he heard it, and finally it became. The relationship gradually deepened. Anyway, it was still too early for his father's transfer. He wanted to surprise his father this time. The province said that he would make some friends with friends, and we also have a lot of friends. Okay, a serious friend, you must use the facts to give your father a class. Thinking of that scene, Feng Sun laughed more happily. By the way, Brother Tang, last time I heard your classmates say that you are in 8th middle school. Why don't you go to the 2nd high school as Brother Tang? There is much more lively there than the 8th middle school. If Brother Tang is willing, I will find someone to help you adjust. In our 2nd class, we will be classmates in the future. Feng Sun said again. I just called my brother, so naturally I have to show my diligence. Although I know that Tang Qing wants to enter the 2nd middle school, it is probably only one sentence. This is why his word is willing, not want to go, but he just thought about it for a long time. I really can't think of what Tang Qing did for him. Others are rich, and they seem to have no worse background than himself. They can only start from this point of nonsense. Even if Tang Qing refuses, he is considered to have submitted a voting certificate. You are in the 2nd class? Tang Qing didn't care about transferring to another school. He was about to transfer to Mao's school. The teachers and classmates of the school are very good. He hopes to spend a complete third year of high school. But when he heard that Feng's son was in the second class, he was surprised because Lin Jiaxue was also in the second class. Yeah, what's the matter? The second class is the best class in the second middle school. Either the study is super good, or the background is very strong, or you can't get in at all. As long as Brother Tang is willing, this matter is on my body. See Tang Qing after gaining interest, Feng's son immediately began to sell again. At this time, I won't transfer to another school. Since you are in the second class, you should know Lin Jiaxue? Tang Qing asked with a smile. Of course I know. She is the class flower in our class. Many people pursue her, but no one pays any attention. Why, Tang brother is also interested. Feng's son took it for granted. He didn't think of Lin Jiaxue about Tang Qing's girlfriend. Just because Lin Jiaxue's personality is too weak, no one in their class can do it well. One by one is useless depending on family background. Lin Jiaxue doesn't care about this at all. It is okay to talk to everyone, and don't talk about the other posture. This has also inspired many people to be competitive, and the strengths of the final pursuit of the parties are similar, and they have been secretly competing, but no one dares to use despicable means. He was also one of the suitors before, but when he saw no effect, he dispelled the idea. At their level, how could he have never seen a beautiful woman? Just like the last time I saw Wang Yan, I was surprised at most, and then there was nothing. After all, not all men are thinking with their lower body, and those who have such thoughts can only say hee. It's like a tiger born in a zoo, a wild tiger. After the wild tiger went in, he told it that I could climb trees, fish, and even fought leopards, but the tigers in that zoo were all right. Don't believe it, what can I do? Of course there is no way. You can't beat that tiger or pull it out to let him see it. She is my girlfriend, the kind who grew up together since childhood. Tang Qing said truthfully. Feng's son was surprised by Tang Qing's words again. Is Lin Jiaxue Tang Qing's girlfriend? This news. Nima is so hot, many people even think that Lin Jiaxue is indifferent. But there is such a daring boyfriend in silence. No wonder you don't see those babies at work, isn't it? Although they are of the same age, it is not an exaggeration to see what they do is say they are playing in the mud. Damn, no wonder you look down on those suitors. It turns out that it is Brother Tang, your girlfriend. Don't worry, I will help you watch your sister-in-law in the future. If anyone dares to bully her, I will never forgive him. Feng's son immediately stated his opinion. In his opinion, what Tang Qing said would not be unreasonable. Every word of the big man is worth pondering. The most likely thing is to let him watch, and he will naturally go on the road. Well, his personality is quiet, and he won't tell me when he is wronged. Then I will trouble you. If there is something that can't be solved, please call me. If anyone bullies her, you also tell me. Tang Qing nodded and said, seeing Feng's son doing this, he also nodded in satisfaction. Talking to smart people is easy. No problem, I'll be there in the future, so don't worry. Feng's son patted his chest and assured him. He also knows who is pursuing Lin Jiaxue in the class. The background is weaker than him. It's easy to be shocked. It's not that there is no stronger background than him, but people already have a girlfriend. Still the same sentence. The higher the level, the more beautiful women I have met. There is no special reason, and there is rarely the perseverance to pursue someone who ignores him. Girls. Well, thank you. I'll be a party at noon, and I will ask you to eat delicious. Tang Qing said thankfully. With Feng's son watching, he also relaxed. Facing a bunch of classmates with strong backgrounds, Lin Jiaxue wouldn't want to cause trouble for her civilian, even if she was harassed, but this life is different. She is no longer a passerby. Protect his own woman is bound to him. No matter who it is, he is fearless. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.